Chapter 298. Mu Ling had been imprisoned by Long Fei Yi in a small dark room in the Yu prison. The so-called small dark room was a completely enclosed dark room. There was no sunlight or light, and there was only a square entrance for food delivery. Being locked up in a small dark room for a day was a very scary thing, and Mu Ling had been locked up for a month. Long Fei Yi was a cruel person. Not only did he lock Mu Ling up here, but he also asked the person who delivered the food not to talk to her. This was the most terrifying torture for a lively little girl. A month of complete isolation in a small dark room was enough to suffocate someone to the brink of collapse. So far, Mu Ling had screamed crazily a few times, but unfortunately, no one paid attention to her every time. In this month, the only thing Mu Ling did was listen to the sound of footsteps. At this time, the sound of footsteps could be heard before it was mealtime. She rushed to the window in surprise. "Who is it? Who's here?" As soon as she said that, the sound of footsteps stopped. Mu Ling panicked and shouted, "Who's there? Come out. Say something. Are you mute? What do you want? Say something." "Long Fei Yi, if you want to kill me or torture me, just do it. I, Mu Ling am not afraid. I was the one who pushed Han Yunxi out. So what? If you have the ability, don't lock me up. Kill me." Soon, the sound of footsteps could be heard again. This time, Mu Ling did not make a sound. She leaned against the window and listened quietly. She was very nervous, afraid that the footsteps would disappear if she was not careful. She had been locked up for a month and could not see anything. The only thing she could hear was the sound of footsteps. She was about to go crazy. Prisoners on death row also had to die, right? However, she was locked up for an indefinite period and did not know when she would be sentenced. Her bright eyes were wide open as she stared at the darkness in front of her. As the footsteps approached, the light shone over. Soon, she saw who it was. Han Yunxi. Mu Ling was shocked. Han Yunxi approached step by step, looking coldly at Mu Ling through the window. There were many people who wanted her life for no reason, and she was already used to it. However, this girl was different. At the Xian Gold door, she had disregarded her own safety and pulled this girl away from the mouths of the flesh-eating rats. However, in less than the time it took to drink a cup of tea, this girl had pushed her to the flesh-eating rats. What the hell is this? If it wasn't for the fact that her heart was strong enough, she would have doubted the good and evil of human nature. Mu Ling regained her senses and immediately sneered, "Han Yunxi, you're not dead yet. Wasn't this woman kidnapped by Jun Yixie? How could she be saved this quickly?" Han Yunxi crossed her arms and stood in front of the window, looking over her with interest. This girl was about to die, yet she still dared to provoke her? She really was bold. She never thought that Mu Ling would say, "What are you looking at? If you have the skills, then kill me. If you don't have the skills, then scram." Han Yunxi took in a cold breath. This girl was not a normal kind of unreasonable. "I saved you and you repaid my kindness with enmity." Han Yunxi angrily rebuked. "I didn't ask you to save me. I don't want it, I don't need your fake kindness." Mu Ling immediately retorted. Han Yunxi narrowed her eyes and suddenly said in a stern voice, "Someone come, prepare the punishment." Mu Ling gritted her teeth and did not say anything. She turned her head to the side and did not look at Han Yunxi. Soon enough, an attendant arrived. "Esteemed Wang Fei, what kind of punishment do you want?" Han Yunxi smiled coldly. "Since she doesn't want me to save her, then give her the rat torture. Let her have a taste of what it's like to be bitten by rat." Hearing this, Mu Ling secretly shivered. The so-called rat torture was to lock the rats in a cage and place one side of the cage against a person's stomach. Then the cage would be heated up to make the rats irritable. In order to survive and leave the cage, rats would dig holes in people's stomachs and gnaw on their internal organs to escape. This was one of the 10 cruelest forms of torture in Cloud Realm continent. Naturally, Mu Ling knew of it. She clenched her fists tightly. Although she was afraid, She refused to bow her head, her expression proud. Soon enough, the rat torture tools were brought over. The large rats in the cage began to squeak because they were hungry. Mu Linger furrowed her brows slightly. Hearing the squeaks was like the claws of a rat scratching at her heart. She was scared. Mu Linger, do you want me to save you or not? Han Yunshi was very willing to give her a chance before the punishment began. Finally, Mu Linger looked over. She glanced at the rat torture tools before resting her gaze on Han Yunshi's cold face. Leaving aside Han Yunshi, even the surrounding attendants thought that the girl was going to admit her mistake. But instead, she replied word by word, "Don't care. Not enough." The attendants broke into an uproar. Han Yunshi licked her lips in amusement. This was her first time seeing such a stubborn girl. She could compete with her, so she refused to believe that she couldn't subdue her. Without hesitation, she ordered, "Someone come, start the punishment." Yes. The attendants retreated to one side while two black-robed guards opened the door. After all, Mu Linger knew martial arts, so they had to prevent her from escaping. Seeing the guards approach, Mu Linger gave a cold smile. "Don't worry, I'm not thinking of running away. Since I've fallen into your hands, I have no intention of leaving alive." So speaking, Mu Linger raised her chin and strode out. As soon as she saw the large rat in the cage, goosebumps rose all over her body. Still, she didn't show any signs of fear. She gritted her teeth and walked towards the torture bed in large strides. She simply lay down on it. Actually, she knew that pushing out Han Yunshi was stupid, but if she had another chance, she'd do it again. Ever since she was young, she'd said whatever was on her mind and done whatever she wanted. Since she did it, she admitted to it. There was no right or wrong. Mu Linger lay down like this. The attendants and guards were all stunned. His Highness Duke of Qin had locked up many spies, assassins, and traitors in this little black room. He had also used rat torture on them many times, but this was the first time they had met someone so unafraid of death. Moreover, she was a 16 or 17-year-old girl. Han Yunshi had thought that this girl would beg for mercy with snot and tears. She hadn't expected this scene. As she looked at Mu Linger, who was lying straight on the bed, her eyes flashed with undisguised admiration. Although they were enemies, she had to admit that this girl had guts. "Han Yunshi, if Chi brother comes looking for me, just pretend you never saw me. Come on, let's be straightforward." After saying this, Mu Linger really closed her eyes. She knew that Chi brother would definitely come looking for her and give her a good scolding. He might even hate her and think that she was a bad girl. She accepted all of this. She just didn't want Chi brother to know that she had died so miserably. The room was silent. Everyone looked at this stubborn girl. Han Yunshi looked on silently. In fact, she hadn't planned to use torture today. She had only planned to use her mouth. To hurt someone, hurting their body was the worst, but hurting their heart was the best. She could tell that this lass really liked Gucci Xiao. Today, she'd come to tell her what the man had said. His original words were, "Han Yunshi, when I find that girl, I'll immediately avenge you. You can beat her or cut her up as you wish." Hearing such words from the person you liked the most, wasn't it the saddest thing? However, after hearing Mu Linger's words, Han Yunshi suddenly didn't want to say anything. Only those who had loved before would know that there was nothing more serious than a broken heart. She walked over and said indifferently, "Stupid girl, why do you hate me? Do you hate me so much that you want to kill me?" Mu Linger suddenly opened her eyes. She was very surprised that Han Yunshi would walk over. In the face of the impending punishment, she had been trying hard to tell herself that she wasn't afraid and that she could do it. Han Yunshi deliberately bent down and narrowed her eyes to look at her with a dangerous expression. She said fiercely, "Tell me, why do you hate me? I don't have a grudge against you." Mu Linger clenched her teeth and looked at her without saying a word. "Because of Gu?" Han Yunshi asked again. She could naturally tell that Mu Linger was jealous. However, jealousy shouldn't kill her, right? "Because you hurt Chi brother's heart." Mu Linger suddenly shouted. Han Yunshi, you hurt Chi brother because of you. He likes you so much. Your sin is unforgivable. How did I hurt his heart? He likes me? Haha. Han Yunshi felt helpless. Could Gu's love be called like? That was a joke. To put it more seriously, it was taking liberties with a married woman. Before Han Yunshi could finish, Mu Linger angrily interrupted her. When you were with Long Fei Yi, you didn't see the disappointment in his eyes. Did you notice him? Han Yunshi didn't want to continue the topic and said impatiently, You're just jealous, aren't you? You're so young and you can even kill someone because of jealousy. How did your parents teach you? She could even kill someone because of jealousy. Was she that bad? Mu Linger panicked. It's not like that. I didn't do it on purpose. I was too angry at that time. Only after saying that did the stubborn girl realize that she had made a mistake. She was vexed and decided to shut up. Han Yunshi rose to her feet and crossed her arms, looking down disdainfully at Mu Linger. Suddenly, she burst into laughter. This girl was really cute. Compared to people like Duan Muyao, she was much simpler and purer. She wasn't pretentious or scheming. She was clearly a pure and kind girl. Why did she make herself sound so bad? Seeing Han Yunshi laughing, Mu Linger became even more anxious. Han Yunshi, if you don't like Chi brother, then don't provoke him. Chi brother doesn't have it easy. I don't want to see him get hurt. Why doesn't he have it easy? Han Yunshi was very interested to know. This time, Mu Linger was serious. He's been an orphan since he was young. He had to rely on others to grow up. He had no one to rely on and was always bullied. It wasn't easy for him to get to where he is now. I won't allow anyone to hurt him. Han Yunshi's mouth twitched. She couldn't bear to listen anymore. She interrupted Mu Linger and said, Let's not talk about him. Let's talk about Mute Granny. Han Yunshi knew that she couldn't really bring herself to torture Mute Granny. So be it. This girl had admitted her mistake. The second thing she wanted to talk about today was Mute Granny. When Mu Linger heard the words, Mute Granny, she immediately sat up. How do you know about Mute Granny? What happened? Chapter 299. Han Yunshi had many things she wanted to ask when she went to the Mu estate with Gu, but there wasn't enough time. Now, she was asking Mu Linger directly. Everything Gu knew came from Mu Linger. I wanted to find Mu Xian, so Gu took me to see Mute Granny, Han Yunshi replied honestly. She only knew how to talk about Mu Xian, not Lady Tianxin. Why are you looking for Mu Xian? Mu Linger was on guard as she grumbled inwardly. How could Chi brother tell an outsider about the Mu clan's secrets? Didn't they agree not to tell anyone? Mu Xian is your aunt, right? Have you seen her before? Han Yunshi asked. Why are you looking for Mu Xian? Mu Linger was very guarded. Many people thought that Mu Xian's affair with the poison sect was just a rumor. Because there was no evidence, the medical academy hadn't pursued the matter to this day. Mute Granny is in my hands. I advise you to answer me like a good girl, Han Yunshi threatened with a smile. You! Mu Linger was stunned. Han Yunshi took out a handheld drum and waved it in front of Mu Linger. Mu Linger believed her immediately. Han Yunshi, don't go overboard. She's just an innocent old lady. She's already miserable enough. That's why you should hurry up and answer me. Han Yunshi smiled innocently. This handheld drum had been with Mu Linger's belongings back then. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to trick Mu Linger. Mu Xian is my third aunt. I've never seen her before. She left the Mu clan before I was born. She's very talented in medicine. Back then, the medical academy gave the Mu clan a spot to study medicine under the vice head, so she went with my fourth aunt. Everyone thought that she'd stay in Medical City, but she went missing while my fourth aunt stayed behind. There's been no news of her ever since. Mu Linger was very tactful and said a lot of things in one breath. Your fourth aunt is Lady Lianxin? Han Yunshi asked anxiously. Mu Linger nodded. That's right. I heard that her talent is not even half of third aunt's. It was clear that Mu Linger disdained Madame Lianxin. What's with her having an affair with the remnants of the poison sect? Back in Medical City, people saw her enter the poison sect's forbidden grounds multiple times. Once, she was seen meeting a man in secret near the sky pit. I don't know if it's true or not. Mu Ling answered honestly. Who is Mute Granny? Han Yunshi asked again. I don't know. Maybe she's my aunt's servant. When I found her, she was already deaf and mute. Mu Linger didn't forget to warn Han Yunshi, if you dare to raise a hand against an old woman, I'll look down on you. Han Yunshi would never raise a hand against Mute Granny, she said mildly. Chu Shifeng ran into a group of assassins on his way to Tianning. Mute Granny fell off a cliff and they haven't found her yet. What? Linger was alarmed. It better not be someone from your Mu clan or else this matter won't be over. Han Yunshi's tone had turned cold. She was about to leave when Mu Linger called her back. Impossible. Han Yunshi, the Mu clan definitely didn't do this. My father would never hire an assassin group. Even if he wanted to kidnap her, he wouldn't be so ruthless as to force Mute Granny to jump off a cliff. He must have a motive for keeping Mute Granny in the rear courtyard all this time. He doesn't want Mute Granny to die. Mu Linger was certain. Han Yunshi halted her steps. Mu Linger's words made sense. She'd panicked when she heard the news and hadn't thought it through. Now that she thought about it carefully, it was impossible for Mu Ingdong to kidnap Mute Granny. How could Mu Ingdong know which path Chu Shifeng had taken with Mute Granny? After all, Chu Shifeng had taken Mute Granny out of Medicine City that very night. But if it wasn't Mu Ingdong, who else could it be? Who else would know about Mute Granny's existence? Han Yunshi suddenly thought of Gu, but even she found it absurd. It couldn't be him. Who knows where that guy is right now? He should be fine after being kicked by Long Feiyi, right? Han Yunshi didn't want to dwell on the subject, so she simply said, take her to the east side of the prison. Find a clean one. But the guard only murmured, esteemed Wang Fei, His Highness said that this girl can only be locked up in a small, dark room. Long Fei was taking revenge for her sake. Han Yunshi's heart grew warm. She lowered her voice so that Mu Ling wouldn't hear. Take her to the east side of the prison. Don't neglect her 3 meals. If His Highness asks, I'll take responsibility. Since esteemed Wang Fei had said so, the guard naturally did as he was told. By the time Han Yunshi left, Mu Ling was still trying to clear Mu Ingdong's name. She was even clamoring for revenge for Mute Granny. Besides locking her up, Han Yunshi had no idea what to do with the girl for now. As she walked, she pondered over Mute Granny's fate. She hadn't reached the main hall when Long Feiyi arrived with a letter. Han Yunshi opened it and saw that it was a letter from Mu Ingdong himself. He said that he'd come to Tianning's capital on the first day of the month and offer a rare treasure in exchange for Mu Ling. He hoped that Long Feiyi would give him a chance. After some hesitation, Han Yunshi said, tell him to bring 2 things and trade Mute Granny back, too. Han Yunshi was testing the waters, but Long Feiyi agreed. 5 days later, on the first day of the 9th month, there were still 5 days left until Tianning's Empress Dowager's birthday. Mu Ingdong personally brought 2 treasures to pay a visit. If possible, Han Yunshi would rather forego the treasures and have Mu Ingdong tell her everything about Mu Xian. But Mu Ingdong had already discovered the Xian character on her medical pouch. She wasn't sure how much Mu Ingdong knew, so it wasn't good to ask too many questions. If she asked too much, Mu Ingdong might find out more about Lady Tianxin instead of getting any answers. Moreover, even if she didn't care so much and asked directly, Mu Ingdong might not answer and tell the truth. In the main hall of the Duke of Qin's estate, Long Feiyi and Han Yunshi sat in the main seats. Long Feiyi rested his hands on the armrests and crossed his legs. His eyes were cold and disdainful, like a monarch who ruled over the world. Han Yunshi, on the other hand, was lazily leaning against the armrest. She had the air of a favored concubine, her every movement exuding a noble air. This husband and wife pair were a perfect match in terms of looks and aura. Mu Ingdong sat in the guest seat with a belly full of anger. He was the dignified head of the Mu clan, the most powerful of the 3 great clans in Medicine City. It was very likely that he would be the future master of Medicine City. Even if the various powers in the world didn't curry favor with him, they would still take the initiative to befriend him and be polite. This was the first time he'd met someone as arrogant as Long Fei Yi and Han Yunxi. But despite his anger, he still restrained his temper and politely said, "Your Highness Duke of Qin, according to your instructions, this one has brought 2 treasures. Please take a look." Several servants hurriedly brought out the 2 treasures for display. The first was a circular fan with a medicinal flower embroidered on it. Han Yunxi didn't know much about fans, but she could tell at a glance that the medicinal flower embroidered on it was an extremely precious incense herb. It was said that only one stalk would appear every 300 years. It was the world's most effective sleeping pill. Just a whiff of its fragrance would cause one to fall asleep immediately. Moreover, it guaranteed a good night's sleep until dawn. Han Yunxi casually picked it up and examined it. When she flipped it to the back, she was shocked. There was actually another painting embroidered on the back of such a fine piece of silk. It was clear that the craftsmanship was superb. Disregarding everything else, just this double-sided painting alone was priceless. The flower embroidered on the back was also an extremely precious medicinal herb, purple lily. Like the incense herb, it was a type of scented medicinal herb, but its effects were the opposite. The scent of purple lily was very special. One whiff would wake one up from a dream, the second whiff would be refreshing, and the third whiff would be 100 times more energetic. As expected of an aristocratic family of medicinal ingredient, the treasures they brought out were all related to famous medicinal herbs. Han Yunxi was about to put it down when Mu Ingdong said, "Esteemed Wang Fei, since you've brought the fan, why not give it a try?" Han Yunxi suspiciously took the fan and gently fanned it. Who knew that a miracle would happen? She actually smelled the faint scent of incense. She hurriedly stopped, afraid that she would fall asleep if she continued fanning. This was too inconceivable. Could it be that the medicinal herb on the painting was real? Han Yunxi switched to the other side and gently fanned it. She immediately smelled the scent of purple lily. She fanned it 3 times and immediately felt refreshed. Han Yunxi didn't want Mu Ingdong to see her fondness for such a treasure, but she couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, "Incense herb, purple lily. They really are good things." Esteemed Wang Fei is truly knowledgeable. It really is these 2 medicinal herbs. This fan is indeed the legendary medicinal fan. Mu Ingdong was still very proud. In order to get his daughter back, he was going all out. Han Yunxi handed the item to Long Fei Yi. Long Fei Yi played with it in his hand without any reaction. To be more precise, he only glanced at it before playing with it in his hand. Mu Ingdong saw this and his old face sank. "What's the second item?" Han Yunxi asked. Mu Ingdong personally took out a pass. "Your Highness Duke of Qin, esteemed Wang Fei, this is the pass for my Mu clan's medicinal storehouse. You can take away a rare medicinal ingredient at any time." Seeing the golden pass and Mu Ingdong's sincere expression, Han Yunxi understood what was going on. It wasn't Mu Ingdong's assassins who kidnapped Chu Shifeng and forced Mute Granny off the cliff. Mu Ingdong knew nothing about Mute Granny's fall. If it wasn't Mu Ingdong, then who could it be? Han Yunxi sat back down with a heavy expression. Seeing this, Mu Ingdong had no idea what she meant. "Esteemed Wang Fei, can't you let old man see Ling first?" If it was any other child, Mu Ingdong wouldn't come in person, but Mu Ling was different. He would never allow anything to happen to Mu Ling. Before Han Yunxi could answer, Long Fei Yi spoke up. "Cold," he said, "your lordship isn't interested in either of the Mu clan's treasures. Please go back." Long Fei Yi. Mu Ingdong raged. Han Yunshi stole a few glances, but Long Feiyi didn't even spare him a glance. Wasn't he just toying with him? Qin Wangfei's life isn't something any treasure can trade for. Someone come, see the guests out. Long Feiyi's tone was icy. Mu Ling had almost taken Han Yunshi's life. Moreover, she was the reason Han Yunshi cared so much about Duanmu Yao. He never wanted to let Mu Ling go. Long Feiyi, don't you dare challenge my Mu clan's bottom line. Mu Ingdong raged. He couldn't take it anymore. Long Feiyi rose to his feet, his towering figure pressuring everyone. He was about to speak when Han Yunshi beat him to it. Mu Ling how about exchanging two things? Chapter 300. Mu Ingdong's main goal on this trip was to ransom Mu Ling back, but also to probe why Han Yunshi was investigating Mu Exin. Although he didn't know that Mute Granny had been forced to fall off a cliff, he was still a wily old fox. He could tell that Han Yunshi wasn't sincere about letting Mute Granny go. He'd been waiting for Han Yunshi to bring up Mute Granny, but she didn't say a word. Instead, she wanted 2 items in exchange for 1 person. Since Han Yunshi wasn't going to bring it up, he had to take the initiative to sound her out. Qin Wangfei, we agreed on exchanging 1 person for each item. One must be trustworthy. Han Yunshi wanted both treasures, so she must have taken a liking to them. No matter whether the Long Feiyi liked them or not, Mu Ingdong dared to keep Han Yunshi in suspense as long as she liked them. Leaving aside the Mu clan's medicinal herb storehouse permit, even the medicine fan was something that everyone in the world could only dream of. Tianning's Empress Dowager had suffered from insomnia ever since she was young. 20 years ago, the head of Tianning's Imperial Physician Courtyard, Gu Beiyue's grandfather, had written a prescription for the medicine fan. Tianning's Imperial Court had offered an astronomical reward of 100,000 taels, but no one had been able to find it. If not for Mu Ling Mu Ingdong wouldn't have been willing to part with such a treasure. When Han Yunshi didn't say anything, Mu Ingdong hastened to add, "Esteemed Wangfei, the Mu clan's medicinal herb storehouse permit will be exchanged for Ling and the medicine fan for Mute Granny." Han Yunshi smiled. Mu clan head, His Highness Duke of Qin only agreed to let you take a look at the 2 treasures. He didn't say anything about exchanging people. If you want to take Mu Ling back, then leave both items behind. Otherwise, take your treasures back with you. Mu Ingdong didn't expect Han Yunshi's attitude to change so quickly. He couldn't help but ask, "Then what about Mute Granny?" Hearing this, Han Yunshi was even more certain that Mu Ingdong wasn't the one who'd hired the assassins. Mute Granny is a priceless treasure. It seems that Mu clan's head has no sincerity in the exchange. Then please go back. Han Yunshi said coldly. He was obviously in a hurry, but he was called insincere. Mu Ingdong was so angry that he almost vomited blood. If he knew this would happen, he wouldn't have brought these 2 things. Now, he could only rejoice that his mother-in-law was deaf, mute, and illiterate, so she couldn't say anything. "All right, I'll trade for Ling. Where's Ling?" Mu Ingdong was finally satisfied. At this time, Han Yunshi looked at Long Feiyi. Actually, it was up to this guy to decide whether to let her go or not. Long Feiyi thought that Han Yunshi was playing with Mu Ingdong. He didn't expect that she would really let him go. He asked calmly, "Have you thought it through?" Han Yunshi immediately nodded. Although she'd brought Mu Ling here to sound out Mute Granny, she wanted to let her go as well. She always felt that Mu Ling's straightforward personality meant that she couldn't be a bad person. She'd probably pushed her out of impulse. Moreover, Mu Ling had suffered enough after being locked up for a month. There was no point in keeping her alive. They couldn't kill her for real, so they might as well trade her for some treasures to play with. When Han Yunshi nodded, Long Feiyi didn't ask any more questions. He immediately ordered Chu Shifeng to bring Mu Ling over. Han Yunshi gave him a grateful look, but Long Feiyi's expression was indifferent. He didn't say anything else. Mu Ingdong watched the scene with bewilderment in his heart. This husband and wife pair wasn't distant, but they weren't close either. They looked like they were together in spirit, but something seemed to be missing. Rather than saying that they were a married couple who'd been married for a year, it was more like they'd just confirmed their relationship. Soon enough, Mu Ling was brought over. After a month of living in the dark room, she'd lost a lot of weight and looked even more haggard in broad daylight. Han Yunxi assumed that she'd burst into tears at the sight of Mu Ingdong, because this girl had cried a lot when she was with Gu. She was a classic crybaby. Unexpectedly, she didn't cry or act coquettishly. Instead, she walked to Mu Ingdong's side with her head held high and her chest puffed out. Cold, she didn't seem like a hostage at all. Mu Ingdong grew anxious and examined her from head to toe to make sure she was only thin and unhurt. Finally, he relaxed. "Girl, didn't you go to Medical City? How did you disappear?" "His Highness Duke of Qin said you murdered Qin Wangfei. Is that true?" Now that he'd redeemed her, Mu Ingdong didn't want to let the matter rest. At the very least, he wanted an explanation. This was definitely a good opportunity to refute the accusation. Who knew that Mu Ling would say, "I got lost and ran into robbers. It was Qin Wangfei who saved me. I repaid kindness with enmity and pushed her to the robbers." As soon as she said this, Mu Ingdong almost slapped her. No matter how much he loved this daughter of his, he couldn't help but be angry. She said this in front of Long Fei Yi and Han Yunxi, and even said it so confidently. Wasn't she ashamed? Long Fei Yi and Han Yunxi were also very surprised. This little girl not only concealed the matter of Tianqing, but also admitted that she repaid kindness with enmity. Aside from her bad attitude, she still knew her limits. Mu Ingdong had a suspicious expression and lectured her on the spot. "Why would you repay kindness with enmity for no reason? What did father teach you?" "I don't like looking at her." Mu Ling glanced at Han Yunxi and proudly turned to leave, not waiting for Mu Ingdong. The upbringing, cultivation, and etiquette of a noble young miss of a large family had all been thrown to the ground by Mu Ling. Mu Ingdong himself couldn't stand it anymore. He looked at Long Fei Ye's face of disgust, and then saw Han Yunxi's expression of wanting to laugh. He was so embarrassed that he didn't know what to say. He could only bid farewell and chase after her. After he left, Han Yunxi couldn't help but laugh. She was the one who was disliked, but she was still very happy. Mu Ling this girl is also quite cute. Cute? Long Fei had never heard of such a word in his dictionary. He glanced coldly at Han Yunxi and exposed her in one sentence. "Stay away from Gu Qishao. If your lordship sees you hanging out with him again, your lordship will break his legs." These words should be used as a warning to Gu. Broken legs and whatnot had nothing to do with her. Han Yunxi accepted the two treasures and was about to leave when Long Fei Yi called her back. "Han Yunxi, what is it?" She looked back. Long Fei Yi hesitated for a long time before he said, "If you're free in the afternoon, move back to the hibiscus courtyard." Although his tone was mild, it was still commanding and filled with a domineering air. Grand concubine, he worshipped Buddha wholeheartedly. After Han Yunxi took control of the Duke of Qin's estate, she moved out of the leisurely cloud pavilion in the hibiscus courtyard. She'd even quarreled with him for the sake of moving out and moved in and out multiple times. "Why do you want to move back?" Han Yunxi asked carefully and slowly. She'd asked the same question before. But Long Fei Yi only pretended not to hear and left without looking back, leaving behind a cold, proud, and lonely back. Han Yunxi stared and stared before she began to giggle foolishly. "Fine, she'll move." They moved as soon as they said they would, but a problem soon arose. Zhao Mama personally led a group of servants to move all of Han Yunxi's belongings to the hibiscus courtyard. Then she asked Han Yunxi a question. "Esteemed Wangfei, do you want to move to His Highness's rooms, or back to the leisurely cloud pavilion?" Zhao Mama had long asked the servants in the guest hall about His Highness Duke of Qin's exact words. "If you're free in the afternoon, "Move back to the hibiscus courtyard." He only said move back to the hibiscus courtyard, but didn't say which rooms. Zhao Mama didn't ask, so Han Yunxi didn't think much of it. She'd already tidied up the leisurely cloud pavilion herself. She liked that building. Han Yunxi admitted that she'd hesitated before the question, but she quickly dismissed all distracting thoughts and said, "I'll move back to where I used to live." Esteemed Wang Fei, that might not be what His Highness meant. Zhao Mama said thoughtfully. Esteemed Wang Fei had been imprisoned because of the Crown Prince's matter, and then she'd gone to Medical City. Although she hadn't been in the capital these past few months, all kinds of news had been sent back to the capital. His Highness Duke of Qin had appeared in Medical City to help esteemed Wang Fei out of trouble. He'd also offered a bounty to find esteemed Wang Fei, and then he'd won the beauty back in Medicine City. It was obvious that the two of them had made up after a small conflict. Since they'd made up, of course they'd have to live together. That's exactly what he meant. "Why aren't you moving?" Han Yunxi was anxious, and her pale face was actually a little pink. Zhao Mama's shrewd eyes could see it clearly. She deliberately said, "Esteemed Wang Fei, it's not easy for everyone to move these things. Why don't you go and ask clearly? That way we won't have to move them again." "Zhao Mama, if you say any more nonsense, you'll return to His Highness's side and serve him. I won't keep you here." How could Han Yunxi not tell that Zhao Mama was teasing her? Her face darkened, but her small face couldn't hide the red glow. "Esteemed Wang Fei, calm your anger, calm your anger. This old servant understands." "Understood." Granny Zhao smiled meaningfully, causing the servants on the side to all laugh. Han Yunxi was so embarrassed that she wanted nothing more than to find a hole to crawl into. However, she still shouted in a domineering manner, "What are you all standing around for? Get to work." That night, Han Yunxi once again moved into leisurely cloud pavilion. She stood at the window, looking at Long Fei Ye's sleeping quarters, just like before. Looking at the entire Duke of Qin's estate, she suddenly felt as if a lifetime had passed. It was only standing here that she felt as if she'd finally returned to the capital. Just as she was lost in thought, the lights in Long Fei Ye's sleeping quarters suddenly lit up. He'd returned. They'd returned to the capital in a very low-key manner and hadn't alerted anyone. She didn't know what this guy was busy with. Just like before, he was always away from the estate. Han Yunxi stood there for a while, waiting for the lights to go out before heading to the study. Although she was a little tired, she still stayed up late every night to study the perplexing butterfly illusion. The poisonous plants she'd brought back from the secret underground palace of the poison storehouse were created by the poison sex people using a mix of several highly corrosive poisonous plants. When she saw that they looked like unbloomed orchids, she called them poison orchids. As she sat at the medicine table, Lil Thing stayed by her side, occasionally crawling over to sniff at the perplexing butterfly illusion. "Do you recognize it? Have you smelled it before?" Han Yunxi asked gently. Lil Thing loved its master's gentle voice the most. It immediately hugged its master's finger and rubbed against it like a spoiled child. Han Yunxi looked helplessly at the sky, thinking that she shouldn't place her hopes on Lil Thing. Whoever obtains the perplexing butterfly illusion obtains the world. Long Fei Yi had the perplexing butterfly illusion, but he couldn't break it. To be more accurate, it should be, whoever can break the perplexing butterfly illusion obtains the world. Han Yunxi mused that the secret of the perplexing butterfly illusion must be a secret that can control the poison sect. Han Yunxi lowered her head as she carefully analyzed and concocted the medicine. She didn't notice Aunt Rue standing by the window. She toyed with a dagger in her hand, hesitating for a long time, but didn't make a move. After all, this was the Duke of Qin's estate. Han Yunxi couldn't die here. Chapter 301. The night was dark. Long Fei Yi extinguished all the lights in his sleeping quarters. He sat alone in front of the window of his study, looking out at the leisurely cloud pavilion. Han Yunshi could see the entire exterior of his sleeping quarters from the window-sill, but she didn't know that he could also see the leisurely cloud pavilion from the window of his study. The lights in the leisurely cloud pavilion were bright, and Han Yunshi's slender figure was reflected in the glass window. If it was any other time, Long Fei Yi would be in the hidden pavilion 7 to 8 days out of 10. But this time, he would come back every night. Even if he was busy until dawn, he would still come back. He rested his arms behind his head, his long legs stretched out on the window-sill. The moonlight outlined his perfect figure, making him look mysterious and lonely in the dark night. He looked at Han Yunshi's figure and gradually fell into deep thought. About the poison sect, about the Western Qin imperial family, about the 7 noble families, about Han Yunshi's parents, about his imperial mother. The tranquil moonlight shone on his cold, handsome face. No one knew how much he was thinking under that expressionless face. Suddenly, he said cold, "Aunt Ru, come out." Aunt Ru walked out of the darkness in front of the window. Her long hair was coiled up, and white gauze was wrapped around her neck and shoulders. Her injuries looked serious. She walked to the window and wanted to sit, but Long Fei Ye's feet didn't move, so she could only stand. That day, she had received the news from the City of Daughters earlier than Tang Li. She had rushed to the City of Daughters as soon as possible, but she hadn't even seen Han Yunshi's shadow before encountering a large group of terrifying professional assassins. The injuries on her neck and shoulders were from that day. Fortunately, she had reacted quickly and escaped, or she really would have lost her life there. She really didn't know who it was that hired a group of 100 assassins to ambush Long Fei Yi. They were determined to kill him. "What, did you lower yourself to beg that girl to come back?" Aunt Ru laughed mockingly. Long Fei Yi didn't answer. He tossed a bottle of golden sore medicine over. "The medicine is quite effective. Try it." "Hee, you still know how to care for your aunt." Aunt Ru's tone was sour. "If you were the one who went to the City of Daughters that day, the consequences would be unimaginable. The City of Daughters was a trap that lured people in step by step. If it was the Long Fei Yi who went there, with his crazed state, it would be hard for him to notice that it was a trap. He would really walk step by step to the end." Long Fei Yi remained silent, but Aunt Ru was already used to it. She patiently asked, Tell Aunt Ru the truth. Do you really like that girl?" Aunt Ru has thought things through these days. If you really like her, Aunt Ru won't object." As Aunt Ru spoke, she glanced at Long Fei Yi. Seeing that he was listening, she continued, "How about this? I'll take her back to the Tang sect, and we can focus on studying the perplexing butterfly illusion." "Return to the Tang sect?" Long Fei Yi asked. Was there a chance? Aunt Ru rejoiced and walked in from a side door to stand by Long Fei Ye's side. "Yes, return to the Tang sect. Your mother left behind so many secret manuals on poisons from the poison sect. Perhaps she can figure out what she couldn't understand. Moreover, Tianning's capital city is a dangerous place. Emperor Tianhui has been waiting for your return this entire time." Long Fei Yi stared fixedly at the leisurely cloud pavilion without sparing Aunt Ru a glance. A cold smile rose to his lips, as cold as an autumn night. You? Aunt Ru grew alarmed as she followed his gaze. Then she sucked in a cold breath. From this angle, she could see the window of Han Yunshi's study, where she'd been standing for a long time. As it turned out, Long Fei Yi had been watching her the entire time. "Aunt Ru, she's under my name. Don't touch her without my permission." "You didn't take my permission without my permission," Long Fei Yi said before slowly turning to look at her, his voice even colder. "You should know the consequences." This was a warning. Seeing Long Fei Yi's piercing cold eyes, Aunt Ru's heart pounded. For the first time in her life, she felt fear before this nephew of hers. "He's warning me? He's actually warning me." Aunt Ru was this close to asking him about the Shadow Clan, but she held back in the end. She'd eavesdropped on the Shadow Clan, so her best course of action was to pretend she didn't know anything and find a chance to kill Han Yunshi. That was the only way to kill Han Yunshi without coming into conflict with Yi and making him hate her. I understand if you insist, then do as you wish. I only hope that your Mufei's spirit can rest in peace in heaven. Aunt Ru feigned indifference as she stood there for a while before silently leaving. In the dead of night, the lights in the leisurely cloud pavilion were extinguished. Long Fei-Yi relit the lights in his study and flipped open the yellowed, tattered annals of the 7 clans. This was the only surviving record of the 7 noble families. Long Fei-Yi only had the first half of the book in his hand. The whereabouts of the second half were unknown. The annals of the 7 clans recorded the origins of the 7 noble families, the distribution of their clans, and their development. After the fall of the Great Qin Empire, the 7 noble families had suffered heavy losses as well. Their descendants were scattered across Cloud Realm continent, some of them concealing their identities and living in seclusion, while others changed their names and hid in the secular world. It wasn't easy to find them, much less guard against them. The first chapter of the Annals of the 7 Clans recorded the Shadow Clan. The first line read, Shadow Clan, head of the 7 clans, loyal to Western Qin and protecting it with their lives. The last line read, Western Qin was destroyed and the Shadow Clan perished. What a tragedy! The Annals of the 7 Clans was a secret history written in secret by the Great Qin Empire's Grand Scribe. Later on, when the Great Qin Empire fell, it leaked out from the Imperial Palace, making it even more trustworthy than the official history. Most records about the Shadow Clan wouldn't be wrong. Could it be that something happened in Western Qin's Imperial Palace that even the Grand Scribe didn't know about? Long Fei-Yi pondered for a long time before flipping to the next page. He sat in his study for an entire night. Very soon, news of Long Fei-Yi and Han Yunshi's return to the capital spread like wildfire. The quiet Duke of Qin's estate was suddenly bustling with activity. 7th Madam and Little Ear were the first to arrive. Han Yunshi was too busy, otherwise she'd have gone to see them long ago. She discovered that Little Ear had grown taller in just a few months. 7th Madam didn't even get a chance to speak with Han Yunshi, so Little Ear pulled Han Yunshi aside to ask her about various medical and pharmaceutical matters. He even brought out a few poisons he'd made himself for Han Yunshi to guess. This is bone-softening powder, this is black wasp venom, and this is a laxative. Its effects aren't even as good as Croton. Han Yunshi knew at a single sniff. Little Ear's originally expectant expression quickly dimmed. He'd been dealt a heavy blow. Han Yunshi stroked his little head and smiled. Come back when you're stronger. It wasn't that Han Yunshi wanted to discourage Little Ear, but that she hoped he'd be more diligent so that when he grew up, he'd be able to hold up the Han family's sky. Big sister, when will I be strong enough to protect you? Little Ear asked earnestly. When his big sister had asked him how he could repay her, he'd said that he'd protect her when he grew up. Han Yunshi was about to answer when Zhao Mama laughed. Silly child, your big sister has His Highness Duke of Qin's protection. What are you worrying about? Unexpectedly, Little Ear said in all seriousness, she should have someone at her maiden home. If His Highness Duke of Qin bullies her, I'll protect her. Han Yunshi laughed at his words. You little brat, you're thinking too far ahead. Little Ear still wanted to say more, but 7th Madam secretly grabbed his hand and pinched it. Little Ear had no choice but to shut his mouth. What he wanted to say was that His Highness Duke of Qin had sealed off the Han family and forbade anyone from entering or leaving. Little Ear secretly told himself that he had to work hard to grow up and become strong. He had to become his big sister's strong backing, not her weak spot. 7th Madam and the others didn't leave until evening. Han Yunshi was just about to rest when Gu Beiwei and Mu Qingwu arrived. Han Yunshi originally thought that Gu Beiwei had returned with Long Tianma and the others. After chatting for a while, she learned that Gu Beiwei had stayed in Medical City for a few more days before returning on his own. As soon as he entered, he handed over several vials of medicine. Esteemed Wang Fei, these vials are warm and nourishing medicine. Drink them every other day. They're good for your health. Thanks. Han Yunxi didn't stand on ceremony. She liked Gu Beiyue's medicine, and the soup he brewed was indeed very nourishing. She still remembered how she drank a few vials in the imperial prison. Gu Beiyue smiled faintly in a very gentle manner. Esteemed Wang Fei, did His Majesty summon you? Mu Qingwu asked seriously. He wanted to help Han Yunxi this time, but he had no power. Leaving aside the fact that he couldn't help with medical matters, he couldn't even protect himself. Emperor Tianhui wanted him to gather 300,000 taels of military pay and provisions and 200,000 dan of grain within half a year. Otherwise, he'd be demoted and investigated. What did he summon me for? To apologize and admit his wrongs? Han Yunxi smiled as she turned to ask Gu Beiyue. Imperial Physician Gu, did His Majesty admit his wrongs to you yet? The truth of Long Tianma's illness had been revealed, and he'd returned healthy. If Emperor Tianhui had any tolerance left, he'd publicly clarify the matter and officially declare her and Gu Beiyue innocent. Gu Beiyue smiled and shook his head. This official is satisfied that he didn't remove me from my post. Esteemed Wang Fei, a lot of things happened at court after you left. There were many changes in the civil and military officials above the third rank. There's even a rumor that His Majesty is going to punish His Highness Duke of Qin, Mu Qingwu said in a low voice. Actually, Han Yunxi was well aware of the situation. Because of Mama Su, Emperor Tianhui and the Empress Dowager had begun to suspect Long Feiye's origins. The movements in the court were already quite big, but very few people could tell what Emperor Tianhui's intentions were then. Now it was more obvious. Most likely, Long Feiyi would be busy for the time being. Young General, have you settled your pay and provisions yet? Han Yunxi asked seriously. Mu Qingwu felt helpless. He couldn't help Han Yunxi at all. Instead, he'd made Han Yunxi worry about him. He smiled and said, There's some progress, but it'll take a few more days for news. All right, he didn't have any progress at all. Han Yunxi didn't ask, but smiled. Young General, what if one day His Majesty and His Highness Duke of Qin? Before she could finish, Mu Qingwu grew anxious and shot to his feet. Esteemed Wang Fei, you can't speak carelessly. There's no what if. Han Yunxi shrugged her shoulders, indicating that she'd stop talking. She was wondering which side the general's estate was on. Everyone said the young general was on the second imperial prince's side, but was that really the case? While they were talking, someone from the palace arrived. Emperor Tianhui had summoned the Duke of Qin and Qin Wangfei into the palace while a sedan chair was waiting outside. Han Yunxi looked at Mu Qingwu and Gu Beiyue with a smile. See, you can't worry about such things. Mu Qingwu slapped his mouth. It's all this official's crow's beak. But Gu Beiyue asked seriously, Esteemed Wang Fei, has His Highness returned? Chapter 302. Long Fei's attitude when he visited the prisons at the justice courts and his behavior in Medical City had completely fooled Emperor Tianhui. Add that to the fact that Long Tianma's case had failed, and there was no way Emperor Tianhui could sit still. As soon as he heard news of Long Feiyi and Han Yunxi's return, he summoned them for an audience immediately. Eunuch Shui came personally to invite them in. Even a sedan chair was waiting at the gate. Gu Beiyue's question reminded Han Yunxi that it wasn't a good idea for her to enter the palace alone without Long Feiyi. Zhao Mama, go ask His Highness when he'll be back, Han Yunxi instructed. Without a choice, Zhao Mama shook her head. Chu Shifeng's not here either. I don't think anyone else in the estate knows. Send someone to the solitary enclosure and hidden pavilion to search. These were Long Feiye's 2 secret courtyards in Tianning's capital city. If he was in the capital, he'd spend most of his time there. Zhao Mama was from the palace and knew the severity of the situation. She quickly sent someone to search, but the retainers soon returned to report that His Highness wasn't at the hidden pavilion or the solitary enclosure. He'd left the city in the afternoon. After the time it took to brew a cup of tea, Eunuch Shui couldn't wait any longer. He kept urging, "Esteemed Wang Fei, we can't keep waiting like this. If His Highness isn't here, you should go to the palace first. His Majesty's waiting." Han Yunshi personally offered him some good tea and secretly stuffed a pouch of silver into Eunuch Shui's hands. "Eunuch Shui, His Highness will be here soon." Eunuch Shui glanced at the pouch with disdain. It wasn't enough. Han Yunshi added another pouch. "Eunuch Shui, you've worked hard as well. Have some tea and rest." Eunuch Shui finally took a liking to it. He didn't avoid Gu Beiwei and Mu Qingwu's presence, and accepted the money as a matter of course. Han Yunshi thought it was settled, but Eunuch Shui stood up as soon as he put away the money. Calm and composed, he said, "If esteemed Wang Fei doesn't enter the palace soon, this old servant will return. When His Majesty decides to punish me, the crime of defying an edict isn't a small one." Fuck! Han Yunshi sucked in a breath of cold air. It was fine that this old eunuch didn't accept the money, but he still dared to say such words after receiving the money. Was he deliberately playing with her? Han Yunshi narrowed her eyes and stared at Eunuch Shui coldly. Eunuch Shui had obviously come prepared as he boldly met Han Yunshi's gaze. Gu Beiwei and Mu Qingwu could both tell that Eunuch Shui was trying to stir up trouble while the king of Qin was away. "Esteemed Wang Fei, please calm your anger." Granny Zhao also noticed this and secretly tugged at the corner of Han Yunshi's clothes, persuading her, "You have to look at the master before you hit the dog. Bear with it." If esteemed Wang Fei made a move, heaven knows what kind of charges Eunuch Shui would accuse her of. Eunuch Shui was here on behalf of Emperor Tianhui to invite her. "If the money is fed to the dog, it can bark a few times," Han Yunshi whispered. Of course, she could see that this was a trap. "Eunuch Shui, then let's go first," she endured. "Esteemed Wang Fei, this one was just about to enter the palace to see His Majesty. Let's go together." Mu Qingwu quickly stepped forward. "Young General, it's already so late. Without His Majesty's decree, you won't be able to enter the palace. This old servant advises you not to wade into these muddy waters." Mu Qingwu was about to retort when Han Yunshi gave him a look that stopped him from saying anything more. In this period of apprehension, it wasn't easy to wade into the muddy waters between Emperor Tianhui and His Highness Duke of Qin. Currently, Emperor Tianhui wasn't easy to provoke, but His Highness Duke of Qin was as steady as Mount Tai. Both inside and outside of the imperial clan, court officials, and aristocratic families were all watching from the sidelines. Mu Qingwu couldn't even protect himself, but he still dared to step forward. He could be considered a real man now. But it would be useless even if he went. The person in the palace was none other than Tianning's highest ruler. If he couldn't even protect himself, he'd only end up worse off if he went. "Imperial Physician Gu, young general, I won't entertain you today. We'll continue another day." Han Yunshi's face was magnanimous and elegant. Mu Qingwu didn't speak, but he followed Han Yunshi and Eunuch Shui the entire way. Gu Beiwei didn't express his stance, but he followed closely behind Han Yunshi as well. But by the time they reached the gates, they saw Long Feiyi standing by the carriage with his hands clasped behind his back. His posture was tall and handsome, his aura steady and vigorous. In an instant, everyone stopped in their tracks. Han Yunshi's lips quirked up as she knew she was safe. She had no idea that the Duke of Qin's estate had sent people to guard her after Aunt Ru left that night. If anything happened, Long Feiyi would know. Eunuch Shui was caught off guard and stood rooted to the spot. After all, the Emperor had already made inquiries before coming here. His Highness Duke of Qin wasn't in the city at all. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Long Feiyi extended a hand towards Han Yunshi. "Still not coming over?" He seemed to ask her this question often. "Han Yunshi, still not coming over?" Han Yunshi, still not leaving? Even though his tone was cold and impatient, Han Yunshi especially liked the sound of it. She eagerly walked over, overjoyed to no end. Of course, she didn't forget to add some laxatives when she passed by Eunuch Shui. Eunuch Shui kept his head bowed, too afraid to even fart. Leaving aside the fact that Emperor Tianhui was taking advantage of His Highness Duke of Qin's absence to make things difficult for Han Yunshi, even if Emperor Tianhui had told him to do so, he couldn't do it. Long Fei Yi led Han Yunshi to the carriage, and was about to climb in himself when he turned back. Eunuch Shui, when did Imperial Brother give you such special privileges that you don't have to pay your respects to your lordship? Indeed, Eunuch Shui had forgotten. He quickly fell to one knee. This old servant greets your Highness Duke of Qin. May your Highness be blessed. But Long Fei didn't even spare him a glance. Without a word, he climbed into the carriage and left. Mu Qingwu and Gu Beiwei stared fixedly at the carriage. They were both helpless and unwilling, but also relieved that Long Fei Yi had taken Han Yunshi away. It wasn't until the carriage had vanished into the night that they withdrew their gazes. The two of them exchanged glances and smiled at each other, feeling like they understood each other. As for Eunuch Shui, Long Fei Yi hadn't allowed him to rise. Heaven knows how long he'd be kneeling in front of the Duke of Qin's gates. When beating a dog, one had to look at its master first. Long Fei Yi wasn't just helping Han Yunshi vent her anger, but beating a dog for the world to see. When Long Fei Yi and Han Yunshi arrived at the palace, they were told that Emperor Tianhui was holding a banquet with the Empress Dowager. When the two of them arrived at the Palace of Heaven and Earth, they discovered that Crown Prince Long Tianma and Qin Wangrong were both present as well. What was this rhythm? What was going on? Is your Mufei well? The Empress Dowager was still polite to Long Fei Yi. Long Fei Yi nodded but didn't answer. I heard that she often goes to Marquis Pingbei's estate to see Murong Wanru? The Empress Dowager asked next. I'm not clear. Long Fei Yi could always make the Empress Dowager feel awkward with a few words. She couldn't ask any more questions, so she took Han Yunshi's hand and patted it lightly. Yunshi, you saved the Crown Prince's life again this time. Today, not only will the Emperor reward you, but I'll reward you well too. So she was telling her to go to the palace to receive her reward? Han Yunshi felt like she was overthinking things. She put on a false smile and said, Chenxia will be satisfied if I don't have to bear the blame and go to jail. I really don't dare accept the reward. With Long Fei Yi sitting by her side, she didn't hold back with her words. Emperor, look, this girl's blaming you. You almost wronged a good person and harmed Tianma's life. The Empress Dowager pretended to reprimand. It doesn't matter if Chenxia is wronged. The Crown Prince's life is more important. As long as the Crown Prince is well and sound, what's a bit of grievance for Chenxia? Han Yunshi spoke so generously, but everyone present was smart enough to understand her meaning. Emperor Tianhui was using the Crown Prince's life as a bargaining chip to wrongly accuse her, and now she was sowing discord. Hatred flitted past Emperor Tianhui's eyes. If there was a medicine for regret in this world, then the one thing he regretted the most was being soft-hearted and trusting Long Fei so easily that he didn't torture Han Yunshi to death in the prisons. The Crown Prince was already a chess piece that he'd discarded, but Han Yunshi had not only saved him, but also sowed discord. She was purposely making trouble for him. Still, Emperor Tianhui had underestimated the situation. This was no longer trouble, but hatred. Long Tianma looked calm, but his hands had long clenched into fists beneath the table. He hated this father of his bitterly. If not for this incident, he would still be working hard to share his father's burdens and become a qualified heir to the throne. But now he understood that the best way to keep his position as Crown Prince was to ascend the throne as soon as possible. He couldn't just sit and wait for death and be toyed with in his father's hands. The struggle for the throne wasn't just a battle between brothers, but father and son as well. Crown Prince, what do you think? Emperor Tianhui asked. Long Tianma was smart enough to avoid the question. He stood up and raised his cup. I've made Imperial Father worry these past few years. Again will punish myself with 3 cups of wine. Only then did Emperor Tianhui nod his head in satisfaction. Sit down. You should know why Jin cultivated you for so many years. Originally, she'd wanted to make trouble for Han Yunshi, but Han Yunshi had instigated discord instead. The last thing the Empress Dowager wanted to see was the Emperor and Crown Prince turn against each other. The Emperor was her son, while the other was her grandson who would directly affect the rise and fall of her maternal family. What she wanted most was for the Crown Prince to smoothly ascend the throne. Someone come, bring out the item I've prepared. The Empress Dowager changed the topic just in time. A servant girl presented a dark green jade bracelet with a lustrous emerald luster. Even an ignorant person would know that it was top-grade jade. This was left to me by the Empress Dowager. It's been with me for many years. Yunshi, today I'll give it to you, the Empress Dowager said as she personally put it on for Han Yunshi. Han Yunshi subconsciously withdrew her hand, overwhelmed by the favor. Was this really the rhythm of bestowing a gift? That couldn't be, right? In the end, the Empress Dowager pulled her hand back. You girl, are you disdaining it? No, it's too precious. Chinchia really. The Empress Dowager wouldn't allow Han Yunshi to refuse, but insisted on placing the bracelet on her wrist. Han Yunshi glanced at Long Feiyi. Seeing that he didn't speak, she silently accepted the bracelet. At this moment, Emperor Tianhui's reward arrived as well. It was none other than an imperial edict. Seeing this, Han Yunshi immediately looked towards Long Feiyi, who was already knitting his brows. An imperial edict was something that couldn't be disobeyed even with sufficient reasons. Back then, Long Feiyi had disobeyed the edict and refused to marry Duanmu Yao. He'd paid a hefty price for doing so. This imperial edict made Han Yunshi the right courtyard head of the Imperial Physician Courtyard, while the former head of the Imperial Physician Courtyard, Gu Beiyue, the left courtyard head. Both would enjoy the salary of a third-rank official. After the eunuch finished reading, Han Yunshi gave a start. She was too surprised. It was already difficult to be a daughter-in-law of the imperial family, much less an official of the imperial family. Emperor Tianhui's move was truly ruthless. But there was something even more ruthless to come to the reader. Reporting, Momo needs to save up drafts so she can fix bugs. So starting today, she'll update twice on September 1st. Starting tomorrow, she'll update at noon. Chapter 303. As expected, Han Yunshi had come to receive her reward tonight. But this favor was too heavy for her to bear. This was a world of imperial power, where imperial edicts held the highest authority. Anyone who defied them would be killed without mercy, no matter who they were. In the entire world, Long Fei was probably the only person who defied an imperial decree and ended up under house arrest. He didn't care about anything in Tianning, but the connections, wealth, military strength, and charisma he wielded were all things that Emperor Tianhui feared. Right now, the imperial court was in a state of panic, but it was all Emperor Tianhui's one-sided actions. Long Feiyi didn't seem to care much about the matter. The only time he'd responded to Emperor Tianhui was when he went to the justice courts to visit the prisoners. Nobody knew what His Highness Duke of Qin was planning, but as soon as he made a move, the neutral parties would definitely lean to his side. Rather than watching, it was more accurate to say that they were waiting for Long Feiyi to declare his stance and pledge their loyalty to him. A true expert didn't depend on how much he did, but how much he didn't have to do. Han Yunshi understood all this, but she didn't dare to hope that Long Feiyi would defy the imperial edict again. Especially when she saw Long Feiyi's furrowed brows, she knew that they could only admit defeat this time. Han Yunshi had no idea that Long Feiyi hadn't needed her to save him that time. She thought back to the time Long Feiyi had been placed under house arrest, but it was a coincidence that he'd run into the plague. That was why she'd had the chance to threaten Emperor Tianhui into releasing him. Otherwise, heaven knows how long Fei Yi would remain under house arrest. After the imperial edict was read, Han Yunshi could only accept it and express her thanks. But she'd hardly risen when Emperor Tianhui spoke up again. Yunshi, the Empress's been recuperating in the western mountains for a while now. The imperial physician courtyard's doctors are all helpless. You should go take a look. 1 second he'd been appointed an official, the next he'd been sent on a mission to the Empress. The Empress was not sick, she was crazy. Before she was sent to the western mountains, Gu Beiwei had examined her, but he couldn't do anything about it. After she was sent to the western mountains, the Empress Dowager and the imperial uncle's estate had invited the divine doctors of the medical academy to examine her, but they couldn't do anything about it either. That was a mental illness that no medicine could cure. Perhaps he would be fine the next day, or perhaps he would remain crazy for the rest of his life. She said that she was going to take a look, but once Han Yunshi really went, it was very likely that she would have to guard the Empress in the West Mountain until her mental state recovered. Emperor Tianhui wasn't just trying to get her away from Long Feiye's side, but to avenge the Empress and Princess Chongping as well. This move was ruthless and despicable. Han Yunshi didn't answer for a long time. Long Feiye's face was cold, and it was obvious that he was angry, but he didn't say anything. The Empress Dowager took Han Yunshi's hand again and said sincerely, "Yunshi, your mother saved my life while you saved the Crown Prince. I'll only be able to set my heart at ease if I hand the Empress over to you." Han Yunshi chuckled in her heart. These words were clearly telling her that things had already been decided and that she had no room to refuse. "Empress Dowager, your Majesty, Chenxia knows how to treat poisons, but not illnesses. I'm afraid that I'm unable to help," Han Yunshi said tactfully. "None of those who know how to treat illnesses can treat them. Perhaps someone like you who doesn't know how to treat illnesses can treat them. This matter has been decided. Imperial Physician Han, report to the Imperial Physician courtyard tomorrow and discuss things with Imperial Physician Gu over the next few days. You can set out after the Empress Dowager's birthday celebration." Imperial Physician Han, she'd even changed the way she addressed him. Without a doubt, this wasn't a discussion, but an order. Han Yunshi glanced at Long Feiyi again out of the corner of her eye, only to see his unhappiness written all over his face. Still, he didn't say a word. Han Yunshi thought that this was an imperial edict and an order. Long Feiyi couldn't help even if he wanted to. What else could he do but accept the order first? "This official obeys the imperial edict," Han Yunshi said reluctantly. On one side, Long Tianma clenched his fist. He was about to speak up for Han Yunshi when Qin Wangrong, who'd remained silent the entire time, held him back. "Tianma, a lack of forbearance in small matters will spoil great plans," Qin Wangrong said in a low voice. At a time like this, anyone who treated Han Yunshi well would be standing against Emperor Tianhui. Qin Wangrong didn't have any intentions of interfering with the struggle for the throne, but he still favored Long Tianma. Thus, he'd reminded Long Tianma to keep his distance from Han Yunshi on the way back from Medical City. It wouldn't be too late for him to repay her for saving his life after he ascended the throne. When it came to the struggles of the imperial family, it was all about forbearance. She'll definitely suffer hardships this time. Her life might even be in danger. Long Tianma wasn't impatient, but distressed. The West Mountain was a side palace of the imperial family. It was a place where no one would know even if someone died. "Even the Duke of Qin can sit still, but you can't?" Qin Wangrong reprimanded in a low voice. "In other words, what can you do when the Duke of Qin can't do anything?" Long Tianma wasn't satisfied, but he still unclenched his fists in resentment in the end. A single family banquet, bestowed with rewards and titles, showed both kindness and power. Emperor Tianhui was perfectly satisfied and ordered servants to bring fine wine. Unfortunately, Long Feiyi didn't give him any face. "Muhu, imperial brother, if there's nothing else, we'll take our leave first." Wasn't he like this every time? He came to talk business, then left if there was nothing else. He wouldn't stay a second longer or say a single extra word. The Empress Dowager said seriously, "You've just returned as well, so go back and rest early. Fei, you've been married for so long. It's about time you let your wife's stomach give birth. There's plenty of gossip in and out of the palace." She was about to go to the West Mountain, but he was still bringing that up? Han Yunshi felt unwell all over. It was rare for Long Feiyi to speak, but he took Han Yunshi's hand and walked away. His palms had always been warm, but now they were frighteningly cold. As they walked, Han Yunshi finally realized that Long Feiyi was completely gloomy. He wasn't silent, but sullen. Long Feiyi, the West Mountain, Han Yunshi was about to ask when Long Feiyi took her other hand and wordlessly took off her jade bracelet before tossing it into the well on the side. They hadn't even left the Palace of Heaven and Earth yet, so it wasn't good to throw something away, was it? Long Feiyi, don't you like the Imperial Physician Courtyard's medicine storehouse a lot? Starting tomorrow, you'll be able to go in with a proper reason, Long Feiyi said mildly. When did this guy know she liked the Imperial Physician Courtyard's medicine storehouse? Han Yunshi was suspicious, but this wasn't what she should be thinking about right now. What she should be thinking about right now was what he meant by that last sentence. Long Feiyi didn't say anything else and continued walking forward while holding her hand. Han Yunshi thought about it for a while, then her lips gradually curved into a smile. She thought that she probably didn't need to go to the West Mountain, because if His Highness Duke of Qin got angry, the consequences would be severe. His anger actually made her happy. She joked, "Your Highness, that bracelet is priceless." "I'll give you one that's priceless in the future," Long Feiyi replied. What was priceless? King Zhao of Qin wanted to use a city to exchange for the jade annulus of He Clan, so the jade annulus of He Clan was priceless. Later generations used this phrase to describe the value of an item. What was priceless? Could it be a treasure that was worth exchanging for an entire country? Would there come a day when this phrase was used by later generations and used as an allusion to His Highness Duke of Qin? Han Yunshi looked at Long Feiyi's cold profile and inexplicably wanted to laugh. In an instant, all of the grievances and unwillingness from the family banquet were swept away. She didn't know what Long Feiyi would do next, but she knew that Tianning's capital city would soon be in turmoil. By the time they reached the Duke of Qin's estate, it was already the middle of the night. Eunuch Shui was still kneeling by the gates. Before they even got close, they caught a whiff of a foul stench. Only then did Han Yunshi remember that she'd given Eunuch Shui a laxative before leaving. Eunuch Shui was kneeling on the ground, his butt covered in filth. It was indescribably disgusting. His body was curled up in a sorry state, his head bowed as he wiped away tears. Pitiful people always had a hateful side to them. As soon as he saw the carriage approach, Eunuch Shui ignored the filth beneath him and quickly straightened his body to kowtow. "Your Highness Duke of Qin, esteemed Wang Fei, this old servant was wrong. This old servant knows his wrongs. Your Highness Duke of Qin, esteemed Wang Fei, I beg you to spare this old servant this once. This old servant won't dare do it again. Esteemed Wang Fei, I beg you to give me a way out." Long Feiyi got off the carriage first, then helped Han Yunshi down. He turned a blind eye to Eunuch Shui's kowtows and pleas. Han Yunshi only felt disgusted at one glance. She was about to avoid him when Eunuch Shui suddenly pulled out a pile of silver from his filthy hands and extended it towards Han Yunshi. "Esteemed Wang Fei, this is all to show filial piety to you. Please be magnanimous and spare this old servant. This old servant won't dare do it again, won't dare." What was eaten had to be spat out in the end. Of course, Han Yunshi didn't want it. Even the sight of it disgusted her. She was about to dodge when Long Feiyi shielded her and kicked Eunuch Shui's hands aside. "Someone come, watch over this lordship. You're not allowed to get up until you've knelt for 3 days and 3 nights. This, after all, eunuch Shui had been kneeling here all this time in the middle of the night. Not many people had seen him, much less 3 days and 3 nights. Even after daybreak, the news would spread like wildfire if more people saw him. Long Fei Yi wanted the entire capital city to know about this. Eunuch Shui was Emperor Tianhui's most popular eunuch. All of the civil and military officials in court had to curry favor with him. Even the 3,000 concubines in the imperial harem had to flatter him. Long Fei Yi wasn't beating a dog without looking at its master, but beating the dog for the sake of its master and the world to see. When she saw the man's cold, stern profile again, Han Yunxi's heart grew fearful. He was really angry. Eunuch Shui's sobs abruptly stopped as he fell to the ground. After serving in the palace for most of his life, he was more sensitive to changes in the political situation than anyone else. He knew he was completely done for. Long Fei Yi held Han Yunxi's hand all the way back to the hibiscus courtyard. He didn't say much, so she didn't ask either. She'd unconsciously gotten used to his taciturn personality. Before they knew it, they'd reached the fork in the corridor again. The left side led to the sleeping quarters, while the right led to the leisurely cloud pavilion. So many times in the past, he'd walked in front while she followed behind. They'd walk together in silence, but tonight was different. They were walking side by side while he held her hand. This time, Long Fei Yi didn't stop walking. Instead, he walked to the right side and personally escorted Han Yunxi to the leisurely cloud pavilion. This was the first time a man had walked her quietly through the silent night to her door. Although they were husband and wife, Han Yunxi felt like she was in love. Rest. Tomorrow, when you go to the imperial physician courtyard, be careful, he said mildly. Han Yunxi nodded seriously. The two of them stared at each other. The silence between them grew even more intense as an ambiguous air stirred in the air. Chapter 304. The night was quiet and the people were quiet. His eyes were dark and deep like the night sky, containing all the hustle and bustle of the world. Her eyes were clear and bright, as pure as a lake in the highlands, untainted by a single speck of dust, eternal and unchanging. Their eyes met and the world was silent. Unknowingly, he slowly moved closer and his breath fell onto her little face. She did not move, but her heart was beating fast. His eyes moved down and fell onto her tender red lips. He slightly lowered his head and slowly moved closer to her lips. He had never kissed her so quietly and gently before. His movements were very slow. This was the first time she did not move back or feel any fear. She even felt a little bit of anticipation. She did not move as her eyes looked down at him approaching. This was the first time she had seen him approach her. Her eyelashes trembled a few times before she closed her eyes. But who would have thought that at this time, Mama Zhao's voice would come from inside the room. "Princess Consort, you're back?" Suddenly, Long Fei Yi froze and Han Yunxi immediately opened her eyes to look inside the room. She saw Mama Zhao walk out. The two of them were still in the same position as they were about to kiss. When Mama Zhao saw this, she was first stunned. Then she gave a loud cry and turned to run away. If she had quietly left, then it would have been fine. But with her loud cry, Long Fei Yi's reason had already been pulled back. His warm eyes suddenly became calm and he immediately raised his head. Han Yunxi did not move and remained silent. The two of them were silent for a while before Long Fei Yi finally spoke. "Rest. I still have to go out. There's something I need to." Who would have thought that before he could finish speaking, Han Yunxi would suddenly stand on her tiptoes and gently peck him on the cheek. She was very nervous, but she still pretended to be calm. You can go." She did not wait for him to reply as she turned and ran into the room. Her figure quickly disappeared from his sight. Long Fei Yi did not expect this at all. He was stunned for a while before he recovered. Rubbing the side of his face, he couldn't help smiling as he gave a soft laugh. "Woman," he muttered to himself. He felt that it was inconceivable that there would be a day when he would allow a woman to kiss him. Never mind, Didn't he already allow this woman to hurt him at close range? Han Yunxi stood in the attic and watched Long Feiye's figure disappear at the end of the backyard before she withdrew her gaze. Her face was still hot. Thinking about how bold she was just now, she was scared, but she couldn't help but laugh. He laughed at himself and also laughed at Long Feiye. Love is a risk. If you like someone, then be brave and love them well. Long Feiye, I really like you. Long Feiye walked all the way to the back door with a pensive look on his face. His fingers kept stroking the side of his face and didn't let go. By the back door, Chu Shifeng had been waiting for a long time. When he saw Long Feiye's actions, he only found it strange. He wanted to ask but didn't dare. How is it? Long Feiye asked. Your Highness, I've investigated clearly. Gu Beiyue is on duty at the palace today. He won't return to the Gu estate for a single night, Chu Shifeng replied honestly. Long Feiye nodded and prepared to leave without further instructions. Chu Shifeng quickly asked, Master, Gu Beiyue, what's wrong? Long Feiye immediately gave him a cold look. Chu Shifeng knew he'd asked too many questions. Master, please forgive me. This subordinate doesn't know anything. Only then did Long Fei leave with large strides. Chu Shifeng really didn't understand. His master had only told him to check if Gu Beiyue would be at the estate tonight, but nothing else. Just what was he trying to do? What was there to investigate about a weak imperial physician Gu? Chu Shifeng couldn't think of a reason no matter how hard he racked his brains. He was too lazy to think any further and headed for the front door. He had to watch over Eunuch Shui. Eunuch Shui was still kneeling in front of the Duke of Qin's estate. No one was guarding him, so he didn't dare to escape. He couldn't rise unless His Highness Duke of Qin told him to. These were the rules. As someone who'd lived in the palace for a long time, he knew that such things could be serious or trivial. If the Duke of Qin didn't look into it, then it was a trivial matter. But if he got up, then it was a serious matter. Even if he disobeyed the Duke of Qin and offended his superiors, he could be sentenced to death. He could only wait obediently and hope that his master could save him. But Eunuch Shui was overthinking things. He had no idea how many assassins Chu Shifeng had sent after him tonight. What, he didn't succeed again? Emperor Tianhui didn't sleep at all, but kept an eye on Eunuch Shui's movements. Your Majesty, none of the men we sent came back. A bunch of good-for-nothings. Emperor Tianhui paced back and forth in his study. He would never allow Eunuch Shui to kneel in front of the Duke of Qin's estate until tomorrow morning. If there were more people tomorrow morning and the news got out, where would he put his face? Long Feiye's actions were clearly a slap to his face. A few hours ago, he dealt with Han Yunxi with both grace and power. Long Feiye hadn't said a word, but now he was making fun of Eunuch Shui and declaring war on him. No matter what, Eunuch Shui was his first battle, so he had to win. Someone come, hire assassins from the City of Daughters. Kill him and take away the corpse. Emperor Tianhui ordered. He didn't want to keep a useless thing like Eunuch Shui around. Your Majesty, it'll take at least 3 days to hire assassins from the City of Daughters. Eunuch Shui won't be of any use then, Eunuch Chen said timidly. He was Emperor Tianhui's second favorite by his side. Although he dearly wished that Eunuch Shui would never come back, he still had to remind Emperor Tianhui. 3 days later, Eunuch Shui could get up again, but Emperor Tianhui had lost all face by now. Send more men. If we can't handle this, bring your head to me. Emperor Tianhui was furious. Just like that, a happy night had turned into a sleepless night. The next day, Eunuch Shui was still kneeling in front of the Duke of Qin's gates, safe and sound. It didn't take 3 days, but groups of onlookers had come and gone in the morning. News quickly spread throughout Tianning's capital city and even to the neighboring cities. The capital city, which had been jittery at the slightest sound, was suddenly filled with turbulent undercurrents. Everyone was on tenterhooks. Everyone knew that His Highness Duke of Qin had made his stance clear. With only 3 days left until the Empress Dowager's birthday, many people were guessing that she'd have a hard time celebrating her birthday this year. Long Feiyi was really too busy. Han Yunshi guessed that she'd have to wait until the day of the Empress Dowager's birthday to see him again. Grand Concubine Yi was famous for her face, while the Empress Dowager was famous for her fondness for receiving gifts, especially on her birthday. Han Yunshi had long heard that the Empress Dowager didn't accept gifts ahead of time. She liked to accept them one by one at her birthday banquets and open them up on the spot. If she wasn't satisfied with anything, she'd embarrass the recipient on the spot. Heaven knows how long the court, civil, military, and noble families had been busy preparing her gifts. Gift-giving was a very particular matter, especially when it came to a person of high status in public. If it was too shabby, it'd be mocked and ridiculed, which wouldn't be enough to express sincerity. If it was too expensive, it'd attract jealousy and overshadow the person in power. Thus, the gifts had to be appropriate, both to suit the person's desires and surprise them. But for Han Yunshi, it wasn't the same. She'd have to make things difficult for the Empress Dowager without giving her a hard time. Han Yunshi was conflicted when Chu Shifeng came to pass on Long Feiyi's words. He said there was no need to prepare any gifts, and that she should just rest well. Is he planning to give away Mu Yingdong's medicine fan? That thing must be the Empress Dowager's favorite. Han Yunshi considered giving it to the Empress Dowager. Perhaps she could even negotiate terms with the Empress Dowager and have the Emperor rescind his orders to exempt her from the trip to the Western Mountains. Is His Highness ready? Han Yunshi asked. This subordinate didn't see His Highness prepare anything, so he probably didn't, Chu Shifeng replied honestly. Han Yunshi nodded thoughtfully. Perhaps Long Feiyi really was planning to use this chance to protect her with the medicine fan. The medicine fan was a good thing. Her heart ached for it. Han Yunshi was still busy without any gift. The Empress Dowager's birthday banquet wasn't a small occasion, but the biggest one she'd ever attend after marrying into the Duke of Qin's estate. She was going to represent the mistress of the Duke of Qin's estate and stand alongside Long Feiyi in front of all the civil and military officials and noble families. Her clothes were very important. Her clothes, hair accessories, jewelry, and makeup couldn't be done carelessly. She couldn't lose face for the Duke of Qin or herself either. Zhao Mama had long prepared multiple sets of custom-made clothes, but Han Yunshi wasn't satisfied with any of them. Tomorrow was the day of the banquet, so there wasn't enough time to order them herself. She might as well go out and buy them herself. In the capital city, there was no need to worry about not finding good things with money. Han Yunshi and Zhao Mama left the house early that morning. Needless to say, they did find quite a few things to their liking after browsing through a few stores. When it was close to noon, the two of them entered a restaurant to eat their fill before going back. Unexpectedly, Han Yunshi had hardly reached the stairs when a chair came crashing down on her head. "Mistress, watch out!" Zhao Mama reacted quickly and pulled Han Yunshi out of the way. The chair landed right next to Han Yunshi's feet and shattered into pieces. Han Yunshi was still in a state of panic. She'd never been this scared even when faced with a group of assassins, but this chair had come too suddenly. "Manager, what's going on? Are we still doing business or not?" Zhao Mama immediately shouted angrily. As soon as she finished speaking, the sounds of fighting came from upstairs. Soon enough, a group of people ran down the stairs like they were running for their lives. "They're fighting. It's too scary." "Then they're two tigresses. Tisk tsk, you can't judge a book by its cover. Hurry up and leave." Two women were fighting upstairs? How unlucky. "Zhao Mama, let's go to another restaurant." Han Yunshi was too lazy to pursue the matter. She was about to leave with Zhao Mama when they heard a familiar voice from upstairs. "This lady doesn't care who you are. If you don't apologize today, don't even think about leaving." Han Yunshi halted her steps. "Mu Ling. She recognized the sweet voice as soon as she heard it. It had to be Mu Ling. "This girl hasn't left yet? Who's she fighting with? Soon enough, another voice came down the stairs. Damned girl, listen up. This lady is Chu Chinga, from Western Zhou's Chu clan. Don't die without knowing who killed you. Chu Chinga. Han Yunxi licked her lips in amusement as she smiled. Enemies were destined to meet on a narrow path. For the readers, Little Poison Consort's Little Drama 2 is out. Add Momo's WeChat and reply with 2 to see it. WeChat ID, Gmomo 2015. Chapter 305. All of the customers on the second floor had fled. Tables and chairs were strewn all over the floor, leaving a mess everywhere. Mu Ling was dressed in violet robes, a flexible sword in her hand as she stood on a chair. Her long, shapely eyebrows were furrowed and her phoenix eyes were round. Anger was written all over her face. Chu Chinga sat on a table, dressed in pure white robes as she admired herself. Her almond-shaped eyes were filled with disdain. Apologize right now. Mu Ling said sternly again. Chu Chinga gave a cold snort and glanced at the little beggar curled up in a corner. Go ask her if she's worthy of this young lady's apology first. The little beggar in the corner was a 7- or 8-year-old girl with unkempt hair and a dirty face. Her clothes were torn and tattered, and a bright red handprint was left on the side of her face. It was a ghastly sight. She was crouched on the ground as she stared at Chu Chinga and Mu Ling. Her large eyes were filled with fear as she trembled from head to toe. Because she'd been begging Chu Chinga, she'd accidentally touched a corner of the girl's robes and been slapped hard on the face, sending her crashing into a corner. The older sister in violet robes had been next door to the white-robed woman. She immediately rose to her feet and kicked a chair at the white-robed woman, cursing, "You even hit a child? You vicious woman!" The white-robed woman kicked the chair downstairs and replied, "Meddling in other people's business." Thus, the two of them began to fight. Why can't you bear the responsibility? Who do you think you are? What the fuck is your Western Zhou's Chu clan? Even if you're a member of Western Zhou's imperial family, you still have to apologize before you can leave. Mu Ling was so angry that she even cursed. She hated it when people bullied children and the elderly. Damned girl, you better watch your mouth. Chu Chinga was furious as well. But Mu Ling simply raised her chin and cursed word by word. Your mother, slut. Chu Chinga had never cursed in her life, much less been cursed at. She was so angry that she felt unwell all over. She hadn't brought her bow today, or else she'd shoot an arrow through this damned girl's mouth. Shut up. What a vulgar girl. You have no manners at all. She slammed the table and stood up. She picked up a broken chair and kicked it towards Mu Ling. What is upbringing? Is it edible? Mu Ling nimbly dodged aside. Although she was filled with rage, she wasn't stupid. Of course she knew of Western Zhou's Chu clan and their unparalleled archery skills. But Chu Chinga hadn't brought her bow today, so she might not be her match. You! Chu Chinga didn't know how to reply. She kicked a bunch of chairs at Mu Ling, but Mu Ling avoided them all. What about me? I hate people like you the most. Talking to me about upbringing? She made it sound like she was very cultured. Do you have any manners? Mu Ling asked angrily. Would a well-educated woman slap a little beggar just because he touched her clothes? True upbringing wasn't just for show. This young lady's upbringing isn't your. Before Chu Chinga could finish, Mu Ling cut her off. Why don't you squat on the side and pee yourself in the mirror? You're pretending to be noble and virtuous, but your heart is filthy, and lowly. Even the prostitutes in the brothel are more likable than you. No matter how I look at you, all I can see is disgust. Chu Chinga could only gape at the curses. The filthy words made her feel like her ears were dirty. She was so angry that she wanted to go crazy. She slapped Mu Ling and cried, "Slut! This young lady wants you to live a life worse than death." Without a bow, she and this damned girl were evenly matched, but she could use poisons. If she didn't teach this little slut a lesson today, she wouldn't be called Chu Chinga. Tsk, even a well-educated young lady knows how to use the word slut. Do you know what slut looks like? Just like you. Mu Linger didn't even bother to sneer. She didn't dodge, but attacked with her flexible sword. I'm going to tear your mouth to shreds. Chu Chinga exploded with rage. She sent out multiple palms in a row, not aiming to hit Mu Linger, but to poison her. Palm after palm, the wind from each of her palms dispersed the poison powder into the air. Who would have thought that at this moment, a golden needle would suddenly fly over from the right, quickly passing between the two of them. For some unknown reason, the surroundings were immediately filled with a faint fragrance. Mu Linger and Chu Chinga stopped at the same time and turned to see a woman sitting on one side. Han Yunshi, the two of them exclaimed at the same time, surprised. That's right, it was Han Yunshi. She told Zhao Mama to go back first while she snuck up to watch. If Chu Chinga hadn't used poisons, she might not have made a move. You used poison? You cured the poison, Mu Linger and Chu Chinga said at the same time. Mu Linger was a pharmacist, so she wasn't familiar with poisons. She only knew that something was amiss when she smelled the scent, but Chu Chinga's poison skills were exquisite enough to know that Han Yunshi had put the antidote on her as soon as she smelled it. Hearing Chu Chinga's words, Mu Linger immediately understood what was going on. She quickly backed away and cursed, Chu Chinga, you're too despicable. Mu Linger, she used an aphrodisiac, you know. Han Yunshi didn't forget to add oil to the fire. What? Mu Linger exclaimed in disbelief. The dignified eldest young miss of Western Zhou's Chu clan actually carried an aphrodisiac on her person? Han Yunshi smiled ambiguously. Chu Chinga was both embarrassed and angry. Han Yunshi, shut up. Stop meddling in other people's business. Han Yunshi calmly stood up and asked coldly, who kicked the chair down the stairs just then? Seeing her like this, Chu Chinga hastened to reply, it didn't hurt you. As soon as she spoke, Han Yunshi knew what was going on. You scared me. This Wang Fei has never been able to take scares. Chu Chinga knew that she was at a disadvantage in Tianing without any weapons, but she wasn't afraid. Then what do you want to do? She asked. Han Yunshi glanced at Mu Linger before calmly sitting back down. You two continue first. I'll tell you when you're done. Then you wait well, Chu Chinga said meaningfully. At this moment, Mu Linger suddenly attacked with a sword. Chu Chinga couldn't dodge in time and lost half her sleeve, the blade scraping her skin. You sneak attacked me, she raged. You're the one who did the sneak attack. Mu Linger was already mad with rage over the aphrodisiac. She didn't even care if Chu Chinga would continue to poison her. Her flexible sword stabbed, slashed, flicked, swept, and used all sorts of moves to force Chu Chinga into a corner. She could only keep using poisons, dodging and dodging to the side. Every time she dodged or dodged, she scattered poison powder. The powder was colorless and odorless, but as Chu Chinga moved, it accumulated in the air. The toxicity was so strong that anyone who breathed it in would be poisoned. At this rate, Mu Linger would lose without a doubt. But Han Yunshi was watching from the sidelines. She used the detox system to accurately estimate the concentration of poison in the air. Once the concentration reached a point where it could poison someone, she'd use an acupuncture needle to treat the poison. As soon as the antidote's fragrance filled the air, Mu Linger realized that Chu Chinga had poisoned her again. At the same time, Chu Chinga realized that Han Yunshi had ruined her plans again. Mu Linger glanced at Han Yunshi out of the corner of her eye. She was about to speak when Han Yunshi spoke up. What are you looking at? Don't think I'm helping you. Once I help you once, there'll never be a second time. I just don't like the sight of her. She'd helped her once, but was repaid with enmity. There would never be a second time. Mu Linger naturally understood Han Yunshi's words. She gave a cold snort and ignored Han Yunshi to continue fighting Chu Chinga. Chu Chinga looked towards Han Yunshi with a venomous glare. Han Yunshi, this young lady will accompany you to the end today. She had studied poisons since elementary school. She refused to believe that she couldn't defeat Han Yunshi. Han Yunshi liked to treat poisons so much, didn't she? She'd like to see if she could treat every single one of them. Very soon, Chu Chinga took out a bunch of powerful poisons, but Han Yunshi dispelled all of them. She refused to believe it and continued stubbornly until Mu Linger stabbed her in the shoulder. She hadn't even recovered from her injuries at the poison grounds yet, but now she'd suffered more injuries. She pressed down on her shoulder until she finally stopped. "Apologize," Mu Linger demanded. How could a proud person like Chu Chinga lower her head? She didn't even spare Mu Linger a glance before turning to leave. Mu Linger blocked her way with her flexible sword and said coldly to the little beggar, "You, come here." Although the little beggar knew that Mu Linger was standing up for her, she still didn't dare to. "What are you dawdling for? Come here." Mu Linger was in a bad mood, so her temper had worsened as well. Frightened, the little beggar didn't walk over, but hid behind Han Yunshi instead. Mu Linger grew angry. "What are you afraid of? Come here." At this moment, Chu Chinga suddenly shoved Mu Linger aside. "She doesn't appreciate your kindness. Who told you to meddle in other people's business? Get out of the way." "That's right." Mu Linger suddenly stiffened as she felt her entire body turn numb. She couldn't move. Chu Chinga looked towards Han Yunshi and snorted disdainfully. Without a doubt, her poison had succeeded. She swaggered off, but Han Yunshi suddenly shot out a needle from the teardrop rain pear blossom hidden in her sleeve. It swept past Chu Chinga's nose like a hot knife through butter and embedded itself in the wall beside her. Frightened, Chu Chinga hastily touched her nose to make sure it was still there before she relaxed. She never expected Han Yunshi's needles to be so fast, accurate, and ruthless. Looks like the eldest young miss of the Chu clan is as easily frightened as this Wang Fei." Han Yunshi's smile was elegant and poised. Chu Chinga didn't move. It wasn't that she was listless, but that she was too poisoned to move. She only knew that she'd been poisoned, but she didn't know what kind of poison it was. In other words, she had no antidote. Only then did Han Yunshi leisurely walk over and tug at Chu Chinga's belt with amusement. If this Wang Fei remembers correctly, eldest young Miss Chu still owes this Wang Fei a debt, right? Last time at the poison grounds, the two of them had made a bet. If Chu Chinga lost, she'd have to leave her clothes behind. Of course Chu Chinga remembered. When she saw Han Yunshi slowly undo her belt, she shrieked, "Han Yunshi, stop it! Stop it!" Han Yunshi ignored her and slowly undid her robes bit by bit. Leaving aside Chu Chinga, even Mu Linger was trembling with fear as she watched from the sidelines. After all, this was a restaurant. No one dared to watch the ruckus here, but there would definitely be crowds outside and downstairs. Would Chu Chinga be able to keep her clothes? Chapter 306. Han Yunshi, stop. I'm warning you, if you don't let go, you'll have to bear the consequences. Han Yunshi, do you hear me? Stop. Chu Chinga was still wasting her breath on Han Yunshi even after she'd offended her? Han Yunshi's lips quirked up into a wicked smile as she leisurely tugged at her sash. Soon enough, the ribbon was completely undone with a flick of the bow, revealing her white undergarments. Chu Chinga immediately shrieked. The Chu clan's upbringing was conservative, so how could a proud girl like her stand such a thing? Soon enough, her eyes were wet with tears. Han Yunshi was truly wicked. Seeing the girl on the verge of tears, she smiled even more innocently and pretended to keep going. Now Chu Chinga was truly afraid. She quickly begged, Han Yunshi, I'm begging you. I'm begging you to let me go. Han Yunshi, I was wrong about the poison grounds. Just let me go. Chu Chinga was scared to death. She was so scared that she dropped all her pride and admitted defeat to Han Yunshi. After all, this was Tianning's capital city. She and Duanmu Bei were here as representatives of Western Zhou to celebrate the birthday. If she really took off her robes and things got out of hand, she'd lose both face for the Chu clan and Western Zhou. She'd be finished for the rest of her life, too. The cold beauty was already begging for mercy, So how could Han Yunshi have the nerve to keep going? She smiled and personally tied Chu Chinga's robes before patting her. What's there to be nervous about? I was just joking. Did eldest Miss Chu take it seriously? Do I look like such a despicable person? All right, Han Yunshi wasn't such a saint. She simply had her misgivings. After all, Chu Chinga had come to Tianning as an external envoy. If she made a big fuss, wouldn't Emperor Tianhui use her as a pigtail? She hadn't even dealt with the matters of Western Mountain yet, so she couldn't leave her pigtail for others to catch. Moreover, her bet with Chu Chinga was related to the matter of the poison grounds. If she angered this woman enough to expose the matter, wouldn't she offend Medical City again? Han Yunshi was not a person who would act on impulse. She knew her limits. Moreover, there was still Mu Ling on the side. That girl wasn't to be trifled with. If she was given a chance, she might even torture Chu Chinga to death. Chu Chinga was still panicking, her face ashen. When she saw that Han Yunshi had really stopped, her heart finally settled back into her chest. How could she be willing to accept this? Proud people hated people who stepped on their pride the most. If it was said that she was jealous of Han Yunshi before, then now it had been upgraded to resentment. She didn't dare to show it on the spot, but she secretly swore that if she didn't get her revenge, her surname wouldn't be Chu. Mu Linger's heart was trembling with fear as she watched. She was completely engrossed in the fight, but when she saw that Han Yunshi wasn't doing anything, she lost all interest. If I could move right now, I'd slap Chu Chinga a few times. Child, come here, Han Yunshi gently beckoned to the little beggar girl on the side. The little beggar girl immediately ran over and looked at Han Yunshi, her large eyes shining with gratitude. Mu Ling-er's face grew heavy at the sight. She was the one fighting for the little beggar girl's sake, while Han Yunshi was only seizing the chance to get revenge. Han Yunshi handed a pill to the little beggar girl with a smile. Although they've been poisoned with different poisons, this pill can treat all of them. There's only one, so you can decide who you want to give it to. Han Yunshi's words made Chu Chinga's eyes widen. Han Yunshi, you. The little beggar girl would definitely save Mu Ling-er. Wouldn't Mu Ling-er tear her apart in the next hour? Mu Ling-er was very surprised. She looked straight at Han Yunshi, just as Han Yunshi looked back. The two of them stared at each other for a while before averting their eyes. Han Yunshi rubbed the little beggar girl's head and teased, "I'm leaving. You don't have to give the antidote to anyone, either." This was just a joke. How could that be possible? The little girl wasn't an idiot. Seeing Han Yunshi descend the stairs, Chu Chinga cried out, "Han Yunshi, come back! You can't be like this. Come back!" The little beggar girl immediately moved a stool to stand by Mu Ling-er's side and fed Mu Ling-er the antidote. "Big sis, thank you. My name is Su Xiaoyu." That was all she said. She didn't care whether Mu Ling-er would keep asking Chu Chinga to apologize or not, but jumped off the stool to chase after Han Yunshi. Now only Mu Ling-er and Chu Chinga were left on the second floor. Mu Ling-er's body was recovering, so it wouldn't be long before she could move again. Seeing Mu Ling-er walk in front of her, Chu Chinga's heart pounded. What are you planning to do? Mu Ling-er was a person who drew a clear line between her likes and dislikes. If she liked someone, she'd have no limits. If she didn't like someone, she'd be resolute. "What do you think I'm planning to do?" she asked seriously. "I'm warning you, if you dare." Before Chu Chinga could finish, Mu Ling-er slapped her across the face with a resounding slap. Just like the slap Chu Chinga had left on Su Xiaoyu's face, 5 blood-red fingerprints were clearly visible. It was a ghastly sight. "You don't have to apologize now. Aren't you happy?" Rather than make her apologize, she might as well slap her back. Chu Chinga only felt the side of her face burning, as if it was about to burst into flames. But this was nothing compared to the fire burning in her heart, which had long been ignited. "Damned girl, tell me your name if you have the guts," she raged. "Medicine City's Mu clan, Mu Ling-er. What do you think?" Mu Ling-er replied immediately. She didn't change her surname or name. She was open and aboveboard. You! Chu Chinga was surprised. She never expected the woman to be Medicine City's genius pharmacist. But so what if she was from the Mu clan? Mu Ling you better kill me with one blow. Otherwise, I'll make sure you die a horrible death. Chu Chinga warned coldly. This was the first time in her life that a woman had hit her, much less in the face. Do you think I don't dare? Mu Ling retorted loudly. Han Yunshi didn't act on impulse, but this girl was absolutely impulsive. She couldn't hold back her words or hold back her anger. Without a word, she viciously yanked at Chu Chinga's belt. Mu Ling stop it. Stop it. Did you hear me? Stop it. Are you tired of living? Mu Ling allowed Chu Chinga to scream and scream as she turned a deaf ear. She used both hands to rip off Chu Chinga's outer robes. Chu Chinga had lost her mind. She screamed and screamed, too scared to even beg for mercy. But Mu Ling would probably ignore her anyway. Soon enough, she took off Chu Chinga's robes as well. You dared to use an aphrodisiac on me? I'll let you know what it means to be tired of living. Save me, sob, save me. Finally, Chu Chinga was scared to tears. She stood there in her undergarments, unable to move. But Mu Ling didn't stop there. Instead, she grabbed Chu Chinga's belt. Han Yunshi might have misgivings, but she didn't. If Han Yunshi wouldn't do it, then she'd do it? No. Chu Chinga was already on the verge of collapse. But it was at this moment that a figure suddenly flashed by and snatched Chu Chinga away. Mu Ling immediately chased after her, but couldn't see her as soon as she reached the window. She gave a cold snort and said, "Consider yourself lucky." Mu Ling stood by the window for a while before she gradually calmed down. She looked back at the mess in the room before her eyes rested on Han Yunshi's seat. She knew Han Yunshi had done it on purpose. Fine, she'd admit it, that woman had saved her. But who was the person who'd saved Chu Chinga? Mu Ling was too lazy to think any further. She was in a great mood today. Currently, Han Yunshi was being held back by the little beggar named Su Xiaoyu. Wherever Han Yunshi went, she followed in silence. Child, just what will it take for you to leave? Why are you following me? It wasn't that Han Yunshi lacked compassion. She'd already given Su Xiaoyu a bag of silver, enough for her to survive in the capital, but she still wouldn't leave. Su Xiaoyu blinked her large, clear eyes as she pursed her lips. It wasn't that she didn't want to speak, but that she didn't dare. Han Yunshi sighed and crouched down to ask patiently, "Speak. What do you want to do?" Only then did Su Xiaoyu speak up timidly. "Big sister, I want to be your servant. Please accept me." Servant? Han Yunshi didn't know how to reply. She felt uncomfortable hearing those words. Although she came from modern times, she didn't believe in equality. She knew that the strong were destined to be superior to the weak. But she didn't like hearing a child say those words. "Esteemed Wang Fei, I don't know who my father is or who my mother is. I've always been alone. I don't need so much silver." Su Xiaoyu returned the bag of silver to Han Yunshi. "Big sister, if you accept me as your servant, you just need to provide me with food and shelter. I'm very diligent." This little girl was precocious, but she was only 7 or 8 years old. Looking at Su Xiaoyu's large, innocent eyes, Han Yunshi's heart ached. She hesitated for a moment before nodding. "Let's go. Come back with me." In any case, Leisurely Cloud Pavilion only had one elder, Zhao Mama. It wouldn't be bad to have a little girl to accompany her. Han Yunshi led Su Xiaoyu back to the Duke of Qin's residence. When they arrived at the entrance, Su Xiaoyu stood there in a daze. "Let's go." Han Yunshi didn't mind the dirt and continued to hold her hand. "Your esteemed Wang Fei?" Su Xiaoyu asked timidly. Han Yunshi smiled. "What, you don't have the guts to be my servant?" Su Xiaoyu quickly shook her head. "I dare." After entering the estate, Han Yunshi first gave Su Xiaoyu to Steward Luo to train for a few days, then told him to send her to Leisurely Cloud Pavilion in a few days. As soon as she arrived, Chu Shifeng chased after her. "Esteemed Wang Fei, where did you pick up this beggar?" Han Yunxi told him about the restaurant, causing Chu Shifeng's mouth to twitch. He didn't say much, but he had to investigate Su Xiaoyu's origins in private. Anyone who wasn't personally named by His Highness Duke of Qin had to be thoroughly investigated before entering the estate, even if it was a child. "Where's His Highness? When will he be back?" Han Yunxi asked. The day after tomorrow was the Empress Dowager's birthday. Long Fei Yi might have made his stance clear by using eunuch shui, but he wouldn't go so far as to not attend, right? This subordinate doesn't know. Chu Shifeng really didn't know. He only knew that His Highness came back every night. 2 days later, on the day of the Empress Dowager's birthday, Han Yunxi waited from noon until nightfall, but Long Fei Yi still hadn't shown up. The birthday banquet was a banquet, but most of the imperial family had gone to the palace at noon. Long Fei Yi naturally wouldn't show up early, but he couldn't be late either. As night fell, Han Yunxi sat outside his sleeping quarters, growing more and more worried as she waited. What's wrong with that guy? Did something happen to him? Chapter 307. Han Yunxi waited and waited, but Long Fei Yi still didn't show up. Even Zhao Mama began to grow suspicious. "Esteemed Wang Fei, could it be that His Highness doesn't want to go? I'm just afraid that he's met with some unexpected misfortune." Han Yunxi understood the current political situation quite well. Logically speaking, Long Fei Yi had to attend the Empress Dowager's birthday banquet. Logically speaking, Long Fei Yi had just abused eunuch shui a few days ago. If he missed the Empress Dowager's birthday banquet today, then things would really get out of hand. Unless Long Fei Yi wanted to shed all pretenses of cordiality with Emperor Tianhui and start a coup, he wouldn't do such a thing. Logically speaking, the Empress Dowager was still an elder. Everyone was amiable on the surface, but Long Fei Yi was a junior. Their marriage had been arranged by the Empress Dowager, so it was impossible for him to miss the banquet without reason. Moreover, since Grand Concubine Yi wasn't going, Long Fei Yi had to show his face at least. "Esteemed Wang Fei worries too much. What could happen to His Highness? Let's go, we should hurry and change our clothes and put on makeup. Perhaps His Highness is already on his way back." Zhao Mama was still very confident in her mistress. There were only 2 more hours before the banquet began, so Han Yunxi really did need to go make preparations. Unexpectedly, Long Fei Yi arrived before Han Yunxi even entered the leisurely cloud pavilion. He usually liked to wear black, and when he was free, he would stay in the residence and not go out. Most of the time, he would wear white. Tonight he was going to attend the birthday banquet, so he was dressed in purple robes without much adornment. Still, it was this color that set off his innate elegance and nobility, as well as his acquired dignity, that made it hard for anyone to tear their eyes away. Han Yunxi turned to look at him, and couldn't help but stare blankly again. In fact, Han Yunxi was not infatuated at all. She didn't even bother to look at Gu's devastatingly beautiful face. Perhaps Long Fei Yi was her unavoidable calamity. In the face of Han Yunxi's silly expression, Long Fei Yi seemed helpless. He handed a big bag to Zhao Mama and instructed, "I'll wait at the door. Tidy her up before you come out." After he finished speaking, he sat down on the swing in the yard and waited. Han Yunxi stared at him blankly. She thought that he didn't seem to have any reaction to her taking the initiative last time. She even suspected that he was deliberately avoiding her after not seeing her for so many days. Who would have thought that this guy would act as if nothing had happened? In fact, he was still the same as before. Cold and aloof. "Princess Consort? We have to hurry, we can't afford to be slow." Granny Zhao gave her a gentle push before she came back to her senses. However, when the master and servant returned to the room and opened the big bag Long Fei Yi gave them, they immediately understood why he said to be slow. This was a very complete set of formal clothes. There were clothes, hair accessories, face accessories, shoes, and accessories. The clothes were the most conservative style, not revealing anything other than the neck. Although it was conservative, it was still dignified. The most important thing was that it was purple, the same color as Long Fei's clothes. There was only one set of clothes, but there were many other sets of accessories. There were all kinds of styles and they were all expensive things. Seeing this, Han Yunxi and Zhao Mama were stunned. None of the things they had carefully selected could compare to Long Fei's bag. Of course, even if these things couldn't compare to the ones Han Yunxi picked out, she was still very happy to accept them because they were gifts from Long Fei. Princess Consort, this old servant has watched His Highness grow up and he has never picked out anything for a woman before. Zhao Mama was filled with emotion. Han Yunxi's face was filled with confidence. I am the first and I will also be the last. Zhao Mama laughed in her heart. She dared to guarantee with her life that this girl would not dare say these words in front of His Highness. After changing into her violet robes, Han Yunxi picked out a set of purple jade ornaments with a pink and purple jade ornament and inserted it into her hair. There was also a round pink and purple jade pendant hanging from her waist, simple and refreshing without losing its elegance. Han Yunxi came out in her purple clothes, just like the first time she came to the palace with him. She smiled and said, Your Highness, it's all packed. Please accept it. Long Fei looked at her for a long time like before, but he did not say anything. However, this time he did not leave without saying a word. Rather, he walked over to her and took out a white jade crystal bracelet. This bracelet was crystal clear and as warm as water, without any impurities. It was covered in a faint layer of light, white with a hint of purple. It was so beautiful that it seemed like a dream. Here. He only said a single word, but Han Yunxi and Zhao Mama on the side were scared. This was a jade crystal stone. Jade crystal was one of the rarest stones in Cloud Realm continent. It was more valuable than gold, jadeite, or night luminescent pearls. Among them, this kind of white jade crystal with a hint of purple was the most valuable. The largest piece of white jade crystal ever found was only the size of a thumb. It had been made into a ring and worn on the hands of the Northern Dynasty's emperors. Legend had it that if a dead person held a piece of jade crystal in their mouth, it would prevent their bones from rotting away like a living person. Where did Long Fei find such a large piece of jade crystal? It was enough to make a bracelet without a single flaw. If it wasn't valuable, then there would be no justice in the country. Could it be that he's been busy for the past few days because of this bracelet? Seeing Han Yunxi in a daze, Long Fei took her hand and personally put it on her left hand. Was this for her? Her first gift? Han Yunxi assumed that Long Fei would say something, but he didn't. He simply led her away without even asking about the medicine fan. That's it? He gave her a jade bracelet worth as much as an entire country with a single give? That was his personality. But she had to bring up the matter of the medicine fan, right? She had seriously told Zhao Mama to bring it with her. After thinking over the matter of the West Mountain, the only way left was to use the medicine fan to negotiate with the Empress Dowager. On the way, Han Yunxi couldn't help but say, I brought the medicine fan with me. Long Fei only replied, There's a lot of people in the palace tonight, so it'll be useful if you bring it along. Bring it to fan yourself? So he didn't have any designs on the medicine fan? Han Yunxi grew curious. This guy told her not to worry, but she'd like to see how he planned to deal with the West Mountain matter. By the time Han Yunxi and Long Fei reached the Empress Dowager's birthday banquet hall, the banquet had already begun. Everyone was rising to their feet with Emperor Tianhui and singing their congratulations to the Empress Dowager. That's right, they were late. When the eunuchs at the entrance saw Long Fei and Han Yunxi walk in hand, then saw the crowd singing their congratulations, they didn't know whether to announce their arrival or not. Zhao Mama strode forward and called out, Your Highness Duke of Qin, Qin Wangfei has arrived. Her loud voice actually drowned out the rest of the voices in the hall, causing everyone to stop. Inside the hall, the Empress Dowager and Emperor Tianhui were seated in the highest seats in the north. 3 rows of seats on the east and west sides of the hall were filled with members of the imperial family, aristocratic families, and civil and military officials according to their ranks. The hall was packed to the brim. At this moment, all 100 or so people were looking towards the entrance. "Your Highness Duke of Qin, you really came at the right time." Under the gazes of the crowd, Long Feiyi walked in hand with Han Yunxi. For some reason, the musicians suddenly stopped, leaving the hall so silent that even a pin drop could be heard. Long Feiyi's purple robes were noble and regal, while Han Yunxi's was dignified and dignified. One was handsome to the skies, while the other was beautiful enough to topple cities. The two of them walked hand in hand on the red carpet like a perfect match. More than half of the women present saw them with red eyes and stifled hearts. Those who didn't wear purple all regretted it, while those who did were itching to rush over and stand by His Highness Duke of Qin's side. Han Yunxi, Han Yunxi. Why is it that you're the only one in the world who has the honor of standing shoulder to shoulder with the Duke of Qin in purple? But we can't even get a glimpse of the Duke of Qin? The women's attention was all on Han Yunxi, but the men were more concerned with the fact that they were late. Emperor Tianhui and His Highness Duke of Qin had long been embroiled in a storm before the banquet. Who knew that His Highness Duke of Qin would be late? Just what was going on? What was he hinting at? Was His Highness Duke of Qin really here today to offer his congratulations? After bowing, Long Feiyi said, "Musicians, please continue." Only then did everyone remember that they hadn't finished singing their greetings. They didn't know if the musicians would run into misfortune after the banquet, but if they didn't hurry to smooth things over, Emperor Tianhui would probably kill them on the spot. As the music began, Long Feiyi and Han Yunxi moved to stand on Emperor Tianhui's right. Han Yunxi saw that Long Feiyi hadn't opened his mouth, so she naturally shut her mouth. Suddenly, Han Yunxi felt a faint killing intent and looked towards the foreign guest. She saw Chu Qingge sitting between Duanmu Bei and Chu Tianyin, glaring at her with hatred. Han Yunxi magnanimously returned a small smile, but it only angered Chu Qingge so much that her face turned black. She unconsciously bit her lip and even forgot to sing her greetings. This wasn't only seen by Mu Ling but also by the Empress Dowager. Han Yunxi inadvertently glanced towards Mu Ling who immediately averted her gaze and pretended not to see a thing. With Han Yunxi and Duanmu Bei's interference, who would be in the mood to continue singing their greetings? Amidst the music, everyone was preoccupied with their own thoughts. Most of them were still staring at the pair, but Long Feiyi was as cold as ever, while Han Yunxi was as calm as ever. Once the greetings were over and everyone was seated, Emperor Tianhui couldn't wait to strike back at Long Feiyi. "Someone come, bring out Zhen's 6 jugs of drunken flower wine." His Highness Duke of Qin and Qin Wangfei arrived late, punished them with 3 jugs each to apologize to the Empress Dowager. Emperor Tianhui was still brooding over the matter of eunuch Shui. Leaving aside the fact that Long Feiyi had made a mistake tonight, even if he hadn't, Emperor Tianhui would still find a chance to suppress Long Feiyi's arrogance in front of the imperial clan, nobles, and civil and military officials. The Empress Dowager sat calmly on the ground, her face full of benevolence and kindness. She had no intention of saying no need. After all, the drunken flower wine had the word drunken in it, making it easy to get drunk. Even the best drinkers would get drunk after 3 jugs. Perhaps Long Feiyi could hold out, but what about Han Yunxi? Han Yunxi had competed in drinking at the plum blossom meet, but the plum blossom wine she won was far inferior to this drunken flower wine. This was Emperor Tianhui's way of deliberately making things difficult for them. Everyone assumed that Long Feiyi would refuse, but he didn't. He only said, "I'll drink Han Yunxi's in her place." So speaking, he picked up a jug of wine and threw his head back to gulp down jug after jug. Han Yunxi's heart ached at the sight and she wanted to steal the jug for herself. But Long Feiyi's alcohol tolerance soon exceeded everyone's expectations. He wasn't drunk. There wasn't even a drop of wine on his body. He was completely sober. Many thanks to Imperial Brother for the wine. Emperor Tianhui was in a bad mood. He put on a fake smile and was about to continue when the Empress Dowager stopped him. Chapter 308. The Empress Dowager had long known that Emperor Tianhui would make a fuss over the birthday banquet to make things difficult for the Duke of Qin. She supported his decision as well. But the banquet had just begun. How was she supposed to celebrate if things went on like this? She was still waiting to receive her congratulatory gift. Moreover, Emperor Tianhui had been too impatient to let the matter go from the start. He'd lost his bearing as a ruler. Emperor, 6 jugs of wine is quite a lot. Let the Duke of Qin rest. If Grand Concubine sees this, she'll feel distressed. The Empress Dowager's benevolent expression made those who didn't know better think she doted on Long Fei Yi. Emperor Tianhui calmed down and realized that he'd been too impatient and lost his bearing. He smiled and said, "Mohu is just biased. Aken never said the Duke of Qin should keep drinking 6 jugs of wine as punishment. Zhen has a good reason to send out troops." Emperor Tianhui purposely emphasized the words, "a good reason to send out troops." 6 jugs of drunken flower wine wasn't enough to make Long Fei Yi drunk. He had even prepared more ruthless moves to play with. This time, he wasn't here to celebrate the Empress Dowager's birthday, but to use this chance to crush Long Fei Yi in front of all of Tianning's power and Western Zhou's crown prince. He wanted the world to know that Tianning's imperial power wasn't to be challenged. Even Long Fei Yi had to submit to him. Eunuch Shui's matter was nothing more than Long Fei Yi's one-sided show of force. Long Fei Yi allowed the Empress Dowager and Emperor Tianhui to echo each other without saying a word. Soon enough, he sat back down with a cold expression. Seeing this, the Empress Dowager wanted to say a few more words, but stopped. Even though it was Long Fei Yi who'd been punished, they didn't feel any satisfaction at all. Instead, they felt like their hot faces had been pressed against someone's cold butt. The Empress Dowager shot a look at Emperor Tianhui. She didn't care what he planned to do, but she wasn't planning to let Long Fei Yi off this time, either. Let Long Fei Yi be arrogant for a bit longer. Soon enough, she'd show him who's boss. Although Long Fei Yi was not drunk, Han Yunxi was still worried. She secretly watched him for a while before she was sure that he was really not drunk. She couldn't help but guess how good this guy's alcohol tolerance was. Had he ever been drunk in his life? What was it like to be drunk? After the congratulatory words were sung, the solemn ceremonial music turned into festive and lively music. Singers and dancers went on stage, and the hall became lively all of a sudden. At this time, the birthday celebration officially began. The first person to attend was naturally the Emperor. The Empress Dowager naturally looked forward to the gift from her son the most. At this moment, she was waiting with a smile. It was rare for her to smile so sincerely. She saw the eunuch carrying a lump of something, which was covered by a large piece of red silk cloth. What was that? He could tell that the situation was not simple. The Empress Dowager couldn't help but laugh. "Emperor, are you still playing riddles with me? What is this?" Emperor Tianhui personally undid the red silk. "Mohu, Aken found this to relieve your boredom. I wish you good fortune, longevity, and good health." The object in the eunuch's arms was none other than a small Persian kitten with snow-white fur and mysterious blue eyes. It wasn't strange at all to Han Yunxi, but it was one of the rare animals in Cloud Realm continent. As soon as the eunuch carried the kitten out, many of the people present began to exclaim in surprise and praise. This was definitely a good chance to flatter Emperor Tianhui and make the Empress Dowager happy. Even Western Zhou's crown prince, Duanmu Bei, spoke up. "I heard that this object came from overseas. It's something that only Emperor Tianhui could ask for." The Minister of Appointments, Lord Su, quickly added, "Isn't that so? I heard that Northern Li's emperor once offered a large reward for this object in order to make the Empress happy. It's something he could only ask for." His Majesty's filial piety is a model for all of Tianning citizens. Someone from the Ministry of Rights spoke up as well. Esteemed Empress Dowager, His Majesty's filial piety is your good fortune. It's a great fortune for all of Tianning citizens. Marquis Pingnan followed up with flattery. If Han Yunxi was listening to all this flattery, she'd probably laugh coldly. But right now, she was doing her best to press Lil Thing into her sleeve so it wouldn't poke its head out. Ever since she'd returned to the Duke of Qin's estate, especially the leisurely cloud pavilion, Lil Thing had grown more and more timid. It often hid itself to sleep and didn't dare to come out. What was Lil Thing so excited about in such a grand occasion? Han Yunxi's expression didn't change, but her hands kept pressing and pressing. In the end, she had no choice but to reach her sleeve towards Long Fei Yi. In an instant, Lil Thing quieted down and didn't move at all. Long Fei Yi was its natural enemy. Lil Thing curled up in her sleeve with a foul expression. It had finally caught a whiff of the cat's scent and wanted to take a peek. How could its master be so bad? Fine, it could only remember this place and come back another day to steal the cat. The Empress Dowager picked up the Persian cat and liked it very much. She cradled it in her arms and stroked its fur. Emperor, you're so considerate. So considerate. She'd wanted such a plaything for a long time but couldn't find it. She was about to give up, but the Emperor really found it for her. Excellent, excellent. The Empress Dowager was in a good mood. This first gift was a big surprise, making her look forward to the following gifts even more. As the Empress Dowager, she could have anything she wanted, but she just had to enjoy the surprise of receiving gifts. Of course, the gifts had to enter her eyes. Even at the birthday banquet, she didn't accept all the congratulatory gifts. It was also because of this that the people who came to congratulate her made many preparations to deal with all kinds of situations. Amidst the flattery, Qin Wangrong stood up. Esteemed Empress Dowager, this subject brother wishes your phoenix body good health and happiness as great as the East Sea. Qin Wangrong, quickly rise. The Empress Dowager personally stood up to support him. Qin Wangrong was the previous emperor's good brother and had doubts about the Duke of Qin's background. Between the emperor and the Duke of Qin, he had to choose the emperor. However, the Empress Dowager hoped that he could support the Crown Prince. Qin Wangrong presented a brocade box and said with a smile, "To express my sincerity, I wish esteemed Empress Dowager good health and happiness as great as the East Sea." The Empress Dowager opened the box and saw a large luminous pearl inside. She needed both hands to hold it. Everyone was stunned at the sight. Luminous pearls were already rare objects, much less such a large one. The Empress Dowager was extremely satisfied. She held it in her hands and exclaimed in surprise, "Warm as jade, bright as the moon, and as nimble as water. This is the head of all luminous pearls." "Exactly. This is the moonlit luminous pearl," Qin Wangrong said with a smile. Hearing this, the Empress Dowager was even happier. She'd received 2 such rare gifts in a row. It looked like she'd have plenty of surprises today. According to seniority, it was time for the Duke of Qin and Qin Wangfei to attend the birthday banquet. This was not only the Empress Dowager's most anticipated arrival, but everyone else present as well. Since Emperor Tianhui and Qin Wangrong had presented such a large gift, wouldn't it be a loss of face if the Duke of Qin didn't present something rare? His Highness Duke of Qin had always been generous with his gift. What kind of treasure would he bring out this time? Judging from the current situation and Emperor Tianhui's attitude, the Empress Dowager wouldn't let them off so easily even if His Highness Duke of Qin did. Here comes the show. Qin Wangrong hadn't even sat down before everyone's gazes rested on Long Fei Yi and Han Yunxi. Han Yunxi's mouth twitched. Actually, she had no idea what the Long Fei Yi would present. She assumed it was the medicine fan, but he told her to fan herself instead. Seeing the Empress Dowager's expectant gaze, Han Yunxi really wanted to take out the medicine fan to fan herself and show off. She was hesitating over whether or not to take it out when Long Fei stood up. She quickly rose to her feet as well. Was he going to present a gift? Unexpectedly, Long Fei personally poured 2 cups of wine, one for himself and one for Han Yunxi. What was this? May the Empress Dowager's phoenix body be in good health. This was Long Fei's toast. He raised his cup in a toast and drained it in one gulp, then he sat back down. There were only words of congratulations, but no gift. For a moment, silence fell upon the scene. Everyone was stunned and gaping in disbelief. How could Long Fei do something like this? Both the Empress Dowager and Emperor Tianhui's faces had turned black. Everyone was anticipating his gift, including the Empress Dowager. After all, the Empress Dowager had even prepared an excuse to refuse. She wanted to seize the chance to humiliate Long Fei, but Long Fei didn't give her anything. He wasn't even willing to say any congratulatory words. Was the phoenix body in good health enough to send her off? This was the rhythm of rejecting others before being rejected. Could it be that Han Yunxi hadn't returned his congratulations yet, so he didn't present his gift? Han Yunxi had become the hope of many people. Even the Empress Dowager's shrewd gaze rested on Han Yunxi. She refused to believe that Long Fei had the guts or the skills to make her look bad in front of everyone. It had to be known that making her look bad was making the emperor look bad. What exactly did Long Fei want to do? With his strength, could he really contend against the emperor? Did he grow his wings? Did he not cause enough trouble with eunuch Shui? Did he have to continue causing trouble? Actually, Han Yunxi was as surprised as everyone else. She didn't know what the consequences of Long Fei doing this would be, but she liked this method too much. It was ruthless and sincere enough. He really didn't want to give anything. This fellow did beautifully. Under everyone's gaze, Han Yunxi's smile was resplendent. She copied Long Fei and raised her wine cup, gracefully wishing the Empress Dowager a happy birthday. May the Empress Dowager's phoenix body be in good health. When the husband sang, how could the wife not follow? After she finished speaking, she was just like Long Fei, gracefully sitting back down. Just like that, the birthday congratulations were over, but there was no gift. The stillness in the hall grew even more pronounced. A sinister look flickered past the Empress Dowager's eyes as she felt humiliated at being played for a fool. Even if no one here dared to laugh at her, she couldn't tolerate Long Fei's impolite provocation and humiliation. Her hands, which had been resting on the armrest, clenched into fists. If she didn't get her revenge, how was she supposed to establish her authority in the imperial clan? Naturally, she wouldn't question Long Fei on the spot. That would be the same as asking for a gift, which would be shameful. She looked towards Emperor Tianhui, wanting to tell him that he could make his move now. Currently, Emperor Tianhui was staring at Long Fei with narrowed eyes. Long Fei was simply here to show off his power. Wasn't he thinking too highly of himself? He'd given him 30% out of courtesy, but if he thought that 30% was enough to deal with 70%, then he was too naive. Emperor Tianhui was about to launch an attack when a prominent and influential figure stood up. Chapter 309. Such a grand birthday banquet was filled with prominent and influential figures, but the one who stood up right now was definitely the most special of them all. In Tianning, nobles didn't participate in politics. Those who did weren't nobles, but this man was both a noble and an influential general. His name was Bailey Yuanlong, born of Tianning's largest noble family, the Bailey clan. He was nearing 50 years of age, and was a great general who commanded Tianning's navy. Tianning had 3 great generals in charge of the infantry, cavalry, and navy respectively. General Mu commanded the largest infantry force, while Bailey Yuanlong commanded the most special navy. General Mu and Great General Bailey resided in the capital, while the Great General of Cavalry was stationed at the three-way battlefield. He hadn't returned this time. The navy was the most special because Tianning was the only country in Cloud Realm continent that had a navy. Northern Li and Western Zhou didn't have one. Moreover, Tianning's navy was a regular army that Bailey Yuanlong had single-handedly raised in his youth. Unlike General Mu's illustrious military exploits, Bailey Yuanlong's navy had never been sent out before. However, they received the most military pay from the imperial court each year. None of the civil and military officials dared to object to this, because they all knew that the late emperor had raised this navy to deal with Northern Li. Like Tianning, Northern Li's eastern border was an endless coastline. If necessary, Tianning wouldn't let Northern Li's eastern border go. Thus, once war broke out, this navy would be the Tianning emperor's trump card, the key to turning defeat into victory. Bailey Yuanlong had always kept a low profile and only showed his face once or twice a year. Why was he standing up at a time like this? Everyone was bewildered. General Bailey, is something the matter? The Empress Dowager had always been polite to this naval general personally appointed by the late emperor. This general naturally wishes to congratulate esteemed Empress Dowager on her birthday, Bailey Yuanlong replied. He wants to congratulate her? The Empress Dowager's phoenix body trembled as she stiffened. For a moment, the silence in the great hall was indescribable. Everyone subconsciously held their breaths as they grew nervous. What did Bailey Yuanlong mean by this? Of course he had to attend the birthday banquet, but it wasn't his turn yet. His Highness Duke of Qin had just finished his birthday banquet, and he was already standing up. Could it be that he also wanted to? Everyone trembled with fear. They wanted to guess, but they didn't dare to think too much about it. Some things, even if they thought about it, were treasonous and heinous crimes. Emperor Tianhui's face was grave and stern as he stared unblinkingly at Bailey Yuanlong. Long Feiyi, on the other hand, was aloof and indifferent, as if he didn't care at all. Under everyone's gazes, Bailey Yuanlong personally poured the wine. Was he going to propose a toast like Long Feiyi? Unease began to spread in the Empress Dowager's heart. She wanted nothing more than to go up and stop Bailey Yuanlong, but she couldn't. She sat solemnly, watching, her heart in a whirl. Bailey Yuanlong walked out with a cup of wine in hand. Although he'd never been to a real battlefield, his austere aura was comparable to General Mu's. He was old but vigorous, his every step filled with power as he walked to the Empress Dowager. His posture made everyone's hearts beat faster. Many of them even stopped breathing. The Empress Dowager nervously clenched her hands into fists, forgetting the pain from her fingernails pricking into her palms. Bailey Yuanlong stopped in front of the Empress Dowager and bowed in a neither servile nor overbearing manner. This soldier offers congratulations to esteemed Empress Dowager on her birthday. May esteemed Empress Dowager's phoenix body be in good health. The Empress Dowager was still wearing a smile, but it was completely stiff. She looked calm on the surface, but her heart was already in turmoil. She couldn't guess what Bailey Yuanlong's actions meant. Would he be like Long Feiyi and only offer his congratulations without a gift? Or would he offer up a gift afterwards? At this point, it didn't matter what Bailey Yuanlong's gift was, but whether he had one at all. If he did, then his action of cutting the queue was a silent protest against Long Feiyi's actions. It was the strongest support for the Empress Dowager and Emperor Tianhui. If he didn't, then, the Empress Dowager couldn't keep thinking. She was too nervous. The first time she'd ever felt so nervous at her own birthday banquet. She waited for Bailey Yuanlong to offer up his gift, but no matter how long she waited, Bailey Yuanlong didn't say a word. He simply stood there, leaving the Empress Dowager in an awkward position. Was there really no gift? The Empress Dowager couldn't believe it, much less Emperor Tianhui. He coughed lightly to remind the Empress Dowager, who said, "General Bailey may dispense with the formalities." Was he going to dispense with the gifts after that? All eyes were on the scene, but Bailey Yuanlong simply returned to his seat behind Bailey Yuanlong, mirroring Long Feiyi and Han Yunxi's actions. That's it? It's over? There's only congratulations, but no gift? Thus, Bailey Yuanlong followed the Duke of Qin in offering a toast. In other words, Bailey Yuanlong wasn't here to offer his congratulations, but to publicly declare his position. He and his tens of thousands of naval troops were Long Fei Ye's subordinates. One of Tianning's 3 armies was actually Long Fei Ye's forces. Time seemed to stop as the Empress Dowager stared at Bailey Yuanlong, gaping. Emperor Tianhui was caught off guard as well. For a moment, he couldn't accept reality. He always thought he had the 3 armies firmly in his hands. Even the strongest of the 3 armies, General Mu's estate, was under his control. He never expected Bailey Yuanlong to be one of Long Fei Ye's men. The most frightening thing about a coup was a military coup. Long Fei Ye's move was simply pulling the firewood from under the cauldron. He was using Bailey Yuanlong to tell everyone present that he, Long Fei Ye, had the guts and strength to stand up to Emperor Tianhui as an equal. Emperor Tianhui had always given him some leeway, but the leeway in his hands was enough to fight against the emperor's leeway. The birthday banquet still had to continue. The congratulations had just begun, but the various factions present were already racking their brains. Should they give away the gifts they'd prepared? If they did, they'd be standing on Emperor Tianhui's side. If they didn't, they'd be standing on His Highness Duke of Qin's side. It was time to make a stand. Who would be the first after Bailey Yuanlong? Some were nervous, some were afraid, while others were itching to make a move. Still, nobody expected Crown Prince Long Tianma to be the first to step forward. The Crown Prince's repeated illnesses had long caused the Crown Prince faction to lose power. Moreover, his relapse had caused such a huge uproar. Smart people could tell that Emperor Tianhui was using the Crown Prince's life to suppress Han Yunshi. Although he was the Crown Prince and had returned alive, he couldn't win the Emperor's favor. He should be resentful, hating, and giving up on himself, but he was the first to step forward to protect the face of the Empress Dowager and Emperor. Imperial Grandmother, take a look at what your grandson has brought you. Long Tianma personally offered up a large stalk of Lingji mushroom. It was as big as a palm and as red as fresh blood. As soon as it appeared, it drew the attention of the crowd. Someone exclaimed in surprise, "Your Highness Crown Prince, is this the real deal?" Impudence! This Crown Prince is showing filial piety to Imperial Grandmother. How could it be a fake? Long Tianma scolded unhappily. "Your Highness Crown Prince, this must be the rumored blood Lingji mushroom that can cure all kinds of illnesses," someone asked nervously. That's exactly it. Long Tianma had been searching for this item while hiding in the Eastern Palace every day. He never expected to find it on his way back after recovering from his illness in Medical City. Seeing Long Tianma nod his head, the crowd burst into an uproar. Blood Lingji mushroom was the best of all medicines. No matter what kind of illness it was, it could cure all illnesses as soon as it appeared. It was even more valuable than the Persian cat and the night moon pearl, and was hailed as the #1 medicine in Cloud Realm continent. Not to mention the others, even Han Yunshi and Gu Beiwei were shocked. Some medicines only had 1 or 2 stalks, so they were gone once they were used up. Alright, it wasn't just Han Yunshi. Even Lil Thing in her sleeve was beginning to stir. It didn't know what was going on outside, but it thought that the Imperial Palace was a great place. There were so many good things, so it had to make a trip here myself. With a single stalk of blood Lingji, Long Tianma had pulled back the stage for the birthday celebration. He presented the gift and said respectfully, "Imperial Grandmother, this is a genuine blood Lingji mushroom. Your grandson wishes for Imperial Grandmother's longevity to be as long as the southern mountains and as deep as the eastern sea." Long Tianma didn't want to take it out at all. If possible, he'd prefer to remain neutral at the banquet, because he was still too weak to offend either his Imperial father or Imperial Uncle Qin. However, in the end, whether it was his Imperial father or Imperial Uncle Qin, in the face of this great opportunity, he had to stand up and express his intentions to his Imperial father. Only by obtaining his imperial father's favor could he become stronger and have the power to seize the throne. In the struggle for imperial power, there was nothing more than endurance. Long Tianma's voice was like a great bell, echoing throughout the hall. Although his influence was far inferior to Bailey Yuanlong's, he'd at least turned the tables for Emperor Tianhui. The Empress Dowager was so moved that she couldn't speak, while Emperor Tianhui finally gave Long Tianma a look of appreciation. Seeing this, Long Feiyi didn't budge. It was obvious that he didn't think much of Long Tianma. Zhao Mama secretly stepped forward and murmured, "Esteemed Wang Fei, you're regretting it now, aren't you? Don't save him next time. He's just an abandoned pawn who doesn't know what's good for him." Han Yunxi smiled. Even Zhao Mama could tell that Long Tianma had been tricked by Emperor Tianhui in the relapse of his old ailment case. Although they stood on opposite sides, Han Yunxi didn't dislike Long Tianma. At the very least, he was the strongest of all her patients. No matter what happened, he'd never given up on himself. As for saving him? Fine, she'd been forced to do so. There was nothing to regret. As soon as the Crown Prince appeared, one person followed closely behind him. That person was none other than the second imperial prince, Long Tianqing. He was the son of noble consort Xiao, the daughter of the prime minister of the left, Xiao Jingxin. As the crown prince's faction grew weaker by the day, the second imperial prince's faction grew stronger and stronger. There were even rumors that General Mu was part of the second imperial prince's faction. Naturally, the second imperial prince wasn't to be outdone by the crown prince's performance. But when he walked past Long Feiyi and Han Yunxi, he actually snorted at them. His movements were so obvious that everyone in the hall saw it. Child, it was understandable that he was protecting the Empress Dowager and currying favor with the Emperor. But stepping on the Duke of Qin to curry favor with the Emperor was a huge mistake. Chapter 310. Long Tianqing's disdainful snort left everyone dumbstruck. Nobody expected him to be so arrogant. Leaving aside the fact that he'd give the Empress Dowager and Emperor Tianhui some face, his soft snort of praiseworthy courage was the greatest show of support for Emperor Tianhui. As for His Highness Duke of Qin, it was the greatest provocation. Silence fell upon the crowd. It wasn't clear what they were thinking, but Han Yunxi was full of admiration for this fellow. He really had guts. Even she didn't dare to treat Long Feiyi with such disdain. To treat someone with disdain, one had to be more outstanding and stronger than them. Otherwise, what could they use to justify their disdain? Emperor Tianhui's lips quirked up into a smile, as if he was satisfied with the second imperial son's actions. The Empress Dowager grew interested as well. Long Tianqing only gave a soft snort before continuing to walk forward. He was dressed in icy blue palace robes, and had an imposing appearance. His steps were vigorous, and he was in high spirits. However, everyone's focus wasn't on him, but Long Feiyi. What would Long Feiyi's reaction be? Under everyone's gaze, Long Feiyi's expression was cold as he stood unmoving. His deep, dark eyes were as calm as a pool of frozen spring water, making it impossible for anyone to see through him. Despite knowing they couldn't see through him, many people still stared at him, hoping to catch a glimpse of his face or his eyes. While everyone was focused on Long Feiyi, Long Tianqing had almost reached the Empress Dowager. But for some reason, he felt a sudden pain in his foot. He lost his footing and fell forward, crashing to the ground with a loud crash as the things in his hands clattered to the ground. This time, he finally became the focus of everyone's attention. The high-spirited imperial son was now sprawled on the ground, his face to the ground with his limbs spread wide apart. He was in a sorry state. Over 100 people were sitting around looking at a man sprawled on the ground. It was easy to imagine the scene. Long Tianqing quickly scrambled to his feet and opened the gift box on the ground, only to see that the precious porcelain inside had long been smashed to pieces. "Who tripped me? Accompany me with a congratulatory gift." He was flustered and exasperated, vexed and fierce. His nose was covered in dust as he stomped his feet, truly looking like a clown. It would have been better if he hadn't said that. Once he said that, Han Yunshi immediately laughed out loud. Han Yunshi's laughter immediately caused everyone to burst into laughter. Other than Long Feiyi, who else could it be? Was Long Tianqing really that dumb, or was he just pretending to be dumb? It didn't matter if he was pretending to be a fool or if he was really a fool. This kind of childish behavior was really unbecoming of a prince. Amidst the laughter, Long Feiyi glanced at Han Yunshi but didn't say anything. If he had really made a move, would it have been as simple as making Long Tianqing fall? Everyone thought it was him, but in fact it was Han Yunshi's doing. Hearing the laughter, Long Tianqing finally realized that he had lost his composure. The wisest thing for him to do was to stand up and continue walking forward without opening the gift box. He'd only prepared one gift this time, an extremely precious piece of ancient porcelain. Now that he'd broken it, where was he supposed to find a second one? What should he do now? If he kept walking forward, he wouldn't have a gift. At this moment, a sweet and gentle voice spoke up. Second Imperial Prince, don't worry. Even if you don't have a gift, esteemed Empress Dowager won't blame you as long as you're sincere. Following the source of the voice, they saw a woman in her early 20s. She was as delicate as a flower and as delicate as jade, gentle and dainty. Her full smile was especially gentle and beautiful. This woman was none other than Bailey Yuanlong's youngest daughter, Bailey Mingxiang. Although she was the youngest, she wasn't young anymore. She'd long reached marriageable age and had countless suitors, but she refused to marry. If this was before, it wouldn't have been a big deal. But now that the Duke of Qin and Bailey Yuanlong hadn't brought a gift, it was the greatest insult to Long Tianqing. See, even Emperor Tianhui and the Empress Dowager were glaring at her. Han Yunshi looked over as well and discovered that this woman's beauty was different from the others. Her eyes were filled with intelligence. She was gentle and magnanimous, like a needle hidden in silk floss. Compared to the other noble ladies, she was definitely outstanding. Bailey Mingxiang, there's no need for you here. The second Imperial Prince was about to explode when Emperor Tianhui cut him off. Enough, why aren't you withdrawing yet? Imperial Father. Long Tianqing grew anxious. Withdraw. Emperor Tianhui was furious. Long Tianqing was very unwilling, but he had no choice but to withdraw. But when he came back, he gave another light snort at Long Feiyi and Han Yunshi. This time, it wasn't a disdainful snort, but one meant to vent his anger. Finally, Long Feiyi looked straight at Long Tianqing. A single glance was enough to make Long Tianqing feel the temperature drop around them. He'd already thrown caution to the wind. After today's birthday banquet, his imperial father and the Duke of Qin would definitely be irreconcilable. Naturally, he'd use his father's favorite method to express his stance. But now that he saw the Duke of Qin's eyes, he began to regret his decision. Long Tianqing fled back to his seat. As soon as he sat down, the left Prime Minister, Xiao Jingxin, stood up and raised his cup to congratulate the Empress Dowager. This old official congratulates esteemed Empress Dowager on her birthday. May esteemed Empress Dowager's phoenix body be in good health. So speaking, he downed his cup of wine and sat back down without offering any gift. His actions were so fast that everyone present, including the Empress Dowager and Emperor Tianhui, couldn't react in time. After all, this left Prime Minister Xiao Jingxin was the second Imperial Prince's maternal grandfather. How could he's actually one of His Highness Duke of Qin's men. That's too surprising. Soon enough, another official stood up and raised his cup to congratulate the Empress Dowager, but without any gift. This official was the Minister of Revenue, Zhao Ziling, a well-known member of the Second Imperial Prince's faction. Afterwards, various high-ranking officials such as Grand Preceptor Li Xiui, Junior Tutor Lin Badong, and Grand Scholar Ouyang all rose to their seats to offer their congratulations. The second imperial prince himself was flabbergasted, because these people were all in his faction as well. How could this be? Long Tianqing finally regretted his actions. He shouldn't have been so impulsive today. Without the support of these influential officials, how was he supposed to fight against the crown prince or the other imperial princes? How was he supposed to fight for the throne? By now, Emperor Tianhui's face had turned completely black. The power and connections in the hands of these influential officials and the departments they controlled were all very important, especially the left prime minister. This was not only a fatal blow to the second imperial prince, but also a great hindrance to him. Long Feiye's actions were too ironic and humiliating. He glared at Long Feiye, just as Long Feiye happened to look back. The two brothers' silent contest left everyone in the hall silent, too nervous to even breathe loudly. But at this moment people still stood up to offer their congratulations. Duke Jinghua, Marquis Pingbei, Luo City's Rong clan, Zhe City's Feng clan, and so on all stood in place to raise their cups of wine. Their gifts were clearly on the table, but they refused to take them out. Where did these people get the gall to provoke the imperial clan? Wasn't it all thanks to Long Feiye? The Empress Dowager's face alternated between white and green, looking as ugly as it could be. She had clearly seen these people arrive with gifts, but none of them had presented a single one. She hadn't even heard much of their words of congratulations. A perfectly good birthday banquet had been ruined by Long Feiye. This was simply a coup d'état. Emperor Tianhui was so angry that his chest heaved. Although there were a few high-ranking officials who had stood up to oppose the Duke of Qin and presented gifts after gifts, there were still more influential officials on his and the Empress Dowager's side than Long Feiye's. But no amount of support could pacify his furious heart. That was because the imperial clan couldn't tolerate even the slightest provocation. But tonight, he'd counted a total of 27 influential officials who'd provoked him. This was his humiliation, but also Long Feiye's terrifying bargaining chip. Long Feiye had used facts to prove that he had the skills to oppose the imperial clan. The birthday banquet was still going on, but most of the people were still presenting gifts. But it didn't matter who gave what anymore. Emperor Tianhui stared at Long Feiye the entire time. He truly regretted that he hadn't exterminated Long Feiye when he was young. After all, he was almost 20 years old when his little brother was still in swaddling clothes. If he'd had the foresight back then, the late emperor wouldn't have granted him a special pardon. But Long Fei remained as steady as Mount Tai despite raising such a huge wave with one hand. His expression was stoic, like a high and lofty spectator who could see through each and every one of them. Currently, he was looking at General Mu with interest. General Mu had just retreated from presenting gifts to the Empress Dowager. His gift was a very ordinary one that didn't offend or curry favor. It was obvious that he was a neutral party. Han Yunxi sat quietly by Long Feiye's side. She finally realized that she'd underestimated Long Feiye's skills. Actually, he could have forced Emperor Tianhui to release Long Feiye even without her help when he was under house arrest. She'd even foolishly assumed that he'd set his sights on the medicine fan. How stupid of her! She stared at Long Feiye's chiseled profile, and realized for the first time that she couldn't get enough of him. Just the sight of his face was enough to make her heart pound. Finally, all of Tianning's nobles finished giving their congratulations. Now it was time for the foreign guests. The foreign guests who'd witnessed a smokeless battle were still in a daze. They'd all heard of Tianning's Duke of Qin's fame, but this was their first time witnessing his skills. He really wasn't to be trifled with. Chu Qingga's gaze hadn't left Long Feiye since the beginning. Beneath her icy exterior was a heart that was about to burn. She'd always known that this man was as valiant and mighty as a god, but after witnessing his strength with her own eyes, she wanted nothing more than to prostrate herself at his feet. "Big bro, we shouldn't give gifts either, right?" she asked in a low voice. Big Bro had been angry with her ever since he rescued her from the inn that day. He'd told her that she shouldn't have stirred up trouble in Tianning's capital city. She was full of grievances and simply refused to talk to him. But now she couldn't help but speak up. "That's not something we can decide," Chu Tianyin said indifferently. Chu Tianyin remarked mildly. Although he'd been stunned by Long Fei as well, his attention was still on Han Yunxi. His serious gaze seemed to be searching for something on Han Yunxi's body. At this moment, Mu Ling stood up from nearby. She had come as a representative of Medicine City. Chapter 311. Actually, Mu Ling didn't have the right to represent Medicine City this time. Last time, she'd gone missing while bringing medicine to Medical City to deal with the poison beast. Everyone was waiting for her to show up, but she never showed her face in Medical City. She even caused Medical City to search for her everywhere for the Mu clan. Leaving aside the Wang and Xie clans, even the Mu clan had plenty of complaints. This time, the three clans of Medicine City had come to an agreement that the powerful Mu clan would still have the right to represent Medicine City at the banquet. Mu Yingdong and Han Yunxi's relationship had been so unpleasant that he didn't want to see them for a while. Originally, he wanted the eldest young master of the Mu clan, Mu Lingyun, to attend the banquet, but Mu Ling refused to leave the capital and insisted on attending instead. In the end, Mu Yingdong had no choice but to compromise. It wasn't appropriate for a little girl to represent Medicine City at a national banquet, but Mu Ling's talents in medicine were well known throughout Cloud Realm continent. Her status as a genius pharmacist was still acceptable at such a grand occasion. Mu Yingdong personally gave Mu Ling his gift and told her to take good care of it. She had to say a few words of congratulations before sending it out at the banquet. The three great clans of Medicine City had agreed on the gift together. It was a life-saving pill from the medicine forest. Although it was called a medicinal pill, it wasn't refined, but grown from medicinal trees. Each tree would produce a single life-saving pill every 30 years. It could protect a person's heart and vital energy when their life was in danger and buy time for doctors to treat them. Such a grand gift was both a show of sincerity and face for Medicine City, and a sign of good relations with the Mu clan. Mu Yingdong was secretly colluding with Jun Yixie, but on the surface, he wanted to get on good terms with Emperor Tianhui. After Han Yunxi and Long Fei Yi tricked him, he stood on Emperor Tianhui's side. Seeing Mu Ling stand up, the vexed Empress Dowager finally pulled herself together. She knew that the relationship between Medicine City and Tianning wasn't bad. She also knew that Medicine City's congratulatory gift would definitely be stunning. The foreign guests all maintained a neutral stance and sent gifts as usual. They wouldn't interfere with Tianning's internal strife. This was especially true for a power as complex as Medicine City. A single representative wouldn't be able to decide Medicine City's stance. The Empress Dowager was very confident that Mu Linger would give her a big gift. She finally had some expectations. Emperor Tianhui grew self-confident as well. He refused to believe that Long Fei Yi could even rope in foreign powers. He wanted Long Fei Yi to know that he was the true master of Tianning. Naturally, the foreign guests would only recognize him. Previously, a few foreign guests had sent gifts, but their influence couldn't compare to Medicine City's. Now that Medicine City's people had stood up, he planned to show off to Long Fei Yi. As a matter of fact, Mu Ling hadn't even revealed her identity before Emperor Tianhui spoke up first. "Is this the Mu clan's famous genius pharmacist, Miss Ling Any other representative would be overwhelmed by the favor, but Mu Ling remained calm. "Exactly so. Why didn't the Mu clan head come with you?" Emperor Tianhui had long known that Mu Yingdong wasn't coming, so he brought it up on purpose for Long Fei Yi to hear. Medicine City's strength was deep and solid. They weren't just any allies. "My father isn't feeling well, so I came as his representative," Mu Ling said, before hastily adding, "and as Medicine City's representative." Chuchinga felt uncomfortable all over at the words. She couldn't even sit comfortably in her chair, so she clenched her fists and pounded them on the table. Still, she had to admit that she couldn't compare to this damned girl in terms of status. Was it because Big Brother didn't want to offend Medicine City that he didn't show up after saving me at the inn? She'd asked him a few times, but all she got in return was rolling her eyes. Chuchinga looked towards Han Yunshi, trying to figure out the relationship between Mu Ling and Han Yunshi. The two of them weren't friendly at all, but Han Yunshi had clearly saved Mu Ling that day. Han Yunshi was looking quietly at Mu Ling, her gaze flickering between light and dark. It was both heavy and complicated. Long Feiyi didn't pay much attention to her side. Sen Zhen's regards to your father's well-being, Emperor Tianhui said seriously. All right, Mu Ling nodded before looking towards the Empress Dowager. The Empress Dowager had a kind smile on her face, but her heart was already blooming with joy. She was guessing what kind of gift Medicine City would give her. It had to be some sort of medicine, but it was hard to guess what it was. Actually, it wasn't just the Empress Dowager who was guessing. Everyone else present was guessing as well. Medicine City's gifts had always been extraordinary. Under the gazes of the crowd, Mu Ling walked out of her seat. When she passed by Han Yunshi, she purposely shot her a provocative glance. Han Yunshi allowed her to do as she pleased without batting an eyelid. Mu Ling walked in front of the Empress Dowager and made a simple bow. Mu Ling greets Tianning's Empress Dowager. Rise, rise. The Empress Dowager was so moved that she couldn't hide it. Her face was wreathed in a spring breeze. Mu Ling made another bow, this time with a grand bow. Ling represents the Mu clan and Medicine City to congratulate Tianning's Empress Dowager. May the sun and moon be bright, the pines and cranes be everlasting. May your happiness last forever, and your future be boundless. May your smile bloom from your mouth and your family live forever. Her loud voice filled the silent hall with congratulatory words. Both the Empress Dowager and Emperor Tianhui were very satisfied. Good, good, good. This child's mouth is so sweet. The Empress Dowager couldn't stop grinning as she looked towards Emperor Tianhui. Emperor Tianhui grinned and nodded in agreement. Esteemed Empress Dowager praises me too much, Mu Ling said modestly. See, you're still being modest, the Empress Dowager said with a smile. Hurry and rise. Mu Ling immediately rose, then turned to walk towards her seat and sit down. And then, there was no congratulatory gift. What did Medicine City mean by this? Just like that, the Empress Dowager's smile froze. Her eyes stared straight ahead, her expression terrifying. Without warning, the entire hall fell silent. Everyone exchanged glances as the atmosphere turned strange. Medicine City was actually interfering in Tianning's internal affairs at a time like this to support His Highness Duke of Qin. Heavens, what's wrong with Medicine City? Could it be that the three great clans and His Highness Duke of Qin had gotten together? Very soon, all sorts of suspicions arose. The Empress Dowager's breathing grew heavier as she clenched her fist. Her rage was on the verge of exploding. Abominable! Too abominable! This damned girl wasn't planning to give a gift? Why did she walk out then? Why did she say so many congratulatory words? What was she doing? The Empress Dowager was so angry that her face had turned white. Her entire body was trembling, while Emperor Tianhui's face had long turned into a palette of colors. Medicine City's public support for Long Feiyi was beyond his expectations. What was Mu Yingdong planning? What were the Wang and Xie clans planning? Despite the doubtful looks from the crowd, Mu Ling leisurely sipped her tea as if nothing had happened. Han Yunshi's tightly pursed lips slowly rose into a smile. She nudged Long Feiyi lightly with her elbow and said, I said this girl was very cute, didn't I? Long Feiyi didn't reply, but gave Mu Ling a rare look. Actually, even without Mu Ling he would have let Emperor Tianhui know that he had foreign powers in his hands today. Since Mu Ling had accidentally chosen to represent Medicine City, he didn't need to explain himself. As Mu Ling drank her tea, she glanced at Han Yunxi out of the corner of her eye. When she saw Han Yunxi smiling at her, she immediately withdrew her gaze and ignored her with a haughty expression. Han Yunxi gave a lazy yawn and drank her tea without looking at her again. Perhaps only Han Yunxi and Mu Ling understood the subtle relationship between them. In any case, everyone present was discussing Medicine City's stance. Emperor Tianhui was finally re-evaluating Long Feiye's capabilities. He had to consider how Mu Ling's actions would make the other foreign guests look at him. How could such a good banquet go on? No matter what, it had to continue for the sake of Tianning's imperial family's face. The Empress Dowager was so angry that she wanted to smash her things and leave, but she was still the Empress Dowager. She suppressed her anger and sat upright in her seat. Emperor Tianhui was extremely uneasy. He had to calm down and re-evaluate the power behind Long Feiye. It seemed like he'd have to put aside the difficulties he'd prepared for Long Feiye. If he forced this retainer brother of his into a corner, he'd really start a rebellion. Under his rule, Tianning looked peaceful and prosperous, but there were internal and external troubles. If Long Feiye really made a move, it wouldn't do him any good. Although he knew that Long Feiye had won this game, Emperor Tianhui was still unwilling to accept it. But after weighing the pros and cons, he could only endure for now. Your Majesty, I heard that the dancers performed a peach blossom dance for the Empress Dowager. Why don't you have them come up to liven things up? Noble Consort Yun seized the chance to speak up. The Empress had gone mad. As the mother of the second imperial son, Noble Consort Xiao was likely to suffer because of Prime Minister Zhao's stance. Naturally, she had to seize the chance. She had to pave the way for her seventh imperial son. Emperor Tianhui nodded. A group of dancers as beautiful as flowers walked out from the left and right sides of the hall. Their faces were like peach blossoms, and their pink robes fluttered in the wind. They immediately attracted the attention of everyone present. Although everyone was still suspicious of what had just happened, the atmosphere was less tense on the surface. The Empress Dowager silently exhaled, a sinister look flashing past her eyes. Even if I can't make things difficult for the Duke of Qin, I should at least embarrass Han Yunxi today. Otherwise, I won't be able to swallow this anger. As they enjoyed the dance, the other foreign guests began to offer their congratulations. None of them acted like Mu Ling did again. Duanmu Bei represented Western Zhou to present the Empress Dowager with a generous gift, which was within everyone's expectations. Although Chu Qingge wanted to support the Duke of Qin, she knew that she couldn't convince Duanmu Bei. She couldn't help but look towards Mu Ling with envy. If I could represent all of Western Zhou, or even the Chu clan, I'd definitely stand on Long Feiye's side. Some backgrounds meant that one couldn't do as they pleased. Others allowed you to do as you pleased. After the foreign guests finished offering their congratulations, everything returned to normal. Everyone enjoyed the peach blossom dance with peace of mind. Needless to say, this peach blossom dance was truly beautiful. The Empress Dowager seemed to be enjoying the show, but she was secretly wondering how she should deal with Han Yunxi. Han Yunxi had no idea of the Empress Dowager's thoughts. She was currently savoring the delicacies on the table while enjoying the dance. She'd been busy all this time, so it was rare for her to have a chance to enjoy herself like this. Unexpectedly, Chu Qingge spoke up with a smile. Qin Wangfei. Chapter 312. The crowd tasted the fine wine while enjoying the singing and dancing, chatting in groups of twos and threes. Chu Qingge didn't attract much attention when she spoke loudly, but her cries of Qin Wangfei attracted the attention of everyone present. There was no helping it. Han Yunxi was the center of attention to begin with. Moreover, the person by her side had caused a ruckus at the banquet, so it was hard not to look at her at the mention of her name. The lively hall quieted down once more as the Empress Dowager and Emperor Tianhui looked towards Chu Qingge. That was exactly the effect Chu Chinga wanted. Han Yunxi was a little surprised. She knew Chu Chinga would find a chance to get revenge for the restaurant incident, but never expected her to call her out at the Empress Dowager's birthday banquet. She really didn't know what this woman was thinking. Although this looked like a banquet, it was actually a competition between men. What was a woman like her causing a ruckus? Cold, Han Yunxi asked, "Do you need something?" Qin Wangfei's talents and learning are unparalleled in Tianing. Even our Princess Yao lost to you. Now all of Cloud Realm continent is saying that Princess Yao is inferior to Qin Wangfei. Chu Chinga smiled as she spoke, causing Duanmu Bei's face to darken. What does this woman want to do? Why bring up Yao Yao for no reason? Hasn't she lost enough face? Chu Tiannin's eyebrows creased in irritation as he tugged at Chu Chinga. Unfortunately, she ignored him and kept talking. The so-called talents and learning include poetry and songs, as well as the zither, chess, calligraphy, and painting. It's a pity that esteemed Wang Fei only beat Princess Yao in poetry. At these words, Duanmu Bei's gloomy face dissipated into the clear skies. He suddenly realized that this was a great chance to turn things around for Yao Yao. After all, a cold beauty like Chu Chinga had always disdained competitions or women's gatherings. But in reality, her talents and learning far surpassed Yao Yao's. She was the most talented woman in Western Zhou. If she said something like that, then she must be challenging Han Yunxi. Han Yunxi was definitely going to lose. Cold, Han Yunxi looked at Chu Chinga and allowed her to speak without saying a word. Chu Chinga pressed on step by step before adding, "Chinga invites Qin Wangfei to play a piece so I can experience Qin Wangfei's zither skills. It can also count as a performance for esteemed Empress Dowager's birthday celebration." Han Yunxi's lips curled into a mocking smile. It was obvious that she wanted to compete with her in zither skills and avenge Duanmu Yao. Look at how good her words were. With just a few words, she pulled the Empress Dowager to her side. Needless to say, the Empress Dowager had been fretting over a chance to make things difficult for Han Yunxi. As soon as she heard Chu Chinga's suggestion, her interest was piqued. Before Han Yunxi could say anything, the old lady had already made the decision. "All right. Good idea. Aijia has also heard that Qin Wangfei's talent is renowned throughout the world. Aijia wants to take this opportunity to see for herself. Esteemed Empress Dowager, why don't we each play a song for the Peach Blossom Dance?" Chu Chinga suggested hastily. Very good, very good. The Empress Dowager was very happy. When there was a performance, there would be a competition. When there was a competition, there would be an evaluation. Of course, she wouldn't give Han Yunxi a good review. Moreover, playing a song together wasn't an easy task. Playing a live zither accompaniment was the most difficult part. It tested not only one's skill in the zither, but one's temperament and skills as well. This required a certain level of mastery over music. Usually, one had to start from elementary school and receive professional guidance from a court musician. Otherwise, it would be impossible to learn. Of course, the Chu clan could afford to hire a court musician, but Han Yunxi's clan, Both Chu Chinga and the Empress Dowager were certain that Han Yunxi didn't know how to play. Indeed, Han Yunxi really didn't know how to play. Forget about accompanying music, she couldn't even understand ancient musical scores. "Yunxi, come. Play a song to cheer me up," the Empress Dowager was half joking, half commanding. They'd just come to the birthday celebration, so she couldn't bring herself to ask everyone for gifts. Thus, she couldn't do anything about Long Fei Yi or the other nobles. But now, she had ways to deal with a single Han Yunxi. No matter how strong the Duke of Qin was or how rebellious Han Yunxi was, they couldn't openly defy her orders at the birthday banquet. Han Yunxi hesitated for a long time before replying. "Esteemed Empress Dowager, let Miss Chu play a song first." Hearing this, Chu Chinga and the Empress Dowager were both secretly pleased. If Han Yunxi was in such a difficult position, there'd be a good show to watch later. Esteemed Empress Dowager, Chinga has embarrassed herself. Chu Chinga couldn't wait to show off. Today, Long Feiyi was present. If she didn't seize the chance to draw his attention, who knew how long she'd have to wait? Today, she'd let Long Feiyi know that she was more than twice as good as Han Yunxi. An expensive guzheng was placed in the center of the hall with Chu Chinga sitting upright behind it. The musicians on the side had all stopped what they were doing to allow a group of pink-robed dancers to surround her. Her white robes made her seem otherworldly, her aura cold and clear. The dancers' pink robes were beautiful and dreamy, like a fairy descending from a forest of peach blossoms. Everyone was intoxicated by the sight. Even Emperor Tianhui grew interested. Unfortunately, Long Feiyi was the only one drinking wine by himself. He was in a world of his own, completely ignoring the beautiful scenery in the hall. When Chu Chinga saw that Long Feiyi wasn't even looking at her, she angrily began to play. Today, she was going to play until he looked over. Clang! At the sound of the music, the dancers began to dance. Chu Chinga was so focused that she didn't have the dancers coordinate with her music. Instead, she used the music to match the dancers' step. It was the same flourishing peach blossom dance from before, but the accompanying music was completely different. It changed from the bleakness of winter to the cheerful blossoms of spring, to the joy and joy of spring, and then to the fall of spring. It was both romantic and sad. The dance and the music matched each other perfectly, far surpassing the accompanying music from before. Everyone watched and listened until Chu Chinga finished the last note and the dancers stopped. Only then did they recover their senses. The Empress Dowager clapped her hands and exclaimed, "Good! Excellent!" Everyone exclaimed in admiration and praise, but Chu Chinga only had eyes for Long Feiyi, the Long Feiyi who hadn't spared her a single glance. She was so disappointed. She stood up and faced Han Yunxi directly. "Esteemed Wang Fei, it's your turn." Perhaps Long Fei would only realize how good she was at playing the piano with a comparison. Hee, don't lose face for me or our Tianing. The Empress Dowager was impatient. Currently, Han Yunxi was sitting lazily with her chin propped up in her hand. She had no intention of rising to her feet as she smiled. "Miss Chu is truly formidable. I was completely mesmerized just then. You played so well." "Esteemed Wang Fei praises me wrongly. Esteemed Wang Fei can definitely play better than Chinga." Chu Chinga feigned modesty. Han Yunxi's face was full of worry. "How could that be? You and the dancers worked so well together. This Wang Fei can't do such a thing." Chu Chinga only felt that these words were strange, but she couldn't put her finger on it. "Yunxi, hurry and play a song," the Empress Dowager urged. But Han Yunxi only laughed. Esteemed Empress Dowager really knows how to joke. "Yunxi isn't a servant. How could I play for the dancers? What kind of scandal is that?" No matter if they were musicians, singers, or dancers, they were all servants. Whether they sang, danced, or played, they were all there to serve their masters and make them happy. Han Yunxi was a proper Qin Wang Fei, so how could she perform with the dancers? Han Yunxi had only allowed Chu Chinga to go first, but she hadn't agreed to perform. As she spoke, she praised Chu Chinga generously. "It's a pity that Miss Chu didn't become a musician." Her words were like a slap to Chu Chinga's face. How could Han Yunxi do such a thing? What she was proud of was the behavior of a servant in Han Yunxi's eyes. What about Long Feiyi? Did he think the same thing? Was that why he didn't even spare her a glance? Chu Chinga was furious, but when she saw Han Yunxi dressed in purple and sitting next to Long Fei, she couldn't help but feel inferior to the woman. No, she was too afraid of this feeling. It had to be her imagination. Chu Chinga didn't answer Han Yunxi, but sent a pleading look towards the Empress Dowager. She was very clear that the Empress Dowager wouldn't let go of such a good chance. That's right, the Empress Dowager hated Han Yunxi even more than Chu Chinga. How could she let go of such a chance? "Yunxi, you made a promise to me just then. Don't make me unhappy." The Empress Dowager was still smiling, but there was a hidden meaning behind her smile. Esteemed Empress Dowager, Yunshi only wanted Miss Chu to play a song first. When did I ever agree? Han Yunshi pretended to act coquettishly. Then if she plays a song first, you'll take it, the Empress Dowager said patiently. I didn't say I'd take it. If she plays a song first, she'll play another, Han Yunshi said self-righteously. She was simply a scoundrel. Many people laughed at her words. Mu Ling laughed the loudest of all. How could a proud person like Chu Chinga stand it? She huffed and said, Esteemed Empress Dowager, is Qin Wangfei going back on her word? Finally, the Empress Dowager grew serious and said coldly, Yunshi, I'll have you. As the Empress Dowager spoke, she saw Han Yunshi slowly take out a fan from behind her back. First, she turned it over and over in her hands to play with it a few times, then calmly and leisurely fanned herself. As soon as the Empress Dowager saw the fan, she shut her mouth. Heavens! This was the medicine fan, the very thing she'd bitterly searched for decades. She looked forward to seeing it every day, so she recognized it at a glance. It was definitely the best medicine for insomnia, the medicine fan. She'd suffered from insomnia ever since she was young. Every night, she found it hard to fall asleep and had to toss and turn in bed for 2 to 4 hours before she fell asleep. Once she fell asleep, she'd be woken up by noises and couldn't fall asleep again. Instead, she'd have to keep her eyes open until dawn. Naturally, she'd taken plenty of medicine before, or else she wouldn't have lived to this day. She wouldn't be so energetic during the day, but every medicine had a side effect. She was already afraid of taking them. Back then, the head imperial physician had written a prescription for the medicine fan, saying it was only beneficial and harmless to the body. But she'd never found a trace of it. She never thought that it'd end up in Han Yunshi's hands. Only those who'd suffered from insomnia knew how painful it was. The Empress Dowager stared at the item in Han Yunshi's hands and forgot about making things difficult for her. She was so happy that she was about to cry. Very few people could recognize the medicine fan. Chu Chinga didn't recognize it, nor did she know about the Empress Dowager's insomnia. Seeing the Empress Dowager remain silent, she hastened to say, Esteemed Empress Dowager, does your Tianing Wangfei always go back on her word? Chapter 313. Han Yunshi was very satisfied when she saw the Empress Dowager's expression, so happy she was about to cry. She thought that the medicine fan would be useless to her, but now it looked like it was quite useful. She lazily straightened her body and leaned against the back of the chair, fanning the medicine fan in her hand. The embroidered patterns on both sides of the fan flickered in and out of view with her movements. The Empress Dowager's eyes followed Han Yunshi's movements, afraid that she'd miss something and lose the medicine fan. The Empress Dowager liked receiving birthday gifts because she enjoyed the feeling of being respected and pleasantly surprised. But right now, the treasure in Han Yunshi's hands was something she truly needed. Chu Chinga stood in place, waiting for the Empress Dowager to speak, but the Empress Dowager stopped talking and ignored her. She had no idea what the old woman was spacing out for. Han Yunshi and Long Fei Yi had caused such a mess at the birthday banquet that the Empress Dowager should be cruel to them. If she couldn't deal with Long Fei Yi, how could she spare Han Yunshi? She was giving the Empress Dowager a chance, so why wouldn't she seize it? Esteemed Empress Dowager, Qin Wangfei is such a bully. You have to give me justice. Chu Chinga grew even more impolite. Miss Chu, everyone's watching. Just how did I bully you? What did I promise you? Han Yunshi's calm demeanor was enough to anger a person to death. Chu Chinga had a cold heart and didn't want to waste words with a scoundrel like Han Yunshi. She looked at the Empress Dowager with a serious expression. If this was the past, the Empress Dowager would have forced Han Yunshi to stand up long ago without Chu Chinga's urging. But now she was hesitating. Her mind was filled with thoughts of how to get the medicine fan from Han Yunshi's hands. Han Yunshi was someone who could be persuaded by reason, but not cowed by force. If she got angry and burned the medicine fan, where was she supposed to find a second one? This matter had to be done slowly, and it had to be done intelligently. The Empress Dowager thought that it was better not to provoke Han Yunshi at this juncture. They were like fire and water. If she let Han Yunshi hold a grudge, it would be difficult for her to win. The old Empress Dowager was so lost in her own thoughts that she didn't even notice Chu Chinga's curtsy. She simply treated the girl as air. Everyone in the hall was watching. Chu Chinga waited and waited until she felt like she was singing a one-man show all by herself. Old Empress Dowager, say something. If you don't say anything, where should I put my face? Finally, she couldn't take it anymore. Right now, all thoughts of being aloof, haughty, and cold beauty were thrown to the back of her mind. Flustered and exasperated, she turned to give the Empress Dowager a grand bow. Empress Dowager of Tianning, everyone's watching. Please give Chinga justice. Only then did the Empress Dowager come back to her senses. Miss Chu, please rise. Chu Chinga took a deep breath and straightened up, her haughtiness returning. As long as the Empress Dowager cooperated with her, Han Yunshi's words would be useless. But who knew that the Empress Dowager's next words would be, "It's true that Qin Wangfei never agreed to play a song. It was just a joke, so Miss Chu shouldn't take it seriously." What? Chu Chinga felt like she'd been struck by lightning. She gaped, her entire body stiff. Did I hear wrong? What did the Empress Dowager just say? Esteemed Empress Dowager is wise and brilliant. This Wang Fei sees that Miss Chu's Qin skills are truly exceptional. Why don't you play another song to liven up everyone's spirits? Han Yunshi covered her face with her medicine fan and smiled. How could she look so bashful and charming? Liven up everyone's spirits? If Han Yunshi hadn't said that she was a servant, it wouldn't have been a big deal for her to liven things up. But Han Yunshi had just said that she wasn't a servant, so she wouldn't show her face in public. Now she wanted her to liven things up for everyone, much less help them drink. Just what did this woman take her for? Although her status wasn't as high as her status as the Duke of Qin's official consort, she was still the eldest young miss of Western Zhou's Chu clan. Outside of Western Zhou's imperial clan, the Chu clan was the noblest clan in the country. Chu Chinga was a proud person, but she was still so angry that her face turned red. She almost burst into tears as she glared hatefully at the Empress Dowager, unable to comprehend her words. The Empress Dowager was in a difficult position as well. She didn't want to offend Han Yunshi, but she couldn't hurt Chu Chinga either. She was trying to think of a way to settle the dispute and have Chu Chinga return to her seat when Han Yunshi lazily spoke up again. Esteemed Empress Dowager, let Miss Chu play another song. She played so well just then that I still want to hear more. As she spoke, she purposely placed the medicine fan on the table and lightly patted it. This action stunned the Empress Dowager. Could it be that Han Yunshi knows that I've been begging for the medicine fan for ages? Does she know about my insomnia as well? Most likely, the Duke of Qin knows as well, so it's no surprise that Han Yunshi knows. Perhaps the Duke of Qin was the one who gave her the medicine fan. Could it be that she was threatening her with her actions? Damned girl! The Empress Dowager cursed in her heart, but in the end she couldn't resist the temptation of the medicine fan. Suffering from insomnia for over 20 years was a fate worse than death. It was enough to make her give up on all her past grudges. If Han Yunshi is threatening me, then I still have a chance to get the medicine fan. I won't be impulsive. I'll use my wits. I still want to hear more too. Miss Chu, can you play another song? The Empress Dowager smiled as she went along with Han Yunshi's wishes. Chu Chinga couldn't believe her ears. Her vision went black, then white. She was so angry that she almost fainted. Who could tell her what was going on? Had the old Empress Dowager lost her mind, or been possessed? She was actually protecting Han Yunshi. Few of the people present could tell Chu Chinga the reason, because everyone else was as incredulous as she was. Even Emperor Tianhui didn't recognize the medicine fan, much to his surprise. What's wrong with Mohu? Although Emperor Tianhui wanted to help Chu Chinga, this was still a woman's affair. He hadn't interfered from the start, but now it was even harder for him to do so. Moreover, he had his own fears. If he interfered, Long Feiyi would get involved as well. If that happened, then the losses would outweigh the gains. Emperor Tianhui hadn't feared Long Feiyi at all before the birthday banquet. He'd only given him a bit of courtesy, but now he feared Long Feiyi even more. Emperor Tianhui glanced at Long Feiyi, who was drinking leisurely without batting an eyelid. In the end, he decided to bide his time. Moha must have her reasons for doing this, he thought. I'll ask her about them later. Esteemed Empress Dowager. Chu Qingge felt wronged. What, Miss Chu isn't willing to play another song for me? The Empress Dowager's face was filled with disappointment. Chu Qingge almost spat up blood at the words. Intolerable bullying, absolutely intolerable bullying. Duanmu Bei and Chu Tianyin watched from the sidelines. Chu Tianyin furrowed his brows as he lamented the misfortune of his little sister. He'd warned her long ago not to have any ideas about Han Yunxi, but she refused to listen. If news of this reached his father's ears, he wouldn't be able to protect her either. The situation before them was clear. Although there was no way to explain the Empress Dowager's actions, anyone who tried to help her would only be at a loss. Duanmu Bei had been planning to attack Han Yunxi, but now he only rejoiced that he hadn't interfered. Otherwise, he'd be in an awkward spot as well. Chu Qingge couldn't refuse the Empress Dowager since she was the one who'd started all this trouble. Moreover, the two of them had come with Crown Prince Yi to attend the birthday banquet because of Duanmu Yao's collusion with Northern Li's Duke of Kong. In other words, they were here to explain and apologize. Duanmu Yao's matter was still fresh, so she couldn't afford to make the Empress Dowager unhappy in front of everyone, right? Chu Qingge had no choice but to play another song. As long as esteemed Empress Dowager likes it, Qingge will be honored. Chu Qingge didn't even know how she finished her sentence. Her heart was stifled enough to suffocate her. But Han Yunxi only smiled and spoke again. Miss Chu, are you planning to accompany the dancers or play a solo piece? Chu Qingge had to take a deep breath to control her emotions and prevent herself from exploding. A solo piece, she said coldly. Of course she was going to play a solo piece. If she accompanied the dancers, wouldn't she really be a servant performing for everyone's amusement? The dancers withdrew, leaving Chu Qingge to sit by the zither again. Although she was still as beautiful as ever, cold and noble, as if she didn't eat the food of mortals, she'd lost all of her previous self-confidence and ease. The best zither skills lay in one's mental state. If one's heart wasn't calm, the notes would be jumbled up. The more Chu Qingge played, the more she lost herself. The more she wanted to give up, but she had no choice but to persevere to the end. She didn't even dare to raise her head to look at the crowd for fear of their mocking gazes. Still, she couldn't help but look towards Han Yunxi. Han Yunxi was still sitting there lazily, admiring her with interest. Even though she'd chosen to play a solo piece, the sight of Han Yunxi's elegant posture and languid gaze still made Chu Qingge feel like a servant performing for Han Yunxi's sake. She'd been so confident in challenging Han Yunxi to a duel, but who knew that she'd end up playing two pieces in a row while Han Yunxi sat there so respectfully the entire time? She'd won without a fight. Grievance, unwillingness, and resentment all rose up in her heart. Her zither notes grew more and more disorderly as the crowd began to talk amongst themselves. Chu Qingge herself didn't notice. She couldn't help but glance towards Long Feiyi from the corner of her eye, only to see Long Feiyi looking at her. Heavens, is he finally paying attention to me? Chu Qingge's heart trembled. Suddenly, there was a clang as the zither string snapped. Only then did Chu Qingge recover her wits and realize how terrible she'd been playing. She looked at the broken string, then looked up at Long Feiyi. She was at a loss when faced with the attention she'd been longing for. Long Feiyi was looking at her now, but only at her most wretched state. Long Feiyi only glanced at her a few times before leaning towards Han Yunxi and intimately pressing his lips against Han Yunxi's ear. She couldn't hear what he was saying. Han Yunshi chuckled softly as if she was very happy. Chu Chinga's heart ached at the sight. Are they laughing at me? With the string snapped, she couldn't play anymore. She gritted her teeth and finally lowered her proud head to bow to the Empress Dowager before silently returning to her seat. She'd lost thoroughly. After Chu Chinga's farce, Emperor Tianhui and the Empress Dowager had no choice but to withdraw all of their preparations. The birthday banquet proceeded smoothly. Although it didn't count as a coup d'état, it had far-reaching implications for Tianing. When the banquet ended, Long Feiyi and Han Yunshi's carriage was the first to leave. Unexpectedly, Mu Ling was even faster than them. By the time they reached the Duke of Qin's estate, Mu Ling was already waiting for them on the steps. Chapter 314. Seeing Han Yunshi and Long Feiyi get off the carriage, Mu Ling immediately jumped up and ran straight to Han Yunshi. Han Yunshi was used to seeing women who were infatuated with Long Feiyi, but this was the first time she saw a woman who turned a blind eye to Long Feiyi. Han Yunshi, where's Qi brother? Mu Ling was very direct. She had been staying in the capital all this time because of Qi brother. She always thought that Qi brother would come after her for pushing Han Yunshi, but who would have thought that Qi brother didn't show up even after waiting for so long. After her father redeemed her out of King Qin's mansion that day, she didn't leave. She stayed in the inn closest to King Qin's mansion and often waited at the front and back gates of King Qin's mansion, hoping to bump into Qi brother. Unfortunately, she returned disappointed every time. You didn't send your Qi brother to me, so how would I know? Han Yunshi asked with a smile. Mu Ling was speechless for a moment and asked again, Did Qi brother look for you? This silly girl. Was it really okay to ask such a question in front of Long Feiyi? Even if Gu looked for her, she wouldn't admit it. Mu Ling treated Long Feiyi like air, and Long Feiyi also treated her like air. He held Han Yunshi's hand and continued to walk forward, and Han Yunshi followed him. Unexpectedly, Mu Ling boldly stopped Long Feiyi. You hurt Qi brother. When they were in the bamboo forest in the backyard of the Mu residence, her father questioned her, and she learned that Qi brother was kicked into the water by Long Feiyi. In fact, her father had been secretly monitoring her every move in the bamboo forest. Unfortunately, she didn't know at all. She even foolishly told her father everything about Gu and told him that she liked Gu. Get lost. Long Feiyi suddenly said coldly. Mu Ling was intimidated by his aura and obediently took a step back. However, her mouth was still tough. Han Yunshi, Qi brother did all this to help you. If anything happens to him, you'll have to deal with it. After she finished speaking, she turned and strode away. She'd decided to stay by Han Yunshi's side until Qi brother showed up. She firmly believed that Qi brother would come back to find Han Yunshi. Actually, Han Yunshi didn't need Mu Ling to remind her. She was worried about Gu the entire time. It had been too long since they'd heard from him. She didn't know how badly he was hurt. It wasn't just Gu, but Mute Granny as well. Long Feiyi had sent Chu Shifeng to search for her, but there was still no sign of her. It was normal that they couldn't find her corpse after falling off such a high cliff. But Han Yunshi was still holding on. She refused to accept the fact that Mute Granny was dead until she saw the body. By the time the two of them returned to the hibiscus courtyard, it was already late at night. They'd lost count of how many times they'd walked through the garden's corridors. In the dead of night, the moonlight shone like gauze. Long Feiyi held her hand as they walked slowly. Time seemed to slow down here, making everything seem beautiful. Han Yunshi, do you know how to play the zither? Long Feiyi suddenly asked. Zither? That was such a big word that Han Yunshi didn't even know how to answer. Didn't you hear enough at the birthday banquet? She asked with a grin. Every time, no matter how bright her smile was, he'd always be cold. She always wondered if it was true that smiles could affect people. I'm just asking, Long Feiyi said mildly. If you want to listen, I'll just play a few pieces. Han Yunshi was still smiling. She'd long gotten used to his coldness. Moreover, she was in a very good mood tonight. She didn't know how to play the accompaniment, much less understand ancient zither scores, but she still knew how to play a few famous zither pieces. If she really played the zither against Chuchinga tonight, she might not lose. But if there was a better way to beat Chuchinga, of course she'd use it. She didn't like to perform in front of so many people. That would ruin Qin Wangfei's social status. There were so many influential people at the birthday banquet, but not many of them had the right to hear her play the zither, right? If your lordship listens seriously, will you play seriously as well? Long Feiyi asked with interest. Han Yunxi raised her head and caught sight of a rare smile in Long Feiyi's eyes. It was faint and faintly discernible, a smile that wasn't quite a smile. Under the quiet moonlight, it looked especially deep and enchanting. She couldn't help but stare blankly. This fellow must be in a good mood tonight. She couldn't even remember how long it had been since he last smiled. I will. Han Yunxi nodded seriously. She wasn't like Chuchinga, who played for everyone else. She only played for him. Long Feiyi held her hand, but they didn't head for Leisurely Cloud Pavilion. Instead, they went to his quarters. Han Yunxi had taken a tour of Long Feiyi's mysterious quarters on her first day at the estate. She knew that there was a tatami mat tea room with a precious zither inside. But she'd never heard the sound of a zither in the past year since she'd entered the estate. Long Feiyi personally brewed the tea, its fragrance fresh and clean. Han Yunxi washed her hands and burned incense, its fragrance rising in spirals. Long Feiyi was clearly holding tea, but his movements made it seem like he was holding wine. He had long changed into a set of loose white robes and was sitting lazily on the tatami mat, sipping from his cup. Right now, he seemed less cold and indolent than before. He sat by the French windows, looking like a wandering immortal beneath the moonlight. Han Yunxi was a good-for-nothing. Right now, all her attention was on Long Feiyi. This was the first time she'd seen him so indolent after so long. Was this a side of him that she didn't understand? Or was he starting to feel tipsy after drinking so much wine? Suddenly, Long Feiyi asked, Han Yunxi, how long are you going to stare? Han Yunxi gave a start before quickly averting her gaze. She didn't know how to answer him. Didn't this guy always let her stare as she pleased? Seeing Han Yunxi's ears turn red, Long Feiyi's eyes flashed with amusement, but it quickly disappeared. Han Yunxi lightly plucked at the zither and changed the topic. What's the name of this zither? Junyu, Long Feiyi replied mildly. Han Yunxi only felt that it was especially beautiful. As she murmured the two words, Junyu, she plucked at the zither and played the song Lovers of the Liang. The sound of the zither was mellow and melodious. It was as if she was weeping and narrating, as if she was quietly narrating a 1,000-year-old love story. Han Yunxi didn't know why she chose this song. Perhaps it was because of the name, Junyu. Junyu, Junyu. The sound of the zither was like Junyu. Listening to the sound of the zither was like Junyu's voice. How much did she miss him? Long Feiyi supported his head with one hand and listened quietly. He kept looking at Han Yunxi. He seemed to be listening to the song seriously, but he was actually looking at her seriously. He seemed to be entranced by the song, but he was actually entranced by her. He was so serious as he looked at her beautiful brows, her tall nose, her tender red lips, her lowered eyes, and her noble purple robes. She was so elegant and magnificent. He looked at her like she was his prey, but he also looked at her like she was a treasure. As he looked at it, his gaze gradually became solemn and heavy, as if there were many secrets hidden in it that no one knew. She didn't know that his heart for her was just like his gaze at this moment. It was mixed with too many things and also heavy. Han Yunxi lowered her head and continued to play. She didn't notice that Long Feiyi wasn't actually listening to the song, but looking at her. When the last sound of the zither stopped, Han Yunxi raised her head. She herself was immersed in the faint sorrow of Lovers of the Liang. At this time, Long Fei had already put away all the emotions in his eyes and returned to his usual silent and cold appearance. "What's the name of this song?" Long Fei asked. "Lovers of the Liang, I didn't write it. It's a famous song." Han Yunshi hurriedly explained. "Lovers of the Liang? What's the meaning of this name?" Long Fei was curious. Han Yunshi summarized the story of Lovers of the Liang and smiled. "Your Highness, if you were Liang Shanhua, what would you do?" But Long Fei only replied, "Your lordship isn't that weak." Han Yunshi was at a loss for words. All right, even if this guy was in a good mood tonight, she couldn't discuss this topic with him. It didn't suit him at all. Long Fei drank a few cups of tea before he commented, It's very nice." Han Yunshi was speechless. She could faintly sense that this guy didn't really want her to play the zither. But what else could he do in the middle of the night besides listening to the zither on a whim? She sat by his side and drank tea with him. "Your Highness, the matter of the Western Mountains." Emperor Tianhui had said that she would go to the Western Mountains as soon as the Empress Dowager's birthday banquet was over. Long Fei's ruckus at the banquet had indeed threatened Emperor Tianhui, but the matter of the Western Mountains had yet to be resolved. Han Yunshi had taken out the medicine fan because she didn't want to show off her skills on the spot, but also to leave herself a way out so she could tempt the Empress Dowager. "You'll understand when you go to the Imperial Physician courtyard tomorrow," Long Fei said mildly. So mysterious? Since Long Fei had said as much, Han Yunshi didn't ask any more questions. Her heart was filled with curiosity. What could happen if she went to the Imperial Physician courtyard? Or was there anyone who could stop her from going to the Western Mountains? Gu Beiwei was impossible. Han Yunshi couldn't figure it out no matter how hard she tried. She could only wait until tomorrow. After they finished talking about the Western Mountains, Han Yunshi fell silent as well. Actually, if she didn't say anything of her own accord, the two of them would spend most of their time in silence. She used to be taciturn as well, but she'd gradually become more talkative recently. Still, she didn't know what to say to him now. If he wanted to listen to the zither, she'd already finished playing. Just like that, the two of them fell into silence again. Actually, the two of them were already used to this kind of silence. It was just that tonight was a little late and the atmosphere was a little off. Suddenly, Long Fei spoke, Han Yunshi. Han Yunshi immediately responded, raising her head to look at him. Their eyes met. Long Fei didn't say anything for a long time. Han Yunshi probed, "Your Highness, is something the matter?" Long Fei seemed a little hesitant, but he quickly denied it. "Nothing. Let's go. I'll send you back." She didn't know why, but Han Yunshi's heart suddenly felt empty. She responded mildly, Actually, the leisurely cloud pavilion wasn't far from the bedroom. Long Fei really held her hand and sent her back to the entrance of the leisurely cloud pavilion. It was very late at night and her heart was a little messy. The moment he let go of her hand, she once again felt empty. However, he remained calm and rational. He seriously instructed, "You must go to the Imperial Physician courtyard tomorrow morning. Don't be late." Who would wait for Han Yunshi to go to the Imperial Physician courtyard tomorrow? Chapter 315. According to the rules, Imperial physicians had to take turns working at the Imperial Physician courtyard unless they were on leave. But Han Yunshi's status was special. Emperor Tianhui had only given her a title in name, so she was still free to do as she pleased. Han Yunshi couldn't figure out the connection between Long Fei telling her to go to the Imperial Physician courtyard and the Western Mountains. She woke up early the next day and went straight to the Imperial Physician courtyard. This time, she saw Gu Beiwei. The sun was rising from the east as Gu Beiwei stood by the entrance to the Imperial Pharmacy behind the Imperial Physician courtyard. His entire body was bathed in the sunlight, his white robes glinting with gold. There was an indescribable air of nobility and holiness about him. Han Yunshi looked towards him and felt like she was looking at an archangel. She didn't know why, But every time she saw this man, she felt wonderful. Even her mood improved. Soon enough, Gu Beiwei spotted Han Yunxi. He quickly walked over and bowed in a cultured and refined manner. This official greets esteemed Wang Fei. Gu Beiwei, I'm an imperial physician, while you're the head of the imperial physician courtyard. I'm your subordinate now, so shouldn't I be the one bowing to you? Han Yunxi teased. Frightened, Gu Beiwei immediately waved his hands. I don't dare. In terms of medical skills, I really can't compare to you. Han Yunxi was speaking the truth. In the medical academy's rankings, Gu Beiwei was a 5th-rank divine doctor. She, on the other hand, wasn't even a 3rd-rank divine doctor. Esteemed Wang Fei, a doctor of poisons is also a doctor. Gu Beiwei was very earnest. Indeed, a doctor of poisons was also a doctor, but Cloud Realm Continent's medical community was controlled by the medical academy. They didn't include a doctor of poisons in their rankings. In other words, they didn't recognize poison doctors as such. Han Yunxi walked towards the imperial pharmacy as she spoke. She didn't know what Long Feiyi had prepared for her, but she hadn't seen him yet. She might as well take a stroll around the pharmacy first. Last time, she'd been in a rush to report in, so she didn't get the chance to enter. Perhaps she could even replenish her stock. Since Emperor Tianhui dared to make her an imperial physician, he'd have to prepare to provide her with ingredients at any time. Was Imperial Physician Gu on duty last night? Why are you here so early? Han Yunxi asked. But Gu Beiwei only smiled. This official has been waiting for esteemed Wang Fei the entire time. You knew I was coming? Han Yunxi was surprised. After yesterday's banquet, General Bailey personally instructed this lowly official that he would send someone to pick up esteemed Wang Fei to treat Miss Mingxiang's illness. He wanted this lowly official to prepare the medical record. Hearing Gu Beiwei's explanation, Han Yunxi was even more surprised. But after some thought, she quickly figured out what was going on. This must have been arranged by Long Fei. What kind of illness does Miss Mingxiang have? Is it serious? Han Yunxi asked. Gu Beiwei handed over a medical record. She caught it a few days ago. Multiple imperial physicians have tried, but none of them have cured her yet. Yesterday, this official went to take a look personally. As this official sees it, it's very possible that she's been poisoned. Han Yunxi flipped open the record and saw that it was dated to the morning after Emperor Tianhui had appointed her as an official. Although it hadn't been long, the record already had the handwriting of 4 imperial physicians. Adding Gu Beiwei to the tally, that made it 5. Their previous diagnoses, prescriptions, and medical records were all written down in detail. Han Yunxi and Gu Beiwei hadn't exchanged more than a few words before someone from General Bailey's estate arrived to pick up Han Yunxi. Does Imperial Physician Gu want to go with me? Han Yunxi asked. Gu Beiwei shook his head. This official won't be able to help even if I go. It's better if esteemed Wang Fei goes by herself. Han Yunxi had no choice but to take the medical record with her and leave with General Bailey's men. General Bailey's estate and General Mu's were located on the east and west sides of the capital. Just like General Mu's estate, 2 rows of fully armed soldiers stood before the gates of General Bailey's estate. The vermilion gates stood tall and wide, emanating a dignified aura of military might. Han Yunxi hadn't even gotten out of the sedan chair when she saw a dignified woman standing before the gates. Han Yunxi recognized this woman as the one who'd ridiculed the 2nd Imperial Prince last night at the birthday banquet. She was General Bailey's youngest daughter and the only unmarried daughter of General Bailey's estate, Bailey Mingxiang. Some women's dignified aura came from their clothes, but this woman relied on her birth and upbringing. The aura of a noble young lady emanated from her bones and was hard to ignore. Han Yunxi dared to guarantee that Bailey Mingxiang's aura would rival that of Tianning's Empress and Empress Dowager in a few years' time. Based on her first impression, Han Yunxi quite liked this woman. But soon enough, Han Yunxi grew frightened as the distance between them drew closer. Her detox system had already detected that Bailey Mingxiang had been poisoned. Not just a single type, but multiple types of chronic poisons. The amount was shocking. Han Yunxi had only done a preliminary examination and found that the poisons weren't fatal, but there were too many of them. What was going on? A complicated look flickered past her eyes before Han Yunxi activated her detox system's in-depth examination and began to analyze every single poison in Bailey Mingxiang's body. As soon as she saw Han Yunxi get out of the sedan chair, Bailey Mingxiang hurried over and bowed. Mingxiang greets esteemed Wang Fei. 10,000 blessings to esteemed Wang Fei. Although Han Yunxi had come as an imperial physician, she was still a Wang Fei. If they found another imperial physician, they'd call for the imperial physician. If they found Han Yunxi, they'd call for esteemed Wang Fei. Aren't you ill? You're still coming out? You may rise, Han Yunxi said mildly. I should have gone to the estate, but I really couldn't walk. That's why I invited esteemed Wang Fei here. I ask esteemed Wang Fei to forgive me. Bailey Mingxiang was very sincere. But Han Yunxi only laughed. Go to the estate? Then why did Long Fei Yi have me go to the imperial physician courtyard? If it was just to treat Bailey Mingxiang's illness, Bailey Mingxiang could have gone to the Duke of Qin's estate instead of the imperial physician courtyard. When she saw Gu Beiyue's medical record and the date, Han Yunxi knew that Long Fei Yi had purposely left a record at the imperial physician courtyard. If Emperor Tianhui asked her about it, she'd have proof. Hearing Han Yunxi's words, the intelligent Bailey Mingxiang couldn't help but smile. In a low voice, he said, Esteemed Wang Fei, please come inside. Bailey Mingxiang led Han Yunxi to her rooms and dismissed all the servant girls. Han Yunxi quickly asked as soon as she sat down. It was just an act. Why did you take so many poisons? Esteemed Wang Fei is so smart. No wonder His Highness likes you so much. Bailey Mingxiang smiled. That night, Emperor Tianhui made Han Yunxi an imperial physician and told her to go to the Western Mountains to treat the Empress's mental illness after the birthday banquet. Early next morning, Bailey Mingxiang received His Highness's orders to feign illness and leave a record at the imperial physician courtyard. At that time, she didn't know why His Highness wanted to do this. It was only when His Highness pushed her father out at the birthday banquet yesterday that she understood the mystery. At the banquet, His Highness had already made Emperor Tianhui feel threatened. Naturally, he'd have to restrain himself to avoid further conflict. Under these circumstances, he had her father pretend to know nothing and go to the imperial physician courtyard to ask Han Yunxi to treat a patient. Then he'd use her chronic illness as an excuse to keep Han Yunxi in the capital. In this way, Emperor Tianhui would have no choice but to concede to the threat of the Long Fei Yi, her father's status, and the matter of the Western Mountains. Bailey Mingxiang wasn't sure if this was His Highness's original plan, or a last-minute change of heart for Han Yunxi's sake. But she was certain that Han Yunxi held a significant place in His Highness's heart. No matter what, she still hoped that His Highness would consider the bigger picture and not ruin his plans for a single woman. She'd liked His Highness for so many years, but she liked his coolness and callousness more than anything else. Han Yunxi looked at Bailey Mingxiang, suddenly at a loss for words. He liked her? That was the first time she'd heard such words. Even now, he'd never said he liked her. Sometimes when she thought about it carefully, she didn't even know what their relationship was. When it came to Duanmu Yao's matter, she'd said she minded and he'd explained himself. But before the misunderstanding, they were only husband and wife in name. Soon enough, Han Yunxi recovered from her thoughts and gave Bailey Mingxiang a brilliant smile. She teased, "Even if I'm not smart, His Highness will still like me." "No, you're not smart. His Highness won't like you," Bailey Mingxiang joked back. Han Yunxi only felt that the words sounded strange, but she didn't have time to investigate. Bailey Mingxiang's poisons were very troublesome. She sat down and concentrated on examining Bailey Mingxiang's poisons. Soon enough, she discovered that something was amiss. She had only found that Bailey Mingxiang had many slow-acting poisons in her body. Now that she had analyzed each poison individually, she found that not only did she have many slow-acting poisons, these poisons were not taken at the same time. Instead, she had taken different poisons at different times. In other words, this woman had been taking poisons since she was 7 years old. She would take one every 1 to 3 months. Han Yunxi was even more shocked the more she examined her. Her eyes opened wide as she stared at Bailey Mingxiang in disbelief. She could not believe that this woman was still alive. Although the slow-acting poisons in her body wouldn't kill her, with so many poisons gathered together, the toxicity would be enough to destroy a person's immune system and cause them to die from the poison. How did this woman survive? Han Yunxi suspiciously took Bailey Mingxiang's pulse, but she found that there were no signs of poison. She asked in shock, "What's wrong with your body?" Bailey Mingxiang gave a gentle smile. "Princess Consort, actually His Highness didn't send you here to cure the poison, but to send you here to poison it." "What do you mean?" "Princess Consort, His Highness needs Beauty's blood." Bailey Mingxiang was still smiling, but Han Yunxi was so shocked that she couldn't say a word. Beauty's blood. Han Yunxi had read about it in the ancient poison scripture. Beauty's blood was a kind of poisonous blood that was used to make poisons. Beauty's blood wasn't natural and needed a special physique to cultivate it. The way to cultivate Beauty's blood was to frequently take different slow-acting poisons and let the poison settle in the blood. Only after 300 slow-acting poisons had settled could Beauty's blood be cultivated. As for what would happen to the person after the blood was cultivated, the book did not record it. Looking at the generous and dignified Bailey Mingxiang in front of her with a gentle smile, Han Yunxi's heart ached. It had to be known that Bailey Mingxiang had accumulated over 80 poisons in her body, and there were several dozen poisons that would flare up at any time. She wouldn't die, but living was worse than dying. Even so, she could still smile and say the words, "Beauty's blood." Chapter 316. Han Yunxi looked at Bailey Mingxiang. Her heart ached, but at the same time, she began to ponder many questions. Bailey Mingxiang had taken the earliest type of poison when he was 5 years old. Bailey Mingxiang was 20 this year, which meant that Long Fei Yi had needed Beauty's blood 15 years ago. Long Fei Yi had only been 8 years old at the time. Was it his Beauty's blood, or was it his relative from the Tang sect? What did he need Beauty's blood for? 13 years ago, Long Fei Yi had only been 10 years old. The previous emperor was still alive, so how could he have subdued General Bailey? Or was General Bailey related to the Tang sect? Just how loyal was the Bailey family to Long Fei Yi, or to the Tang sect, that they were willing to let their daughter suffer so much? Esteemed Wang Fei, His Highness's poison masters have already used up all of their slow-acting poisons. From now on, we'll have to trouble your Highness to help Mingxiang concoct medicine. Bailey Mingxiang's words pulled Han Yunxi back from her thoughts. What does Long Fei Yi need Beauty's blood for? Han Yunxi had always thought that the Beauty's blood recorded in the ancient poison codex was nothing more than a legend. She never thought that such a terrifying thing really existed. That's a secret, Bailey Mingxiang replied indifferently. Han Yunxi was angry. You invited me here, but you didn't tell me the truth. Do you think I'll help you? Esteemed Wang Fei, you're not helping me. You're helping His Highness. Bailey Mingxiang was very calm. So you really don't plan on telling me? Han Yunxi asked seriously. Unexpectedly, Bailey Mingxiang smiled. Esteemed Wang Fei, I don't know this secret either. If you want to know, you'll have to ask His Highness yourself. Bailey Mingxiang could see that Han Yunxi was not very happy. She knew that if she did not explain, Han Yunxi would definitely misunderstand. She wasn't trying to show off her secret to Han Yunxi. She really didn't know why she had to raise Beauty's blood. She only remembered that when she was young, her father had taken her to a woman from the Tang sect, a terrifying woman. From then on, she would often take poison. At that time, she did not know that it was poison. She only knew that the medicine was very bitter. She was very afraid of that woman. She didn't even dare to say no. Every time she took the medicine, she would secretly cry for a long time. She hated her father to death. When she was 7 years old, that woman died. She was overjoyed and thought that she would never have to take medicine again. But who knew that when her father went to pick her up, he would bring a bunch of medicine home and force her to take it on time. At that time, she already knew that it was poison because the poison would act up from time to time. She would often vomit from the pain and faint from the pain. She always thought that she would die from the pain. But she didn't. She was still alive. She hated, resented, and tried to escape. Unfortunately, she was powerless. Her father's orders were military orders. She could only obey and had no reason to disobey. When she was 13 years old, she tried to commit suicide. She fell into the lotus pond in the backyard, but she was saved by a boy 3 years older than her. She would never forget how he looked that day. That purple robe was cold and noble. That handsome face was like that of a celestial, and that pair of deep and mysterious eyes. He brought her ashore. Coldly, he said, "You can't die yet. Live on." After that, he stopped talking. No matter how she asked, he didn't say a word. His silence was enough to silence the entire world. After that, he would appear by the pond every evening. He would sit quietly for 2 to 4 hours. He seemed to be in a daze, but also seemed to be thinking. She also went there every day. Sometimes she would wait for him early. She told him many things. She told him all the grievances and pain she had suffered all these years. She didn't even know if he was listening. In short, for an entire month, he didn't say a word to her. There was even one time when she boldly told him, "Take me away. Take me far away." Helpless, he didn't even look at her. She thought that it was enough that he didn't tell her to shut up. Later, he suddenly stopped coming. She waited every day for 3 months. One day, her father brought her to the Duke of Qin's residence to get medicine. Only then did she know that the person who saved her was the true master of the Bailey estate. He was the master that the Bailey clan had been loyal to for generations, the Duke of Qin, Long Feiyi. Sometimes, liking someone only took a moment. She admitted that she had fallen in love at first sight. Sometimes, falling in love took many years. All these years, she loved him silently. There was only one way to love him. She followed what he said when he saved her. She couldn't die. Live on. Even her father didn't know the true use of the beauty's blood. She didn't know either. She only knew that it was the reason for her to live on. Bailey Mingxiang had given Han Yunxi too many surprises. She couldn't understand why this woman was willing to suffer so much to raise the poison blood without knowing the use of the beauty's blood. She originally wanted to ask if it had anything to do with the perplexing butterfly illusion, but after thinking about it carefully, she realized that perhaps Long Feiyi didn't let Bailey Mingxiang know about the perplexing butterfly illusion. So in the end, she didn't say anything and didn't ask anymore. She would have to ask Long Feiyi about this matter. "Doesn't your father care about you?" Han Yunxi couldn't help but ask. "Everyone in the Bailey estate is willing to serve His Highness, even if it costs them their lives," Bailey Mingxiang said very seriously. "Esteemed Wang Fei, His Highness said that the beauty's blood needs to be cultivated in 3 years at the latest. Please feel free to prescribe the medicine." Cultivating the beauty's blood required 300 different poisons. After so many years, Bailey Mingxiang had only taken 80 different poisons. Based on the previous rate of consumption, how many years would it take to reach 300 different poisons? His Highness Duke of Qin had asked Han Yunxi to come here because he wanted her to prescribe a suitable slow-acting poison to shorten the time required. Han Yunxi's brows furrowed. "I don't want to harm anyone. I have to get to the bottom of this." Bailey Mingxiang didn't expect Han Yunxi to say something like this. She froze for a moment, then smiled. "Esteemed Wang Fei, you're not harming me. Perhaps you're helping me." If she could be freed in 3 years, that would be a good thing. However, she didn't know if she would never be able to see His Highness again after she was freed. It was better to deal with the pain quickly than to prolong it. As a poison doctor, Han Yunxi understood this principle better than Bailey Mingxiang. She hesitated for a long time, then silently recorded all the data about the poison in Bailey Mingxiang's body into the detoxification system. She only recorded that it was a slow-acting poison in the Imperial Hospital's medical records, indicating that it would take a long time to recover. She didn't leave any poison behind. Instead, she prescribed Bailey Mingxiang some pills with special effects to relieve the pain. She said indifferently, "I'll come back another day." Bailey Mingxiang didn't say anything else. She smiled gently from beginning to end. She personally escorted Han Yunxi to the gate, respectfully sending esteemed Wang Fei off. Han Yunxi was about to leave, but she couldn't help but say in a low voice, "Go back. If the painkillers don't work, you can come find me at any time." As a doctor, faced with this kind of situation, her heart was so heavy that it felt like it was being weighed down by several large stones. She had a way to remove all the poison in Bailey Mingxiang's body in a single day, but that would mean that Bailey Mingxiang had suffered for more than 10 years in vain. "Long Feiyi, just how cold-blooded are you?" Not long after Han Yunxi left, Aunt Ru appeared in front of Bailey Mingxiang. She allowed Bailey Mingxiang to bow on one side, while she examined Han Yunxi's medicine with a serious expression. After a long time, she said coldly, "You may rise." Yes, Bailey Mingxiang was very reserved. "Why didn't she prescribe any poison for you?" Aunt Ru asked. Esteemed Wang Fei said she wanted to know what was going on. Bailey Mingxiang replied honestly. Aunt Ru's eyes flashed with displeasure. "Don't tell His Highness that I came by." Bailey Mingxiang nodded without a second thought. But as soon as Aunt Ru left, she sent someone to report the news to Chu Shifeng. As intelligent as she was, she could tell at a glance that Aunt Ru harbored enmity towards Han Yunxi. She didn't know why, but she had a responsibility to tell His Highness everything. Han Yunxi went to the Imperial Physician Courtyard and gave the forged medical records to Gu Beiyue for safekeeping. Then she hurried back to the Duke of Qin's estate. She was anxious to see Long Feiyi and ask about Bailey Mingxiang. But before she reached the corner of an alley, someone blocked her way. "Esteemed Wang Fei, may this one have the honor of inviting you to sample tea with us? It's the newest Cheeman Red." At the familiar voice, Han Yunxi abruptly lifted the curtains, only to see Gu Qishao dressed in red robes, his figure enchanting as he stood in front of the carriage. In his hands was a large red porcelain teapot. His face, capable of causing the downfall of cities and nations, was smiling like a blooming flower. Han Yunxi was pleasantly surprised. She quickly jumped off the sedan chair and rushed to Gu's side. "Are you all right? Don't worry, I won't die." Gu was incomparably happy as his smile became even more resplendent. TSK, you're very concerned about me. If I knew this would happen, I would have suffered a few more kicks from Long Feiyi." Being able to talk back meant that he was fine. Han Yunxi put on a fake smile. "Mu Linger has been looking everywhere for you." In reality, Gu had been following Long Feiyi and Han Yunxi to the capital. He was only afraid that Long Feiyi would discover him, so he didn't dare to get too close. He had been recuperating in the capital the entire time. Mu Linger had been imprisoned by Long Feiyi and later released. She had also caused a scene at the Empress Dowager's birthday banquet. He knew all of this. "Let her look for me," Gu heartlessly said. Who would have thought that Han Yunxi would be even more heartless than him? Who was the one who said that I could capture her and beat her to death? Just wait. Gu handed the tea over to Han Yunxi and actually turned to leave. Han Yunxi quickly pulled him back. "That's enough. We'll settle the grudges between us. Don't interfere." If Han Yunxi's guess wasn't wrong, Mu Linger wouldn't be having a good time these past few days. News of the birthday banquet would quickly spread back to Medicine City. If the three great clans found out that she had acted on her own and didn't send a congratulatory gift, even her father Mu Ingdong would want to beat her. Then will esteemed Wang Fei do me the honor of drinking a cup of tea with this humble one? Gu pretended to be polite. Let's go. Han Yunxi was very straightforward. She could tell that Gu had come for a reason. Gu brought Han Yunxi to the capital's highest grade teahouse after the Ming Xiang teahouse, the Heavenly Fragrance teahouse. After entering, Han Yunxi found out that this was also one of Gu's businesses. This guy was truly a hidden tycoon. How many other businesses did he have that Long Fei Yi hadn't found out? The two of them sat down in a first-class private room. Han Yunxi went straight to the point and asked, "Tell me, why did you come looking for me?" Gu gazed at her with deep affection. "I missed you." Chapter 317. Faced with Gu's deep affection, Han Yunxi couldn't help but roll her eyes at him. "I really do miss you," Gu said seriously. Perhaps she'd heard too many jokes from him, but Han Yunxi wanted to roll her eyes even more now that he was serious. People who joke seriously are the most hateful, aren't they? And? Han Yunxi asked helplessly. Gu finally got to the point. Where's Mute Granny? He'd wanted to tail Chu Shifeng that night, but couldn't stop worrying about Poison Lass. In the end, he'd followed them instead. At the mention of Mute Granny, Han Yunxi's bright eyes dimmed. In a low voice, she murmured, "She was kidnapped and fell off a cliff." Gu was alarmed. And then, Mute Granny was too important. If they wanted to uncover Han Yunxi's true identity, they'd have to rely on Mute Granny. "We don't know if she's alive or dead," Han Yunxi said before adding, "We haven't found her body yet." Gu's eyes flashed shrewdly before he asked, "Who kidnapped her?" "Black robes and masked. I don't know who they are." Han Yunxi had already asked Chu Shifeng about the details of the incident. Who could kidnap someone from Long Fei Ye's hands? Gu had his suspicions. If Long Fei Yi had taken Mute Granny with him that day, then she wouldn't have. Han Yunxi was very upset. She'd always remembered Mu Ling Er's words. She was the one who'd harmed Mute Granny. If she hadn't taken Mute Granny away from the Mu estate, none of this would have happened. It wasn't easy to kidnap someone from Long Fei Ye's subordinates, was it? Gu's words had a deeper meaning, but Han Yunxi didn't catch it. She said mildly, "It wasn't Mu Ingdong. He still doesn't know about this. I don't know what Mute Granny's kidnappers are planning." Gu pondered for a moment before saying, "Poison Lass, do you have the antidote for broomcorn millet poison?" Previously, Han Yunxi had already detoxified Mute Granny, but she still needed the antidote to cure her deafness and muteness. "What's the point of finding the medicine if we can't find the person?" Han Yunxi said helplessly. She had given the prescription to Long Fei Yi, but she reckoned that he still hadn't found the person. Long Fei Yi was so busy, so he probably wasn't in a hurry to find the medicine, right? Gu stretched out his hand. "Let me have a look. I'll help you find it." Not only did he have to find people, but he also had to find the antidote. Was Gu too idle? Han Yunxi almost wondered if this guy had nothing better to do. Of course, Han Yunxi was still very happy to give the antidote formula to Gu. This guy's ability to find medicine was much better than Long Fei Ye's. The antidote for broomcorn millet poison only required 3 ingredients: serpent fruit, bear chuan, and panoptic red lotus. When Gu saw this, he couldn't help but click his tongue. These are all good stuff. Isn't that so? I haven't seen any of them with my own eyes. They're not easy to find, Han Yunxi said seriously. If Mute Granny was still alive, she might not be able to find these 3 ingredients even if she found Mute Granny. This was because these 3 ingredients had very strict requirements for their growing environment. They also took a long time to grow and were rare to begin with. Add to that the fact that they died prematurely in the middle of their growth, and there weren't many left. Although they were rare, Gu was still very confident. "Poison Lass, don't worry. Leave these 2 things to me. With one more person searching, one more source of strength, and one more hope." Han Yunxi nodded seriously. How are you going to repay me after I find the person? Gu asked with a smile. The serious Han Yunshi immediately chuckled. She narrowed her eyes and laughed coldly. You don't have to find her. Gu Qixiao's smile turned stiff. Is this woman my natural enemy? Aside from that one time in the cave, he always felt like he'd lost to her. Han Yunshi liked seeing Gu's speechless expression more and more. But jokes aside, she couldn't help but probe. Gu, if I'm really a remnant of the poison sect, will you not like me anymore? She could see Gu's good points, but she could also see through Gu's motives. This guy had been interested in her poison skills, then the Tang clan's hidden weapons, then the embroidery on her medical pouch. He'd investigated Lady Tianxin, then found Mute Granny. Everything he did was to investigate her background. He was very concerned about whether or not she was related to the poison sect. Now, he was looking for Mute Granny to find out if the rumors about Mu Xin and the poison sect were true. Was her biological father a remnant of the poison sect, or was it Hong Kongan? If she told him right now that her biological father wasn't Hong Kongan, but was most likely a remnant of the poison sect, how would he react? Why was he so concerned about whether or not she was related to the poison sect? There are no ifs. Gu was still smiling, but he couldn't hide the determination in his voice. I say, what if there are ifs? Han Yunshi continued to ask. Gu suddenly stood up and leaned forward across the tea table. Han Yunshi didn't move, allowing him to get close to her. Gu didn't speak, but his eyes locked onto Han Yunshi's. At this moment, his gaze was as cold as a falcon's as it locked onto its prey. Han Yunshi's heart skipped a beat. She allowed him to stare at her in a daze, caught off guard. She never expected Gu to look at her like this. Did this guy have a grudge against the medical academy or the poison sect? Was he looking for a descendant of the poison sect for revenge? Han Yunshi immediately went on guard. She was about to dodge when Gu suddenly backed away. His eyes narrowed into two crescent moons as he smiled like a bear. Hee, poison lass, are you scared? Han Yunshi was about to fall back, but his teasing made her unable to stop herself. She gaped at Gu before her entire body toppled backward. Gu rushed to the table and hurriedly grabbed Han Yunshi. Carrying her, he spun her around and landed firmly on the ground. He hugged her as tenderly as before. Poison lass, if you really are, then I'll pretend you're not. Do you believe me? Why are you looking for a descendant of the poison sect? Han Yunshi asked seriously. Sometimes, she felt that Long Fei was especially hateful because he was like a taciturn gourd who never spoke a word. But right now, she realized that Gu Qixiao was the most hateful of all. He always laughed and joked about anything, but never spoke the truth. As a catalyst to refine an antidote. Gu was still grinning from ear to ear. Han Yunshi pushed him aside. Using a human as a catalyst to refine an antidote? What kind of poison are you infected with? The world's most poisonous poison, Gu chuckled. Han Yunshi ignored him. She'd been treating poisons for so many years, but she'd never heard of anyone using a human as a catalyst to refine an antidote. It didn't matter if this guy didn't tell her the truth. She wasn't going to tell him the truth anyway. Han Yunshi finished the tea on the table and turned to leave. She still had important matters to attend to and couldn't be bothered to waste her breath on Gu. But Gu stopped her and handed over a canister of tea leaf. Here, new tea. He knew she liked new tea. Long Fei Yi had sealed off his tea plantation in Tianing, and this was the best tea he could find in Cloud Realm continent. Even he couldn't bear to drink it himself. Thanks. Han Yunshi really did like it. She was already at the door when she turned back. Gu Mu Ling really likes you. Don't let her down. Han Yunshi, I really like you. Don't let me down, Gu said confidently. This guy, he's really something. Han Yunshi casually threw the canister at him and left without looking back. Gu caught the canister and smiled helplessly. Even after Han Yunshi's figure had disappeared from sight, Gu was still smiling. His smile was flirtatious and dazzling. If Long Feiye's eyes were unfathomable, then Gu's smile was unfathomable. He stood by the window, and soon spotted a familiar figure at the entrance of the inn across the street. It was none other than Mu Ling. Actually, he'd bumped into Mu Ling many times in the capital. When he saw Mu Ling didn't see him. But each time, he didn't react at all. It was as if he was just a passerby who didn't recognize the girl. This time, Gu stared at her for a long time before his lips curved up in a naughty smile. Mu Ling had just received a messenger pigeon from her father, telling her not to return to Medicine City for the time being and to hide outside. News of her taking matters into her own hands at Tianning's Empress Dowager's birthday banquet and supporting the Duke of Qin, Long Feiye, by not sending any congratulatory gifts, had already reached Medicine City. The Wang and Xie clans were extremely dissatisfied and called for a meeting in Medicine City to punish her. Everyone in the Mu clan was demanding that she be punished severely. Perhaps the Wang and Xie clans supported Long Feiye, but how could they easily let go of such a good opportunity for a genius from the Mu clan? As for the Mu clan, both the older and younger generations wanted their favorite Mu Ling to suffer a setback. They were even more eager than the Wang and Xie clans for Mu Ling to be punished. No matter how strong Mu Ingdong was, the pressure of public opinion and opposition from his own clan was too much for him to handle as the head of the clan. Besides, this was Mu Ling-er's fault in the first place. He could only use Mu Ling-er's whereabouts as an excuse to delay matters. Mu Ling-er was in a terrible mood when she received the news. She went back to her room and flopped onto her bed. As soon as she closed her eyes, her beautiful brows creased into a frown. As a genius pharmacist, how many people in Medicine City truly took pride in her? Her father was probably the only one. Almost everyone wanted her to die. She really didn't want to fight for anything. If possible, she'd rather be a person with average talent. I wonder where Chi brother is right now. She sighed in her heart, but in the next instant, she heard that familiar voice. You damned girl who bites the hand that feeds you, hee. Mu Ling-er immediately shot up from her bed and cried out in alarm. Chi brother, where are you? Gu descended from the roof and looked at her coldly. Mu Ling-er, how come I didn't know you were so vicious when I first met you? Mu Ling-er naturally knew that he was talking about the incident in the sky pit. She bit her lip and lowered her head. I also think I'm vicious.